Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? It's a wonderful day. Let's go to town first. Go to town. Where the heck am I? Let's zone over this way. Go ahead and join some Discord. Good morning. Any news? No news. No game announcements. I mean, it's whatever. Yeah, it's nuts. Could be, could be. That's nuts. Oh yeah, I was gonna hit the bank real quick. Okay. Yeah. Do 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 do. Oh my goodness gracious. My inventory. I gotta get more bag space. My gosh, dude. What am I gonna do with all this bag space? Or lack thereof bag space. Arcane powder. Do I have a character that deals with that? I could get rid of all that. Man, why do I have so much stuff? I need a lot more space. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do here. I got to move some stuff over. If anybody wants enchants made, let me know. I've got a bunch of stuff for enchants. This is bonkers. Good morning, Wolf. How are you? All right, let's put some of this stuff over on Jimmy. My gym merchant, or my gym hoarder. Let's see if we can get some of this stuff. Backpack. Okay, yeah, we can get some of this arcane powder over here. All this powder. This will be helpful. And then, oh, we got hide back. Oh, these are all hide backpacks. Let's do that for now. We need to do like some giveaways or something. Something, I don't know what. That's fine, that's fine. All right. I'll take some int caster feet and a bracer if you want to give stuff away. Okay. I don't know if I have any int caster feet, but I think I do have a bracer. I got one of these at some point. I may have more of those. We'll probably get more soon too. Now, let me get on Criddle. Oh my gosh. Why does it put me down here? All right, let's... At least I can drop off the rest of this stuff for today in those slots. Yeah. That is such a terrible earring. I'm holding on to it just in case. Because yeah, it is a bug at the bank, but it keeps it's been doing it for so long. Like, when are they going to fix that? Like, what the heck, dude? Do 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 do. Okay, let's put this, 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 this. Well, that filled my bank back up. I still have more stuff that I need to put in there, though. All right, well, whatever. We'll deal with the rest of this later. God bless, man. I still have this thing. No, let's deal with some of this now. This is... Oh my god, dude. I really, like, bag space in this game is at a premium. Holy moly. I wish they would do something about that. I mean, they have done something about that. They're still working on it. It's just, it's a lot. Just, it's awful trying to deal with all this. Okay, let's put that here. I don't know why I have so many of these knuckles. I need to just find some monks to give the knuckles to. Okay, let's do that. That should be good enough for now, at least. I'm not really a hoarder. I usually am very organized, but we've been doing the same thing for like 4 days straight. And I haven't had time to go and organize all my stuff. Like, I literally have been doing the exact same thing every time I've logged in for like 10 hours straight. And then I just, at the end of it, I'm like, I just want to go to bed, or I want to go do something else, and I just dump everything into my bank. And then I just end up, it just accumulates and accumulates, and I don't have time to do any more. Hey, what's up, Dreamweb? How you doing, bud? Like, I really do try to keep everything organized. But I've been thinking about, you know, trying to give away a bunch of stuff now, too. Like the monk knuckles, and just trying to, you know, give some new players some starting gear and things like that. So that's the only reason I'm holding on to some of it. I would be disenchanting all of it, which I did disenchant a lot. But I need to go and like make enchants, give that to some low level players so they can enchant their gear. You know, stuff like that. Get those BC. I don't need BCMs. I have so much enchanting material and so many items to disenchant. It's just ridiculous. Here, let me show you my BCMs. These are the equivalent of my BCMs over here. These enchanted fronds. I got Mystic Fronds, 35 of those, Arcane Fronds, Magic Fronds, Arcane Fronds, Enchanted Fronds, and then I have all this Astral Powder on top of that, and Arcane Powder and stuff on top of that, and then I have more of that on other characters. I don't need BCMs, I assure you. I have plenty. All right, I think that's everything. It's gonna be everything because I'm done. I'm done. Now let me go grab some rations and water real quick. Most fun class I played? Honestly, I had probably the most fun playing the Wizard before the revamp on the Wizard. That's probably the most fun I had. Mothers and Fell? No, this is actually the Hammer of Elemental Forging. Mother's Sorrow is very good, but no, I'm not using that one. We haven't gone to Camp Mother's Sorrow. That's a rough camp. We might do that soon though, just for something to camp. This one, I feel like this weapon right here needs to be buffed, personally. All right, no worries. Yeah, I feel like this one needs to be buffed because you have better weapons from easier mobs. Yeah, it's dumb. Back to Viper. I think so. I think we're going to try to do that a little bit more today. We never got the vest. So, yeah. I was out of town for the weekend at a friend's wedding. So, I was able to take some time away from the game and refresh, you know. Time to farm Mother Sorrow. We might go over there soon. We were talking about going over in that area this week if we got the vest, but we haven't seen it yet. So, yeah, we might go over there. Camp Mother Sorrow and a couple other items that are over in that area. They really need to do a better job of spreading out the gear to different places and just itemization in general with stats and everything. But we'll see. We'll see what they do. Cohesion's been camping upper a lot. Have they? I haven't seen a lot of Cohesion on the past several weeks. But, you know, I get it. I haven't been over there, though. Hey, it's Dreamweb. Hello. We're doing a late night group with them. Awesome, yeah. That's awesome. And it's still nice seeing people play the game, continue to play the game, and all that. There are, you know, quite a few people that are getting up there in level now. You know, for a long time, it was a bunch of people that were hitting like level 20, level 30, starting new alts, getting them up to like level 20 or so, and just kept doing that to figure out which class they want to play. And then the revamp started, and everybody's like, oh my god, this revamp, what are we going to do? So good news is that the next 3 classes that are getting a revamp, I already have access to. So we've got a monk level 60, we got my fighter that's level 60, and we have a cleric that is level 58. So I'll be able to check those out very easily, see how they play, and talk about that a good bit. But all this stuff needs to be balanced. Like I want to make some videos on these new classes, but they're so out of balance. Like they're all over the place. Some of them are too strong, some of them are too weak. And it's like I can tell you how they play and what the idea is there, but that's about all I can tell you. And people don't want to hear that. They want to hear like how good the class is. And unfortunately, I can't tell you how good a class is because most of them are broken. Half the abilities that they put in aren't working. It's frustrating right now for sure. They'll tweak them several times anyway before EA. Will they? I don't think they're gonna have time. They have they still have 12 classes they have to put into the game, and they only have 8 weeks ish. Like they don't have time to be tweaking all this before EA. They just literally don't have time. It's not going to happen. So most of the balancing I feel like is going to happen after EA hits, which is not going to be good. Everybody, they're going to get in on EA. People are going to be like, I'm nerfed and blah. It's going to be an issue. Because once people start paying money, they're going to have, be a lot more vocal about it. I feel like there's a lot of people that are not vocal about things right now because it's beta, and I understand that. I totally get that, but yeah, you start paying for stuff, man. It's gonna be rough. I feel like EA needs to be pushed back. I don't think EA needs to be pushed back because they need money, but they need to buckle down and get things done, And I understand this is a volunteer team. I get all of that. And sometimes volunteer teams, they might they work a little bit here, they work a little bit there. They don't necessarily get things done in a super timely manner, but you have to also take it seriously as a job, as a corporation, as a they literally created a company, and if you want to be taken seriously, you have to take it seriously. So I don't know. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they don't want to be taken seriously. They just want to be like a niche game, and we'll get it done when we get it done, kind of thing. Which is fine, but it's not fine. Just depends on how you want to deal with it. Once people start paying for access, they won't be very forgiving. They won't be forgiving at all. Some people are already not forgiving, and like that, it's only going to get worse once they start taking money. Certain classes don't need much rework, like the Necro. Necro's going to get a lot of rework, I feel like. But it's not that the classes don't need it or do need it. That's not the issue. The issue has always been that it's too much a copy and paste of EverQuest. So they're trying to get away from being a copy and paste of EverQuest. So they all need a lot of work because they're trying to make them unique classes rather than just, it's an EverQuest class, let's just stick it over here. That's what they've done for a long time. So it's not about what they necessarily need. It's about what the team wants out of the game. And what they want out of the game is taking a very long time. Very, very long time. Is that why Nick left, you think? He wanted the copy and paste? I don't know why Nick left. I'm not going to speculate why Nick left. The only thing I will say in that regard is that there's a lot of things that Nick did and was doing that I disagreed with. And I think that some people on the team may have also disagreed with that. But I have no idea if that was the reason him leaving. Like, I know that I had nothing to do with him leaving. I have nothing to do with this game in general other than I play it and talk about it. But yeah, I mean, there probably was a difference in opinion and direction I would say that's very possible. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot to speculate about Nick. I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm not going to make assumptions about people. I can only say the things that I agreed or disagreed with that Nick actually did. So, and some things I agreed with him on, and other things I strongly disagreed with him on. So it just depends. Like some of the things that I disagreed, Nick was the one that liked the jumping to move faster and strafing. Like if you were a strafe jumper like this was like the fastest movement of the game. That was a Nick thing, and I don't know. I disagreed with it. I don't think it was something that this game needed. But that's something he liked. He liked the raid scene, but that the way that he wanted to go about it was racing to the bosses. So, but whatever is what it is. Do, 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 do. Well, hopefully we can get this vest. We'll see. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. Thought I had a sneeze, but then I didn't. All right. Hey, what's going on, Ketalone? How you doing, bud? Thank you so much. What are we at? 69 days or something? We're down in the 60s now, right? You've been keeping track of it better than most. $66 days? Ooh. It's even crazier than I expected. This poor guy. Poor goblin. Taco smells. Huh. That like Taco Bell. Taco explosives. Not too late for countdown banner on top. I might do one as we get a little closer, but I don't think this game is going to be leading up, though. That's the problem. It's not going to lead up to the actual release. We're not going to be able to play for probably the last week, maybe 2 weeks before October 1st. So I might have to pick a game and stream some other game for a few days or a week plus. And I don't know what I'm going to play and stream. Maybe, well, no, I'm pretty sure the Ocarina of Time remake will probably be holiday season this year. So I won't be able to play that. Uh-oh, is my chat not working again? I see chat on YouTube on the other All right. Let's see what we can do here. You ready? All right, let me put up my damage shield and stuff real quick, since we don't have those today. What class am I? I'm playing a fighter today. We're still trying to camp this silly vest that we've been camping forever. Like, close to 50 hours worth of camping. And we have not seen this thing. It's kind of ridiculous. Well, it's very ridiculous. You got a dagger, though, right? We've seen, I think, 3 total daggers since we've been here. 0 vest, 3 daggers. It's pretty crazy. But at least we'll be able to do some more reading of the Discord, or maybe just starting to read the forums and try to keep up with everything that's happening on the forums, since they're going to be shutting down the well, not shutting down the Discord, but they're going to be shutting down the threads of the Discord and trying to move everything over to the official forums. I'm curious if they worked on the forums at all over the weekend and made them look a little bit better. All right. Dude, that dog attacks fast. Look at that thing. He just non-stop. Rawr, rawr, rawr. Oh. Okay, we can put on these today. Whoops. Here we go. 197 strength. Perfect. That's where you want to be. You don't want to be over 200. Let's go check out their forums and see if it's looking better. Nope, doesn't look like they worked on it at all. That's okay. We'll just have to... Please post Mac support related. We don't care about that. Account security, MFA, please. Multi-factor authentication. I don't know if they're going to be getting this. Yeah. What is this right here? Account settings. I'm afraid to click on this. Two-factor authentication not enabled. So they have two-factor authentication. Whoops. Well, hang on a second. I'm going to look into that real quick. Because I kind of agree. Let me click on that. Email authenticator app set up. Oh, nice. We could do an authenticator app. Perfect. Good job, Swanee. Camera. Click on that. What? Restore? No. No, don't do that. Oh my God. Where do I have to do this in? Google Authenticator. Add. QR code. Nice. Type that in here. Download. Alright, those are my backups. I'll download them. We'll figure that out later if I need to. Complete setup. Okay, two-factor authentication has been enabled. Good. That's actually, I'm good to know that. Good to know that. Good morning, Helter Smelter. How you doing, bud? Over 200 strength, you start to lose damage. So anything over 200 strength is bad for melee classes right now. They do know. They are working on it. They're getting it fixed, but... Lose or DR? What's DR? You lose... You lose damage. So, like... It's not diminishing returns. You literally lose damage. You, up to 200 strength, every time I gain some amount of strength, I do more damage. When I get over 200 strength, I actually start to do less damage. I actually put it into the Discord under... It was right here under archery. This is my my personal data right here. So at 182 strength, my max damage I was doing was 82. At 185 strength, I did 85. At 197, I did 90 or 87 damage. And at 202 strength, I did 82 damage. So anyway, it's not good. It's not good. But they do know about it, and they are working on it. Beastmaster kick. The wikis kick at level 3. I've yet to find it. I thought they added this back in. Did they not? Here you go. I'll give you a like. Give you a like, because this is good. What else do we have? Beta key. What is this? An hour ago, I'm giving away 2 beta keys on my stream tomorrow at 10 a.m. ET. Join to enter. Oh my gosh. Signed up for the giveaway, holding your breath. It's all you can do sometimes. Literally all you can do. But yeah, join up. Join up. Let me post that. Still here? Yeah, Isar wanted to come back. I took a couple of days off for a wedding. What is there to do at 60 right now? Camp items, do quests. You know, trade skills if you want to work on some trade skills. Those are the main things to do at level 60. They will bringing raids back at some point. Some heavier, more difficult content. So that's coming back at some point. Those are going to be the main things that you do at level 60 for right now. Trying to get like best in slot gear and finish up quests. But the best thing you can do at level 60 right now is create another character and test more of the game. Like, the people that are like, oh, there's nothing to do at level 60. Well, hate to say it to you, but this is a beta test. Test stuff. I don't know what to say, right? Like, you're not here to play the game indefinitely. You're here to test stuff. Now, once early access starts, then we might be able to complain, oh, there's nothing to do at level 60. You know, there's plenty to do, depending on how you play, but, yeah. Do you think druids will get a strength buff? No, they had their strength buff removed. So druids no longer have a strength buff. To my knowledge, they do not want them to have a strength buff anymore. You play a ton of M&M. How many hours a week do you log? A lot. Yeah, I probably played this game at this point more than just about anybody. Like, actually played it. There are people that have been logged in more than I have, I'm sure. But, you know, some of those people literally just log in and sit in town and chat. You know, there might be some people that have played more than I have, but I doubt too many. And that's not really a bragging point, by the way. That's just I really like this game, and I want it to be successful, and I want to get you guys as much information as possible. So that's why I do what I do. So I appreciate you all being here. And good morning. How you doing? Funny, I think I still have that shrink buff on my Ranger. You might, yeah. Will EA even be half the game? No. Early access is going to be about 25% of the overall game they want to put in for 1.0. About 25%. I want the game to be successful too. It's insane how hard it scratches that old EQ itch with some modern tweaks. Yeah, me too. I'm right there. Like, people think that I don't like this game and all I do is hate on it. It's because I want it to be successful. I want the game to be successful too. It's insane how hard it scratches that EQ itch. I got that. Are the new update to classes implemented yet? We have 6 of the 18 classes updated. 6 of the 18. They definitely need to be tweaked some more. They need to be worked on. They need to be balanced. They're not there yet, but 6 of the 18 total classes are in the game. In their final form, I guess. They're just not finished, but they're how they're supposed to play in their final form. Like, the foundation is there. Lots of tweaking will be coming, hopefully. They really should announce a date for their first major content patch after EA. Show people you have a roadmap. They have a roadmap. They do have a roadmap. But right now they're going to do EA, and then it's going to be about every 3 months they're going to do what they call a module. So modules are going to be big content updates every 3 months. Obviously with smaller patches for bug fixes and things like that and balancing. That's all going to happen between those. And then major content drops approximately every 3 months. I mean, it just depends on... It depends on how big the game is, how much support they get, how many subs they get, all of that. If they only get, let's say, 1,000 subs that stay for those first 3 months, it might be more like 6 months for a content update. But if they get 100,000 subs for those first 3 months, they're going to have clearly a lot more money and be able to hire more people and be able to get some of that content out faster. So it really is going to come out and come down to how popular the game is and how many people are willing to support the game, starting in early access. Unfortunately, I feel like this is one of those games that, it could do really well the first month. It kind of like a Pantheon. It could go the Pantheon route of does really well the first month, and then starts to lose a lot of player base, and then gets down to nobody wanting to play the game at all. Or it could be more like old school EverQuest that started out and nobody knew about it, and it grew a lot for several years and got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So it could go literally either direction. Personally, right now, if they were to release this game right now in early access, like literally today, it would be more of a Pantheon situation. A lot of people would come play the game. Then they would complain about it. Then they would say it's, not finished enough, and it would slowly just die off. So I hope over the next 2 months they can make a lot of changes. Or a lot of adjustments, I should say. These modules probably got shifted around with the classes. They probably did, yeah. Which of the new class changes have you played with? What are your favorites? What are the differences compared to EQ counterparts? So I played Beastmaster, Spellblade, and Wizard. Out of the 6 that have been released so far, I played those 3. Wizard, I hated. I just absolutely dislike the Wizard. Hate is a strong word. I really, really don't like the direction they took the Wizard. The Spellblade, I like the Spellblade. I think it's a good class. But it's too much button pressing. It's too much stance dancing for me. I'm just not a fan of that. If you don't mind the stance dancing and constantly like literally switching around between 3 different stances and using different abilities and just constantly pressing buttons, if you don't mind doing that, then the Spellblade might be a good class for you. It is a strong class. It does really good damage. All that kind of stuff is there. So it's got some utility and all that. Beastmaster, I do like the Beastmaster. It has some bugs with it that need to be worked out. But the Beastmaster is a good class that I really do enjoy. So it just kind of needs some bugs worked out and some balancing to that to really shine. So that would be one that I would probably play, as a solo class or small group class or, something as an alt. It could be a fun class to play for me. I probably won't be playing it, but I would play that one if I wanted to play that style of class. So that's the 3 that those are the 3 that I have played. The ones that I haven't played, which is the Archer, Druid, and why am I having a brain fart? Well, we'll start with those while I think of the other ones. Archer is in a pretty good place. I don't really like the trap system that they did with it. I feel like, they kind of fixed it. In the beginning, it was like you had to carry around traps, and the traps could get destroyed, and it was just a whole thing. So I'm not sure how I feel about that. Rogue was the last one that I was not thinking about. So the Archer, that's kind of where I'm at with that one. It's still a very strong class. It's very good DPS. I would recommend that to people that want to play a good range DPS class. You can solo through snare kiting, but you have to pick your targets to be able to do that. But outside of that, it's really good in a group. Druid right now is extremely on the overpowered side. It just does everything too well. It does DPS very well. It does healing very well, and it has a good amount of utility. So it just does a lot. The only thing it can't do is tank, and everything else, though, you could bring them into your party for any other reason. And it does them exceptionally well. So we'll have to see how they tweak that. It just needs balancing. I personally don't feel like the Druid Seasons is a fun mechanic for me. Some people are going to like it. Some people won't like it. But it's not a fun mechanic in my opinion, because you constantly have to watch your buff bar to watch for stacks. And then when you go to a certain season, you're going to have to get around back to the season you want to be in. And it's just kind of annoying to have to do it. But it is a very, very, very strong class right now. So we'll see how many people actually want to play it once they balance the Druid. It needs to lose some DPS, and it needs to lose some healing. And its utility could probably stay where it's at right now. It's a decent utility, but I wouldn't call its utility overpowered. I just think that they have that on top of their insane ability to heal and damage. So it's a bit much. So that's probably going to get balanced down, I imagine. Or other classes will get balanced up. It could go either way. But I think that the Druid probably should come down in power some. The last one is a Rogue. Rogue is awful. That's all I can really say about it. It went from bad to worse, and then back to bad. And it might be a slightly above bad right now. The Rogue in general it literally was the worst class in the game in my opinion, and they somehow made it worse with their class revamp on it. Then they did some tweaks, and they might have brought it slightly above what it was originally, but it still needs a lot of work, and it still needs a lot of love. It's not there yet. So there you go. That's my take on all of the class revamps in a nutshell. I might clip that and put it on YouTube. So there you go. I mean, they need a lot of work, right? They still all need some work. They still all need some balancing. They're slowly getting there. So we'll just have to see what happens. Oh my gosh. Okay, good. YouTube is actually starting to work. I'm starting to see YouTube comments now, so they weren't showing up there for a moment. So if I missed your YouTube comments, I apologize. You can repeat it if I don't respond in some, timely manner. feel free to repeat it. Repeating your questions also helps the algorithm, so, you know, that's good too. Let's see. Read that one. It's probably true. I kind of like the idea of modules. Feels like a periodic expansion, level increase. Yeah, that's kind of what they're going for. It's almost like in D&D, you know, every once in a while you have a module. You have a module book that you can buy and then run a campaign for friends. And that's kind of how I'm looking at it. It's almost like season-based content for this game. Where, you know, like a Diablo 4 or Path of Exile season runs for 3 months. You know, every 3 months they do a new season or whatever. So I like the idea of it. We'll see how it actually pans out. That trickle is when I see alpha beta. Hopefully it's a product of looming character wipe and content. The trickle of what? Archer Druid. Yep, there you go. Blanking on the last one. Yeah. It was Wizard you kept forgetting about? Yeah, that's because Wizard was kind of bad. I went from wanting to main Wizard to now wanting with Beastmaster. Okay, yeah. Potentially like Spellblade. Yeah, I mean, all the classes definitely stand out as different and unique and play differently. So you might actually like a class. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean that you won't like it. I can only tell you how it plays for me and my play style, and then I can tell you on a power level standpoint, like how good or bad it is as far as strength. And you know, some of these classes are extremely strong, and some of them are just still too weak. So, we'll have to see. With only 6 of 18 classes done, do you truly believe they're going to complete the other 12 in the next 65 days? No, I don't. Let's play. I think that they have bit off way more than they can chew. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I'm not gonna try to sugarcoat it like some people will. I'm not gonna white knight it. I'm not gonna do any of that stuff. I'm not trying to say that the devs can't do it or they shouldn't have done what they did. But no, they absolutely will not get these classes, all 18 classes, in by early access and in a good state where you can feel your class is comparable to another class. It's not going to happen. Like, I don't like to be super negative. I know people are going to be like, you're negative all the time. I'm not trying to be negative all the time. I'm trying to be realistic. Like, realistically speaking, it's not going to happen. I think Spellblade could be the answer for newer, younger players. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, newer, younger players will probably like Spellblade a lot, who want to be able to press a lot of buttons, want to be able to, you know, kind of move around the battlefield, more of the ADHD kind of gameplay. Not to pick on anybody that may have ADHD. Totally respect that. I get that way. But yes, it's more of that play style. I played on beta, felt like EQ Beastmaster with pets. I think their pets were buffed when I played. Spellblade and Wizard, more of an action type role and requires more input. Yeah, well, the Wizard, it doesn't require the input. You don't have to do the glyph system for the Wizard. I don't like the glyph system personally, and if I play a Wizard, I will not be using the glyph system unless they change something from what it currently is. What I don't like about the Wizard is they literally said in their deep dive they wanted to give the Wizard more sustain, and they didn't. They just didn't. They did at one point for like 2 days. It was good, and then they took it away again. The Wizard has kind of terrible sustain. The problem with it right now is we don't have a DPS meter. Nothing official. We can't really see which classes do more damage, do less damage, do the same or more or less damage over time, short bursts. We can't see those numbers. We can only base it on how it feels to play the game. And right now, for me, it feels like a melee class, the Beastmaster, like pretty much any melee class feels better than a Wizard in a group setting. It's very much like EverQuest 1, early on EverQuest 1, where you didn't want a wizard in your party because wizards just didn't have that sustained DPS. They could burst down one mob and then they sit down and meditate for a long time, or they could do a little bit of damage to every mob, but it's like it just kind of feels bad to play, in my opinion. So that's where I'm at with the wizard. Do you think Elementalists would get any major hits? Yes. Major hits, I don't know, but Elementalists would get some big changes, yes. The trickle of people leaving? Oh, yeah, people are going to come and go. Some of that's because of beta, Chad. Yeah, some of it's because of beta. Some of it's because of other things. But, yeah, people are going to definitely come and go. I was thinking of trying Cleric with the revamp. Never played a healer. Might as well see how it is. I hope the Cleric is good. The issue that I have with Cleric right now is that it's just a really exceptionally good healer. That's where the Cleric shines. And it's not necessary. So your Shaman and your Druid are just a better class to have because they do enough healing. And they're just like, they're 100% healing versus 1,000% healing. They're the same thing, right? You can't, overhealing does what? Nothing. It literally does nothing. So right now the Cleric just overheals most of the time. They do their impart line. If you use your impart line at the current level that you get it, you're pretty much going to complete heal a tank. So if you don't wait until the tank is at like 25% health before you do your heal, it's literally just overhealing. So they need to do something with the Cleric to make it feel like you're actually doing something. Otherwise, it's better to just use a Druid or Shaman. So we'll see. I don't know what they're going to plan with it. Some people have been saying that they're going to make it a battle Cleric. Some people have said that they're going to do some other things with it. So we'll see. There's a difference between being negative and responding to reality. I take the negativity as a form of love. If you didn't care, you wouldn't offer feedback. If I didn't care, I wouldn't play the game, Chad. I don't care about EQ Legends. I don't care about Pantheon. I'll talk about them every once in a while, but I really could not care less about either of those games at this point. I'll keep Pantheon on my radar. EverQuest Legends and Daybreak, good luck. I have no intentions whatsoever of. I don't care about those games. Less like you said, they're super buckle down and bust out these reworks. They don't have time. Yeah, they don't have time. Do you think EA gets delayed again? No, I don't think EA will be delayed again, but I don't think it's going to be as polished as people hope. So definitely don't go into EA expecting the game to feel finished, to feel like, where I think it should be. This is going to be a big gripe of mine because I hated on Pantheon. I've hated on Ashes of Creation for this exact same reason. They start taking money from the customer and then they just keep throwing garbage at you, right? Revamps and ideas and things like that are just like, okay, well, it may or may not work. We don't know. I don't like that. The reason I don't like Daybreak is because they keep nickel and diming their player base. And for some reason, people keep giving them money. I don't know why, but they do. And I don't like that in a company. And I don't want to support a company like that. So I really hope that Niche Worlds Cult, for lack of a better term, gets their poop together with this early access and gives us a solid product. And I know they want to. And I know that I'm being pretty harsh right now, but let's get the reality. We have been burned however many times on a game going into early access and then never getting finished, never feeling finished. And I think people are tired of it. And I just hope that Niche Worlds Cult doesn't do the same thing. I just don't want to see it again, especially for this game. After the success they have had as a voluntary team up to this point, I don't want them to throw it all away because they just don't have a finished product, you know, for early access. Like what feels like it's not going to be finished. I understand that. Like early access is early access. It's not finished. But like Burl likes to say, feature complete, right? So that's all I'm saying. I just want it. I want it to be successful. I have severe ADHD, and I've gravitated to the Druid, Ranger, Beast over Spellblade. Really, the Druid I could see. Beastmaster I don't feel like is an ADHD kind of class. Ranger hasn't been done yet, so we'll have to see what they do with the Ranger. But more of a style than personality choice, yeah. I wonder if they're going to include any melee options for Cleric. There's been some talk of that in packs. Like there's been some talk. I think even Sean likes the idea of a melee Cleric. But if they lean too heavily into melee Cleric, they may as well make a Paladin. So I don't know what the plan is there. I'm very curious, you know, how they're going to do that, if they're going to do that, you know, and if it works, you know. They could make a melee Cleric and it could work really well. I don't know. What is this room? I've seen you camping in the past 3 streams. This is the Malik camp in Glass Flats. It's where like these outlaws, bandits, or whatever kind of cave. So Malik is a named enemy that drops 3 decent items. So he drops a wrist piece that's pretty good. Drops a dagger that's very good for melee DPS classes, and a chest piece that is very good for leather melee DPS classes, like your monk, your rogue. Yeah, those classes. Not to mention the scam EQ Next was. Yeah, EQL players are Stockholm. Yeah. I don't want to change my title right now, Burl. It's a pain in the butt to change my title. So I'm not going to deal with all that. People either know or they don't. It gives those that are here a better chance. Difficulty is giving feedback, and then people saying stick to the vision, and that's not what this game is. Yeah. Dagger looked awesome for Spellblade. It's a really good Spellblade weapon. Yep. Very, very good Spellblade weapon. It's actually good for any melee right now, honestly. But because it's got a proc on it, a damaging proc, Spellblade will get the most use out of it. Any high int character would get the most use out of it. High int, high dex. Fighters, like, that's one thing that I don't, like, I don't know. Fighters don't need a good proc weapon. Like, they don't do much for them because they're probably going to have lower dex and lower intelligence than the other tanks. Like, Paladin would have the next lowest intelligence, and since intelligence, and I don't know if this is intended or if it's a bug or what, but intelligence apparently does affect your proc damage. So if you have a damaging proc on your weapon, it does affect that. I honestly don't know how I feel about that. Should it not? I can argue both sides. So I don't know. So fighters are just going to be like, they're going to be the worst with a proc weapon. But we'll have to see how they balance them. Like, fighters are supposed to be the next ones coming in. They may end up being a really good tank. They may not. Personally, I feel like they need to make them the best tank, defensive-wise, because they don't have anything else that they do. You know, like you take a Shadow Knight, give it a good proc weapon, and it's going to do more damage because of the proc on it. You know, they're going to also, Shadow Knights need dex. They're going to stack more dex than a fighter will. But it also spreads out their gear, and so, you know, there's pluses and minuses to each. So we'll see what they do. I'm very curious what they're going to do with the fighter and cleric. I mean, I'm curious what they're going to do with the monk as well, but I want to see that tanking, how they're going to do that in the future. I know this is a group-centric game, but would you have any recommendations for soloing a new M&M? My playtime is very sporadic. You can solo extremely well in this game right now. Too well, in my opinion. It's supposed to be a very group-focused game. They have not put nearly enough emphasis on the group at all. Period. Like, people say that it's a group-focused game. It's not. Not yet. It's getting there. They have made some changes recently that push people into groups, but I disagree with that philosophy. They are trying to punish people for soloing so that they group, rather than reward people for grouping so that they don't solo. I prefer the direction of reward grouping rather than punish soloing. That's my take on it. Right now the game it's very soloable if you are on certain classes. If you're playing a Beastmaster, especially at low levels, the Druid can solo really well, Necro can solo really well, Enchanter can solo really well. Like there's several classes that can just solo extremely well. So it just depends. Ones don't need to be the best tank because they can't let mobs come to them one at a time. Wait, what? Ones? I don't know what that means. Bonus XP? Yeah, they need more bonus XP for grouping. They already have a bonus XP right now, but it needs to be bigger. Yeah, exactly. Positive reinforcement. That's my parenting style. Rather than punishment for doing something wrong, reinforce the good behavior and try to not ignore, like ignore is a bad word, but kind of ignore the bad behavior. But yeah, I think, hey, you got a group together, you're willing to go and travel to this far off location with your group and do harder content, let's reward that. Rather than say, oh, you want to play solo, let's punish that. Like, those are two different directions they could go, and so far they have chosen the let's punish solo players to push them into groups. Oh, you're bad at the game, you're less knowledgeable about the game, then you should group. Rather than, hey, let's make grouping good. Make grouping good again. We want to turn it into a hat. I haven't played for much of the past. Our soloers still getting the fastest XP. Yes. Yeah, that hasn't changed. A necromancer, an enchanter, a well-played soloer is going to be the fastest leveler in the game. Absolutely. By a significant amount. A significant amount. If you try to 6-man, it's still going to take you a good 500 hours for a static 6-man to go from level 1. Well, a static might be 400 hours. Like some people that know where they're going, they have a static group, they all play at the exact same time, and they all work together. 400 hours to get from level 1 to 60. But a solo player that knows the same amount of information and has the same play style, the same, whatever, 200 hours tops. So half the amount of time you could get there solo. And that's not good. It's just not good. I don't care if you get better gear for being in a party. You can level up and then go get the gear once you get higher level. It's not that hard to figure out. You also get to keep all of your money. My wizard ended up with 1.5 platinum at level 60. My fighter ended up with under 1 platinum at level 60. So I ended up with less money on my fighter, and I didn't buy any spells or any abilities after level 16. So like my wizard, I bought every single spell, and I still had more money on my wizard than I did on my fighter once they hit level 60. So it's more rewarding to play a solo class. And I could spend that extra coin on getting the gear that I can't camp in a group. I could just buy it outright And then when you get in a party of 6, you may or may not see an item. You know, you just may or may not see it. We have camped this one item now for over 50 hours and haven't seen it once. So, you know, you tell me if it's worth it to be in a group. 36 Necro solo? Yeah. You can solo all the way up to 60 on a Necro, easily. Special buffs for full groups, no class has. Yeah, they just need to do something with it. I hope they rug pull the overpoweredness of Charm right before EA. I hope so too. Yeah, I hope that it would be hilarious if everybody goes into early access thinking Charm is going to be the be-all end-all because they don't change it before early access, and then all of a sudden during early access you have tons of enchanters and tons of bards that are all planning on power leveling to level 60 using Charm, and they're just like, nope, it's nerfed so badly. But we'll see. Do you think there will ever be level caps on gear weapons? Possibly. Yeah, it's very possible. I don't know if they will do it or not, but they've talked about it and they're considering it. But itemization is currently on the back burners. We don't know what's going to happen with that. They're focusing on class revamps right now, and itemization is definitely not getting looked at. Like if it is getting looked at, it's not getting looked at enough to where it affects us as players. It just feels like it's being overlooked for now, which is fine. Like, I don't have an issue with it, because get the classes in the way you want them. Get the monsters in the way you want them, the TTK, the abilities, all of that. Get that the way you want it. Then work on itemization. Then finally work on balancing, because itemization factors into balancing. So they need to. It's a lot they have to do. We'll see. See what happens. The Charm hate's hilarious. It's not Charm hate. It's just that it's overpowered. I'm not hating on it. It's just really strong. What item are you camping? Why for over 50 hours? So what we're camping right now, there's a vest. It's a melee chest piece that's got really good stats on it. And it's just, we've been here for over 50 hours because it just hasn't dropped. That's it. Charm needs a high charisma requirement. Okay, so you need itemization. That's not a negative. Like, I don't know why people are like, oh, you have to have high charisma to be able to charm things. Okay, I have to have high armor class and high strength and high stamina, high agility, high dexterity. I have to have stats too to tank stuff. A wizard needs intelligence to nuke stuff. What? Like, where's the argument there? I don't understand the argument of needing itemization. Like, it's a silly argument. They really need to have all of the class updates in and tested before EA. Yeah, but that's not going to happen, Mick. Not going to happen. It's so funny because so many people that just want to exploit the easy to 60 cry so hard. They will cry very hard. If they do it. I don't know if they're going to do it, though. It's not really an exploit, though, JT. It's not an exploit. It's just really strong and unbalanced compared to other classes. Glass Flats, the Crystal Skellies. What about the Crystal Skellies? Fallen Pass. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, where should you go as level 36 Necro to? There's a lot of places. Yeah, you could do the Drakes like Rogue is saying. The Drakes in Fallen Pass. You could do Beetles if you do. Well, you're not going to charm kill them over the Beetles, but you could Fear Kite Beetles. Yeah, the Crystal Skeleton area might be about right. Yeah, there's a bunch of places. So, what's up, Gemini? How are you? I'm usually a fan of loot being generated for each player. It's not realistic, but it's just better incentive structure for multiplayer games. That's more of the Diablo style. Like, I don't mind it, but that's going against the community feel of this game, I guess, is the best way to explain it. This game is meant to be get in a group, get in a larger community of people to help each other get better items, level up, do harder content, etc. And if you make it to where individuals have their own loot, it just takes away from that community feel. So I don't see them doing that. You hope items get more interesting than stats? I do too, yeah. How to use a disenchant box? The disenchanting, so this right here, the disenchant cube, you have to put it in on one of your bag slots. So if you open it up, it says bag. So your first slot is your backpack slot. These next 3 are bag slots, and the last 3 are belt slots. So you have to put it in a bag slot, and then once you put it in your bag slot, you open it up. You take an item like this that has magic in it, and you take that and you put it in there, and then you hit disenchant. And it disenchants it, and it turns it into powder with a chance of like sparks of magic. So that's how you use the disenchanting cube. Where I am now on your Necros Plagueborn ramp. Yeah, the Plagueborn ramp's pretty good at 30, mid to high 30s. Yeah, it's easy to. I have. People keep coming in and they want to try to attack me, and honestly, like, I'm more knowledgeable about this game. I guarantee you, more knowledgeable about this game than you are, and I'm not trying to say that in a way that is mean to you, but I have played every class in this game at least once, briefly. I have played level 60 enchanters, and I have absolutely have charmed with them. I have played level 60 druids, and I've absolutely charmed with them. Just because I don't stream it every day doesn't mean I haven't done it. So I understand how powerful charm is. I have played with it. It is extremely overpowered. So don't try to argue with me or make me look like the bad guy as if I haven't done these things. You're going to look silly, okay? You're going to look silly. What I'm trying to say is that charm should need charisma threshold, meaning you can't be naked or new enchanter. Expect charm to last longer than 30 seconds unless you have... Yeah, that's exactly what their idea was, Tetris. They changed it to where it just requires more charisma to be able to charm reliably, right? That was the idea of it. It wasn't really a nerf to charm that some people like to say it was. Charm is still and has always been very strong, extremely strong. The only thing they did is require gearing to be able to do it effectively. That's it. So every other class in the game needed to get better gear to make their class stronger. Charm classes didn't need that for a long time. They didn't need to get better gear to make their class stronger. They just had to charm a monster, and boom, they win game. So now it's required that they need gear, but it still makes charm too powerful. So that's kind of where it's at. I don't mean exploit, as in they're exploiting a bug. I mean they're using a flaw in the game. Yes, I get you. Yeah. It's an easy to Plagueborn ramp, then transition to Ratman around the corner to 44-ish. Yep, absolutely. You love Sunken Resort, do you? I love the idea of Sunken Resort, but unfortunately the dungeon is too remote and too challenging and not rewarding enough for the level. I say not rewarding enough as in the itemization of it. I don't know if it has like a Zim modifier. It might have a good Zim modifier, meaning that the XP there is just phenomenal. I don't know for sure. I do know that Grimtide Sanctum had really good XP rates compared to other things of that level, but it still wasn't worth going to Grimtide Sanctum, and potentially the time invested to get there. If you die, the time invested for corpse recovery, all of that, it really just wasn't worth it. But if they do enough of a Zim modifier for the dungeon, it could be awesome. But they also need to work on it. It's a very challenging dungeon to be in, at level for sure. Sounds easy, but there are tiers to disenchanting. You have to start with low tier. Well, you do. There's more to it than what I just said, yeah. Yeah, there's more to it than what I just said. But that, I mean, I was just trying to explain how to do it. Like, you know, get a disenchanting cube, get a magic item, put it in there, and do it. I have a video on disenchanting and enchanting. If you want to go learn more about disenchanting and enchanting, I recommend watching my YouTube video on it. It's the all the charm base players trying to talk down charm in order to not get nerfed. Oh, yes, yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what it is, Naza. It's people that use charm all the time and they don't want it to get nerfed because it's a crutch to them. It's their easy way to victory, and they want to try to make it sound like it's not good. Yeah. I just find it silly that people try to tell me like, well, you haven't played it because all you ever play is a fighter. Or the people that come in when I'm solo and I say that I think the game should be more group-based, or the people that come in while I'm grouping and say that I've never soloed in my life. Hilarious. Hilarious. It's like, I literally am not allowed to have an opinion. I'm not allowed to even talk about the game because of what I'm currently doing is contradictory to what I might be saying. It's just crazy, dude. People are nuts. I tried charming on Druid. Breaks a lot. It does break a lot if you don't have enough charisma. Yeah. Charm mobs either need a heavy nerf or charm spells need a cooldown. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that they can do it. You just talked about Resort Write-Up and how it's not worth it before you left for the weekend. Yeah, I don't personally feel like Sunken Resort is worth the effort right now. It takes... If you're trying to go into Sunken Resort at level, it's not worth the effort currently. It's just a very challenging dungeon. And it's kind of out in a remote place. You know, it's not necessarily quick to get to. It's not hard to get to, but it's not quick. And trying to get an entire group to go there and all that, it's just bad. We found a bug, though, when the Elemental's Blast knocks you back through walls into another room. Is that the one? Yeah, there's ways that you can swim around inside of Sunken Resort. You can swim anywhere you want inside of Sunken Resort. You can get knocked through the walls very easily. There's just a lot of bugs with the zone that they definitely need to resolve. You can't solo, don't lie. Right? Soloing's impossible. All you ever do is group. How do you know anything about soloing? Yep, never done it. Never soloed a wizard from level 8 to 60. Never soloed in my life. Literally soloed that entire class. Oh, but now you never group. You only solo, Criddle. Yeah, I didn't group my fighter from level 1 to 60. Didn't do that either. Oh, but you don't know what it's like to have to worry about pickup groups and how to deal with that. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I did play my Spellblade completely with pickup groups. Yeah, I literally did pickup groups from 1 to 37. Yeah, I forgot about that part. Never done any of these things, guys. Oh, you've never charmed in your life. Yeah, I have tried enchanters and druids charming at various levels. People are ridiculous, dude. Why'd I stop playing Spellblade? I stopped playing the Spellblade because the Beastmaster and Rogue deep dives came out, and I wanted to try out one of those, so I chose the Beastmaster as the one that I was going to try. So I played that one up to level 29 so far. Yeah. Have not played the new Rogue, but I have talked to people that play the Rogue, and it's better now after some changes, but still not great. About this camp? Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, I don't know. Possibly. Have you been playing this game more or less 40 hours a week for almost a year? Yes. Yeah, this is literally a job for me, JT. Like, it's literally a job. I played this game too much. Would it be a waste to not get into disenchanting when EA comes? I almost feel like I need to work 4 different trade skills. Disenchanting is going to be tough. Because I feel like a lot of people are going to want to disenchant items because they're going to want to get the materials to either, maybe they're going to work on enchanting, or maybe they want to sell the materials to somebody. Maybe they want to just use the materials to have an enchanter make them items. So a lot of people are going to want to disenchant. So that's going to be a hard one. And every time a magic item drops in your party, people are going to be like, oh, if nobody needs it, I'll disenchant it. But then you're also going to have people like, no, I want to take that. I'll roll as greed to sell it. So you're going to have people that are going to roll as need for items to keep on their character. They're going to have greed to sell the items. And they're also going to have greed for disenchanting of the items. So people are going to roll for a lot of reasons. And it's going to be very hard to level up enchanting. I'm very fortunate because most likely in my group, I will end up doing the same thing that I did this time around, which is probably we'll pick one person out of the group, which will most likely be me, to do most of the trade skill stuff, unless we feed all of the materials to somebody else, like in the guild. I do have a friend of mine that likes to do trade skill stuff. We might go that route of feed that person all of our stuff and have them level up different trade skills. I don't know. So it's going to be tough for those people that want to try to level it, because like somebody was saying, you're going to fail a lot on disenchanting. You can't just jump straight into higher level disenchants. It's just going to break the item. However, disenchanting does cap out. Like my disenchanting is only at 63 out of 300, and I disenchant everything for my party. So even level 60 items I can disenchant and get the materials out of. This is basically capped. I think 65 is officially capped for disenchanting right now. So it's not a big deal. Anyway, perhaps the issue is itemization. Make dungeon items stronger, and perhaps have mobs not drop items if they are dropping items if they are green or gray or whatever. That's not in the table. That's not on the cards. Probably not going to happen. But yes, dungeon better items from dungeons absolutely is an incentive to get people to go to those dungeons, and they need to do that with itemization. For sure. Druid can still quad kite? I'm sure they can. Yeah, Beastmaster is more fun. I like the Beastmaster. How strong is the Beastmaster? Not as strong as it was, but strong. It's stronger in some ways, but not as strong as it was, if that makes sense. They're better. Beastmaster is now better DPS than it used to be, but it has less utility than it had previously. So the Beastmaster previously could kill things, could solo really well all the way up to level 60. I will say the soloing started to fall apart very quickly around level 15 or so, between 15 and 20. It just became a lot more difficult to solo on the Beastmaster. You have to let your pet tank, and most people are a little too ADD, and they're going to be like, oh, we're going all out on this mob, and now it's hitting me on my main character or whatever. It's hitting your character and not the beast, and it's harder to maintain your health on yourself, easier to maintain on your beast. People need to learn to play properly with the Beastmaster if they want to solo. But yeah, it's still a very good class. It can solo exceptionally well up to about level 15. After that, it does slow down considerably, and you need to learn to play the class. It's kind of like the Necromancer. If you try to play the Necromancer the way it was built by the devs and intended to play, as send in your skeleton pet, heal your skeleton pet, nuke the mob. Same thing with like Elementalist, kind of same kind of thing, where that's the way that they were intended to play in the beginning, and your pets are not going to take a lot of hits. They're going to die very easily. So that. But as people learned with the Necromancer through EverQuest and now using it in Monsters and Memories, fear kiting or charm kiting and charming and all that is the better way to level. So once you learn how to play the class properly, or not properly, but once you learn how to play the class advanced style, I guess, some might call it meta, then it becomes a lot easier and it's extremely powerful. So again, going back to the charm, I feel like people that are using charm the way that it was intended to be used by the devs originally are probably going, well, charm's not that strong, it breaks too often, etc., etc. But people that have learned how to use charm effectively absolutely understand how charm is broken. Or, you know, the fear kiting is very, very strong and all that. Like, once you learn certain ways to play the game. A lot of people like to say that they don't like to play the meta. They don't like to play the meta because they don't know the meta yet. Once they learn the meta and they're like, oh, wow, this is so much easier, so much more efficient, so much better to play it this way, then they start playing the meta. And a lot of people didn't realize that with a lot of different builds in this game. Same thing with EverQuest. People did not realize what the meta was back in 1999, 2000, 2001. It took a few years to learn the meta of that game. Once you know how it functions and what's powerful and what's not powerful, then everyone started to play that way. Like, not everyone, but majority of people started to play that way. And, you know, now we're kind of taking that EverQuest meta and just throwing it right into Monsters and Memories. So some people have a big jump start on everybody else. If you knew the meta previously, it's the same thing. That was a lot of words for probably saying very little, but hopefully it made sense. Quadding on Druid is more work than I want to do. Is it? Yeah, I haven't tried to quad on the Druid since the changes. Maybe I'll push mining, smelting, smithing, and make bags first then. Making bags first is very good. I left you in charge of making sure Monster Memories is a good game. I need progress update. I'm trying, just let me play. The thing is, the devs don't want to listen to... Well, I don't want to say it that way. It's not the devs don't want to listen to me. It's that the devs have a different viewpoint than I do. Different perspective. In some ways. Sometimes I don't see where they're going or they don't see where I'm going. And we both are like, oh, wow, I didn't see that coming. So it just depends. I think Sean has definitely in the past said something to the line or to the effect of Criddle was right. And I appreciate that from Sean. Whether he was joking or not, you know, he did kind of come as like, yeah, maybe Criddle was actually right about things that he was saying. And then there have been times where I'm like, no, Sean absolutely, you know, nailed it, and I was wrong in what I was saying. So yeah. Dorencia is here, Isar. So yeah, she just showed up a second ago. I'm not messing with disenchanting or jewelry. Yeah. Morning, Criddle. Back to basics. The classic GIF. Yeah. The classic GIF Criddle group. I'd rather not get the gems and find the jewelry guy. So, how I look at it with this game right now, if you do not enjoy crafting, it's probably not worth you crafting. Or if you are not like the main crafter of your group or guild, it's probably not worth it. It's better. You're way better off giving all of the items to somebody that enjoys doing it, or your guild or your groups. You know, pick one person and let one person do the crafting, because it's going to be a lot easier for everyone involved. If you start to compete with it, then nobody's going to make any money and it's just not going to work out. So That's how I look at trade skills. It's not worth it. If you're like jewel crafting, we'll use that as the example because you guys were talking about it. If you want a set of jewelry on your level 60 character, but you have no intentions of doing jewel crafting, leveling it up, making it for a bunch of other people, selling it, trading it, all that, then it's not worth you putting points into jewel crafting and trying to level it, because you're going to get your one set of jewelry and then you're never going to get jewelry again. It is worth it if you're willing to put in the time and effort and sell it to a bunch of other players or make the jewelry for your entire guild. Then it is worth it. But it's a lot of effort if you want to try to do it. They should at least make more of those core build items no drop to get people grouping for them. I mean, I agree. Yeah, I think that the game needs a lot more of that. Speaking of druids, I absolutely love shapeshifters. Do you think druids will ever get a form like bear for strength, cat for dexterity? Maybe. I know that like shaman right now has a bear form that gives them wisdom. That might go away with the revamp. It might stay. I honestly don't know. But it's a possibility that they could give druids some sort of shape-shifting. However, it would not be like World of Warcraft shape-shifting. I don't see that coming at all, where they're gonna, like a druid is gonna be able to shape-shift into a bear to have more health and more strength to be able to tank stuff, or anything like that, or be able to do melee DPS. That's not gonna happen. If anything, it'll be a small like buff, like the shaman going into bear form to get more wisdom. That would be the only thing that they would probably do. And druids can shapeshift into wolves and jackal, so they could turn into those for faster run speed. So maybe, but I doubt you're going to see a lot more of that. I would say, like the Beastmaster having their buff to get a swim speed, I don't know why you wouldn't make a druid be able to turn into like a shark and be able to swim faster, and have like enduring breath, like be able to breathe underwater or something. Like I definitely see them possibly doing that in the future, but will they? I don't know. How's everyone's wizard boycott going? I mean, mine's going well. I've just been playing a bunch of other classes. I still get on my wizard to teleport and, stuff like that. Trade skill does give you something else to do, at least when you can't find groups. It does, yeah. I don't think we will. I believe the direction for the class requires it. Yeah. Don't believe the direction for the class. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I'm kind of with Vor. I don't see them doing the shape shifting, but if they do, it'll be more for buffs rather than for a different play style. You also need to level blacksmithing, mining, and disenchanting for jewel crafting. Yeah. That's why I say just feed in your group, in your guild, whatever your community is, feed one person like all of the trade skill stuff and let them be your trade skiller. It's just so much easier for everybody. If everybody is competing with each other for all of the materials, it's going to be more difficult. It's just going to make everything more difficult. Even if you have somebody that's like, hey, I want to do tailoring, so give me all the cloth. And you want to do leather working, so give you all the leather. And you want to do jewel crafting, so you get all the gems. Even if you do that, now you still have to communicate with all those people and be like, hey, I need you to use your leather that you've been getting from our group to make all this stuff for my my cloth so that I can do tailoring, or I guess leather goes into blacksmithing. I guess we'll have to do the flip side of that. I need you to take all the cloth you're getting and turn it into padding so that I can use it on my leather, like to level up my leather working. And everybody's just working against each other and nobody's working together. And it's just going to slow your progress down. My wizard is strictly a loot and gold mule. Mine kind of is too. My wizard, like I log him in to teleport somewhere, or to move people around, or to like grab an item because I can invis and stuff. Like that's what I use them for. I had a jewel craft person on beta, but finding when he was online and communicating him. Yeah, exactly, Umpax. It's always a hassle, right? So you need to find somebody you can count on. Just so you all know, Mimi is a jewel crafter, 296, I believe, in jewel crafting. So if you need a jewel crafter, ask Mimi. Mimi also will kind of make stuff for you basically at cost or free. Mimi's awesome. So, like, throw Mimi a bone every now and then. If you have the extra money, throw Mimi some money, throw Mimi some items, because it helps allowing them to continue to help low-level players. So I really support Mimi in every way. Mimi is an awesome person for the community. Absolutely. Very, very awesome person for the community. What are you giving me all this for? Oh, my God. I don't need all this stuff. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I was like, this is going to be so much food. I just bought some. I don't care what we do. Mimi C is fun to group with. Mimi is awesome. Yeah. I really like Mimi a lot. I wish that I could put in more time to the trade skills. I mean, I could always do that and focus on trade skills, but I'm trying to test the game on a different area. We have people like Mimi that like to do trade skills and are doing a great job testing them. So I don't feel the need to do too much of the trade skill stuff. But I wish that I don't wish. I kind of want to put more time into trade skills to level them up. The food buffs, you never happen? Yeah, I hope they do that soon. I don't know. Food with stats on it would be really nice. Yeah, make cooking have use. Yeah, that's where the trade skills just need a lot of work. Cooking is kind of pointless. A lot of the trade skills just need a lot of love. There's a grocery person that has like 30 ingredients. Yeah, they have a ton of ingredients. So you need to get some ingredients you just buy, and then some ingredients you actually have to go out and find and get, like the meat. You got to kill the different types of enemies to get the right kind of meat, or go fishing. So, yeah. I feel like cooking is going to end up being a money sink. Oh, yeah. I totally forgot you even gave it to me. Has anybody actually done fishing? That's one thing that I have not done at all. I haven't even tried fishing. But I heard it functions. I have. It's boring. That's what I hear. You just throw it in, and then you wait to see if something comes out. And then you throw your rod, and you just keep doing that. And I'm like, that sounds awful. Like, that just sounds awful. You had one buddy who spent time looking for fishing spots. Do they even have fishing spots? Pretty sure you just throw your rod into a body of water and hopefully get a fish. Yeah, I don't think you can like fish at a certain place to get a certain thing yet. I think it's the idea. No mini game, nothing. Just as you said, throw it in and wait. Yeah. Well, fishing's in. Yeah, they want to add, from my understanding, they want to add a mini game to it. But well, we'll see. We will see. All right. Let's go back over here. We posted on that. Let's go this way. Cleric wish list. We're just going to go down our... We're going to try reluctantly to use their forums the way that they want. I'm not liking... God, we got to zoom this in so much. I am so old. Like, why would anybody want to look at a screen where you got to squint? They really... For the age group of what they're kind of building this game for and the age of the developers and everything, it's crazy to me that the amount of eye strain they are giving all of us. Making the game super dark, you know, with the sandstorms, with their forums being where you got to like squint and like lean in. Like, I just don't understand it. Like, do the people developing this game have like perfect vision? I find it very odd. The forums are so poorly designed. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Like, it's bad. Yeah. All right, let's see. Cleric wish list. Copied musing from Discord. Mitigation. More HP barriers. Are they talking... what do they mean by the HP barriers? Are they talking about the absorption shields? Did we not have enough of those on the Cleric? I feel like it was okay. I would say HP buffs, though. Right? So maybe they mean something along those lines where they just have, like... I would like to see more buffs on the Cleric. HP and armor class buffs. Block percentage damage, HP threshold. Okay. Blade turns, block next physical hit. Okay, I see what they're saying. As direct cast, procs, or even a chance. Okay. I mean, yeah. I could see that. I could see that. Just more ways to mitigate... More ways to mitigate damage on your tank is, I think, where they're going with that. Sean had glasses, so yeah, he does. I don't know how he looks at that stuff and is like, "Hey, looks great, guys." Other than Sean's being a nice person, and he doesn't want to like come down on his team. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Sean is just like, he's too nice of a boss to tell somebody you're doing this is a terrible job, redo it. I don't know. Sometimes you need that person. Anyway, I like the ideas here. Yeah, more and more HP barriers, like more ways to mitigate damage. I like that. Do you think the AC fix will make a lot of difference? It'll make a huge difference, yes. Right now, like the big difference it's going to make is getting tanks to... Once they fix the AC, then they can increase the damage that enemies do. Because right now, the enemies seem like they do a ton of damage because AC doesn't work properly, especially at the higher levels. So, like, it'll also push tanks away from agility builds, and they won't become agility tanks. They're going to become actual mitigation tanks. But right now, all of the tanks are basically agility tanks, which is why some people think that monks are tanks because they have taunt and they can get high agility, so they can tank. And it's like, well, kind of. But monks also don't have parry. So Yeah, they definitely need to fix their armor class for sure. Block, skill, and kite and tower shield, or a spell-like effect that acts like a block or self on behalf of nearby party members. Spell easier for effect that protects casting concentration for self only. Make it your total AC. This is the part where I feel like they're trying to make clerics too much paladin, and I disagree. This sounds like a paladin thing that clerics should not get. Clerics are healers. They are not tanks. And they are not damage mitigators. They could do something for their target, give their target higher block skill or, more AC and things. That's what I feel like a cleric is it's supposed to make their target better at tanking. Scaling on barriers with spell, emergency cooldown, group barrier, long duration barriers over time, HP regen buff. Yeah, this sounds all like the mitigation stuff. I don't know. I feel like this person just wants they want a paladin. That's what they want. I don't know. Combine the resist buffs to get a group version at higher levels. Also group HP buff. I think these are going to be chase things for later on. I think they're coming. They're just going to be like, you get the base single target version at whatever level from the vendor as you're leveling, and then maybe have a dropped or a quested spell that is a group version of that. So I think we're going to get that. That's my guess. Adjust the HP buff to boost stamina to some degree. I mean, yeah. More buffs on a cleric, yes. I agree. Definitely agree with that. Give an enchant ally-like effect on a single target to focus defense. Passive increase their HP stats. What? Enchant ally-like effect on a single target. Okay. That one would be a tough sell, because I think that's what they want enchanters to do. Instead of charming, they would prefer them to use enchant ally. Just right now, charming is far superior to enchant ally. CC, scaling single target stun duration. Does it not? I don't know if the duration gets higher. But their stuns, maybe more work on their stuns could be nice. I would like to see something like in that regard, a cleric be able to give melee a stun proc. You know? Like they have an ability to give them a holy damage stun proc that's a 0.1 second stun that just helps your group. But that could be too strong against spellcasters. If you have like an entire melee group that's just constantly proccing a 0.1 second stun, they could never get a spell off. So it might end up being too strong that way, but be kind of cool. Or give them a holy direct damage spell. So like they can put on their tank or on their DPS, a melee DPS, a buff that gives them holy damage. Or put it on their target. The target now takes 10 holy damage every time you attack it, kind of thing. You know, things like that would be really nice. And that would add to the DPS. So in the same way that a damage shield on your tank from a druid or the haste spell from a shaman adds DPS to your party, the holy debuff on the target to take holy damage every time that you hit it to add a little DPS to the cleric via the rest of the group. Something like that could be fun. I know you're doing forum stuff, but when you get a chance, what is the bone weapon the monk is rocking? That is a two-handed weapon that is currently the best in slot. It's called the Grudge Haft. It is the best in slot weapon for monks for a couple of reasons. Reason number one is it does a ton of damage. Oh, here we go. He linked it to me. It does a ton of damage. It's got great ratio on it. Very, very high ratio. It's got high strength on it. It's got negative agility, negative dexterity. But this proc right here, this is what really makes it special. It's broken. It's a broken proc. When it procs, it gives you a buff. The buff gives you strength, positive strength, negative dexterity, negative agility. And it also blinds you temporarily. But it can stack. It keeps stacking. So you can actually max... You can get 255 strength out of this. Although, now that we know that anything over 200 strength is bad, it's probably not as good as it seems. But yeah, it's just a broken item. But yeah, the damage ratio is insanely good on it. Yeah, it's really good. So for a monk, it's a really good weapon for a monk because they get triple attack. They can do stupid damage with it. But unfortunately, fighters can't use it. So it's Beastmaster, Monk, Ranger, and Wizard for some weird reason. So it's just those classes. That would be a really good Beastmaster weapon right now, too. I would say. But Monk, it's the best on a Monk because of triple attack. Just really good. Really, really good weapon. The other classes can dual wield, and Wizard doesn't need to use a weapon, so... Funny that Wizard gets it. Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, different means to apply, point blank, AoE, etc., or effects that you can debuff on a target, trigger, and they attack. This is what I would like to see right there. So, like, cast it, like the Mark of Courage that Paladins have. I wish that they would give that to Clerics. And make it like a mark of whatever god or something along those lines. To do debuffs to the mob whenever you hit it, or, you know, all that. Would love to see it. Also like to see you get Holy Magic Break versus Reds. I don't know what that means. Like, where you can... I don't know. More scaling needed. CC options. Okay. Utility. Create light. Yeah. I don't know why there's not a light spell in the game. No idea. More of that. Utility to bless self or ally to proc effects. You know what? Another thing that clerics I think should get is self-res. Like shamans got in World of Warcraft. Or a spell that they can put on their tank where on a killing blow, instead of dying, they heal for, you know, X amount of health based on something, you know, wisdom or stamina or something like that. Yeah, like an auto life type ability where they just come back to life immediately and don't die. They could also give that to Necromancer. The Necromancer is so in tune with death that it can prevent it when it happens once. You know, a long cooldown. They cast it on somebody and it... Yeah, something like that could be really, really good. Cleric conjured food, water to provide some sort of buff. Oh, they're saying... Okay, I was like, they have food and water. Some sort of buff from the food and water? Maybe. Yeah. A niche buff that can block or reduce duration of the next fear effect. That could be cool for both Cleric or Necromancer. Yeah. A debuff protection spell. The next debuff that hits you gets negated, kind of thing. High cooldown, a reagent ability to bind and teleport to a temple for self or single ally. Like an extra... Be like an extra gate. I don't think this one will come in, but maybe. Supplication's mana net gain after cost is basically literally negligible. You're right. Supplication 2 from level 30 to 39 will net you 14 mana for duration of a minute cast. Literally not even enough for a one 15 mana stun cast. Tedious, pointless waste of mem slot. Yeah, I absolutely agree with this. They put in Supplication, and they're like, it's going to cost X amount of mana to use. And you're going to gain 1 mana per tick for 60 seconds. So it gives you like 10. It's just silly. Or it's like, I guess, 3 mana per tick. It's just silly. Yeah. It's just so little. Anyway. Cleric at the moment, game, impart, sitting, mana. That's exactly what they are. Would be nice if one-handed buffs do not wreck your mana at a level, yeah. Something along those lines would be good. Their mana is definitely harder to keep up than Druid and Shaman mana, for sure. I concur. Melee or taking hits being a means to generate spell procs and sustain mana. I don't know about the sustained mana part, but I do like the idea of melee or taking hits being a means to generate spell procs, you know, like a... I don't want to put a damage shield on them, like have a cleric give a damage shield, like a holy damage shield, but maybe something when the tank takes damage, they have a chance to proc a heal on themselves. Something like that would be kind of cool. Or a stun, when they take damage, the attacker is stunned momentarily would be cool. Want being in melee and taking some hit to be extension of how I can support the group, basically using my own health and armor. Yeah, this person literally wants a paladin. I think Druid should get that. Self-res. I mean, I would like to see anybody get a self-res. Any of the classes. It would be nice to have to get back into... Like, if you die and you died in a safe place, you could self-res back and get your group back going again faster. I would like to see that personally, but we'll see. I really did not expect that response from you, concerning Druid. I mean, I don't mind having Druid having stuff. I just think it has right now too much. It just needs to be tweaked. Like I'm fine with classes having cool abilities. You can't give them too many cool abilities. Anyway, yeah, this person though, like I want being in melee and taking some hit to be an extension of how I can support the group, basically using my own health and armor class, group resources. Yeah, that's... They want a paladin. They just want a paladin. They want a paladin. That's all it is. This person's trying to mix the cleric and paladin too much. But I like some other ideas. Otherwise, the plate plus hammer and shield is just cosplay stat stick. It's 100% what it is. I think I would prefer the cleric to be a priest, like in World of Warcraft. But that's me. Imparts overhealing should generate shields. Yes, this is what I was talking about earlier, where I was saying that clerics are just not as good of healers as Druid and Shaman because most of what they do is overhealing. Overhealing does nothing. It's just extra wasted health. So the benefit of having a cleric is not really a benefit at all. It's just overhealing. So they need to do something with that. Anyway. They could do war clerics. They could, but that's just a paladin. That's the problem. Like, I'm not saying that wouldn't be a cool class to have a have a cleric that melees but it's just a paladin. So why would you have two classes do the same thing? That's what I don't like. But you get no defensive moves? Well, that's what a war cleric would do, right? Isn't that not what a war cleric would do? Another ability I think that clerics would be nice is that, what's that spectral weapon they get from D&D, where you cast it on a target and a weapon appears, and it just keeps beating on that target, the spectral hammer or whatever. And it just keeps beating on that target until that target dies. That would be a cool ability for them to have. All damage, no defense? Then they become a DPS class. That's the problem right now that we have with Druid and Shaman, is that they are too much DPS while also being really good healers. I mean, I'm fine with it if they want to go that route. Like, if you want clerics to be a DPS class, that's fine. But they can't make them really good healers and really good DPS, because then what are the DPS classes for? You know, that's my only issue. Like, I get that people want all these things out of all their classes that they want to play, but if every class can do everything, then, you know, I mean, that becomes really boring. Like, why not just give rogues the ability to proc a 500 point heal every time they attack? You know, like, stuff like that. Yeah. Like, if you take the warrior deity, your heals are reduced by 50%. Well, yeah, then they become... That's the problem with it, though. Then now clerics are, okay, are you a healing cleric or are you a DPS cleric? Oh, you can do both? You know, you could do either one. You can switch. No other class can switch. Right? You see what I'm saying? Each class in this game is meant to... This is their role. This is what they do. They are. It's not World of Warcraft where they can do this, or they can do this, or they can do this based on how they spec. So that's not the way this game is trying to be. I get what you're trying to say, and yes, that is a cool thing to do, but that's not what this game is. You know, you pick a class for what that class does well, and that's it. We just have to wait more raids for clerics to actually shine. Yeah, clerics are definitely good in raids because of their barriers and their bigger heals, which are needed for raids. But yeah, outside of in-game content, clerics are just kind of meh. Sounds like people just need to get over the fact that they can't solo with a cleric. Just sounds like a bunch of people wanting a solo cleric. Oh, I think they want a battle cleric. That's what I think people want, is a battle cleric specifically, which is fine. Like, I think a battle cleric is cool, but a cleric is supposed to be a healer. You guys are, yeah, we're at Malak again, for now anyway. That's the plan. All right, let's see what else we have here. Thoughts and wish list for starting traits. Ugh. This is going to be a loaded one. We're going to skim through it though. What are your thoughts on the current starting trait options, and what are your wish list options? Okay. Interesting to see if there are options to learn new type of weapon family, equip plus skilling. Whether or not these are tied to a specific race or not. Your classic dwarves can use axes, or elves can use swords, or halflings can use daggers. I don't understand the reasoning for that, but sure. Would also be nice if selecting the Shieldman trait could also upgrade the tiers of shields you can wield to kite or tower. That would actually be cool. Like that would be neat. But I don't know if they're going to have a way to do that because it's based on your class, not based on a trait. So like they would have to upgrade your class somehow, or create a Shieldman class specifically for some shields. But it's a cool idea. Also badly needs a small amount of block skill cap. Only cap at 5 if every class is not. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Because then if your block skill cap goes higher, then Shieldman might be a required trait for tanks. I feel like they're trying to make the traits not required. And right now, some people feel like the magic resist trait is kind of a required one. So I think they're trying to balance those out. I love to be a blocking cleric for that shield to matter. I'd like to see more class-specific style variation. Obviously, at the moment, the magic resist trait active is pretty overly dominant. Yeah, and that's the problem with it. Is it's too strong of an ability compared to the other ones. It's meta. People are like, I don't do meta. I chose magic resist trait, but I don't go meta. What do you think meta is? Also, as a bug or not, I found that the tough active power triggers. Yes, triggers the same cooldown as the dwarf stone form power is intentional. It does feel bad. I've got that right here. I've got tough, and I've got stone form. They absolutely do trigger. Yeah. I think that is a bug, personally. Another issue is... The reason I think this is a bug is because I think the agility buff doesn't stack with stone skin. It's just weird. Some of them do, some of them don't. And it doesn't really make sense. I got a Sean response on recommending they remove the minor trait of trade skills that aren't in game. Yeah. I don't know why they have those there other than for future. That's going to feel really bad. Think about it this way. Like, in early access, when early access launches, and you say, oh, I'm going to take skinning. I don't even know if skinning's a trait. I'm going to take skinning because I want to be able to use skinning early on, right? And then you get into game and you find out skinning's not there. That's going to feel bad. Or what if you have like a trait that you get and you're like, oh, they'll add that later. You know? They're planning on adding in skinning in the future, so I want to go ahead and get skinning now and use it because they're going to add it in the future. And then they decide not to add it in the future. Feels bad. They kind of did the same thing with, is it my trait? Yeah, on my fighter on the closed alpha, I had a trait that they just removed. So one of my traits was just gone. And I never got it replaced. So yeah, stuff like that just feels really bad. We were trying to sneak in there art some point for BP for our monk and wrist for our chanter. What kind of lucky have you guys had? We have seen several wrist, but the chest piece is extremely rare. Or we are extremely unlucky. We've been here for 50 plus hours and have yet to see a single vest. I don't miss constantly forgetting which minor or lesser spells were the stronger ones. They obviously planned tons of trade skills and only got some. Yeah, trade skills need a lot of love. Naming spells minor and lesser to describe their power is like using the words moist and damp to describe something's level of wetness. They sound exactly the same. They do, yeah. I'm taking stone cutting. Is that one of the traits that's in there? Stone cutting currently? Yeah, like that. It's gonna feel really bad, you know. Like, what if they don't ever get it in? What if it takes them a year? You know what? Like, at what point do you not have trade skills? What if they decide, like, you know, oh, we're just gonna remove the stone cutting completely, and then you're just left with a trait that you never use and you don't get replaced? Like, it's gonna feel really bad. It feel really bad. Like, I don't know what they're gonna do about that. Oh boy. Well, I have high hopes for this game. I'm excited for it still. What the heck? What are these? 10 AC, 4 string. Those aren't bad. Those aren't bad. Don't yawn. Those are catchy. They are. I'm still a little bit tired, even though I slept well. But yeah, we stayed up super late on Saturday, of course. When within a category, I think the top level tag should be hidden in the image below. You can hover over the first blah, 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 blah. Generally, I think the tag should be easier to read if stacked vertically. Help support feedback is noticeably bad because of how long the title is. Yeah. Yeah. These forums need some love, guys. They need to get like a college student in HTML web design that wants to put something on their resume. That's what they should do, and have them redesign this website. And do it as a college thing, college credit, you know, somehow. Limiting players to 2 trade skills would make the economy much healthier. Maybe. I mean, yeah, it could. It could. Letting trade skillers level up every craft, but limiting to trade skills. What this will end up doing, though, is just everybody makes alts. So it won't actually do much. You're just going to have trade skill alts. So yeah, it's not really going to do a whole lot. Since all items are tradable, it's not going to do a whole lot. It just makes it more tedious for the player. But I don't know. They could do it. Yeah, not sure this would do much of anything. I agree with that. With the current trait system, inventory constraints, you're rewarded by splitting trade skills amongst your alts. The XP boost, the initial skill value are valuable. Yep. I have all the trade skills level around 200 plus, but I may only have one single character that has more than one trade skill leveled at all. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I personally have leveled all my trade skills on one character, but I do agree with that. All right, moving on from that. When unsigned in, users can only see top-level tag posts. So when not signed in? Okay. This is more... I don't want to read all the feedback, support, all that kind of stuff. It's yeah, whatever. Fortissimo is corrupt. Server-specific forum. I don't... Okay, cool. I don't know what that's about. Thoughts on Rogue rework? Uh-oh. I played Rogue in the open test, and when I got into beta, I am maining a Rogue. So far, loving it. Feels much more fleshed out with the additional skills, and the class fantasy is good. I have a couple of things I'd like to suggest. Okay. Reduce the time for sprint to 1 minute 30 seconds. The 2 minutes feels like they take forever to reset without Speed of the Wild. Also, Rogue are quick-footed and agile. Escape and movement are key fantasy. Okay. Reduce the stealth requirement for backstab bonus damage to 2 seconds instead of 3. I often find myself counting probably longer than 3 to make sure it activates, and standing and not helping doesn't feel right. Okay. Poison resist is cool, but I think it's neat to get a group buff. Small thing to contribute to a groups. Also maybe a bit beefier. Okay. What's the purpose of stealth when fighting non-aggressive mobs or mobs that the tank already has aggro on? There shouldn't be a stealth weight requirement. Yeah, what do you guys feel about that? Like, going into stealth or sniper's blind to be able to get an extra hit or extra damage on your hit. Personally, I feel like the amount of damage isn't high enough. The amount of bonus damage isn't high enough to make it worth your while. But I don't know. Maybe I'm off on that. Any recommendation for really, really good two-hander for my Beastmaster around 10 to 20 gold? In that range, probably. I mean, really, really good. No, but a good one in that range would be like the Claymore. What's it called? Stable Master's Claymore. Is a few gold, 10 gold maybe. I have one I can give you. I've got like 6 of them in my bank. Rogue was fun, but my Beastmaster seems to do way more DPS, even with 100 damage backstab. Yeah, that's the thing. Beastmaster does more damage. Rogue, that's why earlier when we talked about Rogue, I said that Rogue was the worst class, and they somehow made it worse, and then they somehow made it slightly better than what it previously was, but it's still overall the worst class in the game. Rogue is. It's just bad. Sniper's blind is exactly. That's how I feel about it, right? The sniper's blind is people are trying to use it in combat, and you can't really use it in combat because now you do sniper's blind to get a slight bonus to the hit. So it's like it's supposed to be just the initial hit is a bonus. while you're in Sniper's Blind. Literally, that's what Zillis said, is it's supposed to be the first attack on a mob to get a little bonus damage. Well, first and foremost, you shouldn't do the most damage up front. That'd be like a wizard going in. Oh, you just pulled a mob. I'm now going to nuke it for 2,000. No. Let the tank get aggro. So what do you want the rogues and the archers to just sit there invisible, waiting before they can even attack the mob? It's boring. It's counterintuitive to the class. So, I don't know. I feel like that whole idea of go into stealth and use Sniper's Blind is not doing what they wanted it to do. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't feel like people are using it that way. And if they are using it that way, it's probably a net negative to their DPS because they have to stop attacking and wait 2 seconds and then use their ability and then start attacking again. And it's just tedious and unfun gameplay. So, sounds like a good opener, but a loss of DPS if you're going into stealth constantly. Yeah, exactly. It's a good opener, but think about it this way. How many times are you using an opener in this game? Right? If you're in a good XP group, you should be chain pulling enemies, and there should always be an enemy at the camp that you're fighting. So how often are you going to go into stealth and then wait and then backstab the mob for a good opener? And it's kind of counterproductive to be the first hit that you do to be a big hit because you need the tank to gain threat. So I don't know the whole thing, and then it's not also a very big hit. It's a slight damage increase bonus. The whole thing just feels bad. I almost bought it for 10. Seemed like a great deal, but I didn't want to borrow my girlfriend's money. 10 gold for the Stable Master's Claymore is about standard, but I can give you one for free if you would really like if you're on this server. It's never going to work out. This is why there needs to be hybrids. There can be hybrids, but the hybrid should be unique. I don't know what hybrids have to do with that conversation. Do you guys have a stirring stick for sale? We have a stirring stick, but not for sale. No, Isar has the stirring stick. We got a stirring stick a while ago, and I had it on my fighter. I gave it to my wizard for a while when wizards could dual wield. Stirring sticks were really good for wizards when they were doing that. And then Isar made his monk, and I gave it to his monk. It's arguably one of the best weapons in the game for a monk. It's really fast, very good damage ratio on it. It's a really good weapon. So yeah, we only have one amongst our group, unfortunately. It's only good for range or kiting group. What, Sniper's Blind is only good for range or kiting group? Yeah. Are we supposed to wait for tank? Well, are you supposed to wait for a tank? In this game right now, no. Tanks, well, a fighter and a Shadow Knight will have plenty of aggro. You don't need to wait for either of them to be able to DPS. So that's not a big deal. For Paladin or Inquisitor, you might need to wait a few seconds for them to gain a little bit of threat before you attack. And that's kind of what feels bad on the Paladin and Inquisitor right now. So they need to adjust that. They got to figure out their threat. I feel like the reason that the Fighter and Shadow Knight don't have an issue is because they're too high on DPS, and DPS is how they get their threat. So they're clearly doing enough damage, and as much, if not more damage, as some of the DPS classes. And that's how they're able to maintain threat. So I think they need to take away the DPS from those two classes a little bit more, add in more threat for all of the different tank classes. Beastmaster was originally designed to be a monk shaman hybrid with a pet. No, that was the EverQuest Beast Lord. This game is similar. Yes, it's a shaman. It's a shaman hybrid with more fighter abilities than monk type gameplay. But it's very similar. Yes, to your point, it's very similar. But what they're trying to do is make all the classes in the game more unique. They want every class to feel unique and special, different type of gameplay, and bring different things to a party. Like the hybrid classes in this game felt just like weak versions of their parent class, which is a problem. I'll be porting on my main Fei Fang on and off today. All right. Yeah, meet me up in town sometime, Helter Smelter. I can give you one of those swords. I'm excited to see the fighter deep dive. I am too, just because I want to see what their plan is with tanks going forward. We've seen healers. We've seen DPS. What are they going to do with the tanks going forward? As far as like how they want them to work. Oh, stirring stick. Isar linked me the stirring stick for those that are curious about the stats. This is it right here. So it's a very fast weapon, good damage delay. It's got high strength on it. So it's just really good for monks. It was best in slot for wizards for a time. It is currently not best in slot for wizards, but it was for a little bit. But it's still good for wizards because of the 6 int and mana. But there's better if you want to maximize your intelligence. There's better items to get. Isn't that how hybrids are? You get both worlds, but not as good. Yeah, that is how they are. But that's the problem. Is if you actually look back at hybrids, we'll use EverQuest as the example. The Paladin, the Shadow Knight were not as good as having the parent class in your party. The Warrior was always a better tank than Paladin or Shadow Knight. The Cleric was always a better healer. It was just, you would prefer to have the main classes and not the hybrids. The hybrids were just not good. So what they're trying to do is still make a hybrid class, but make it more unique, so that they have special, unique abilities and they are able to actually do their role and function better in their role. That's the idea, anyway. Also, miss having Beast Lord haste. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. Oh, I didn't see we were switching again. If memory serves me right, the hybrids had more solo ability than their parent classes. Yes, but EverQuest was not meant to be a solo game, so it kind of went against it. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to have the argument with you. You're just going to be contradictory to everything I say, so I don't want to deal with that today. Felt very Beastmaster-like to be on your own and not need the civilized world. Yeah. But hybrid classes generally do, yeah. Monsters and Memories is definitely more of a solo, right now, definitely more of a solo game than EverQuest was, yes. EverQuest, at least in the beginning, was very, very, very much a group-focused game. And this game is trying to get there, but it's not there yet. Yeah, as time went on, the the meta changed in EverQuest and people learned how to play the game in different ways and how to use abilities in different ways, that's a completely different topic. So like Enchanter, we'll use that as an example because we kind of talked about it earlier today. Enchanter in EverQuest 1 in 1999 to like 2001, very, very, very few enchanters used Charm. They just didn't do it. Then people started to learn that Charm was really strong and figured out ways to use it. Then, as years go on, now Charm is like the standard for all enchanters in EverQuest. So things just change over time as people learn to play the classes. This game is trying to be more like EverQuest in 1999, 2000, 2001, when players grouped up more often and everybody had a unique special thing they brought to the group. Not how EverQuest ended up with everybody saying, I'm going to play the easiest, most solo-friendly class. Like, I'm going to play a bard and I'm going to kite 200 mobs at once and kill them all. Because bards could eventually do that because they figured out how to do that in EverQuest. That doesn't mean that we want that to be in Monsters and Memories. That doesn't mean that's the direction they want to go. So, you know, we're taking two completely different things happening and trying to mix them together. And, yeah, you shouldn't be doing that. Like, that's going against what the game is supposed to be. So that's the thing about this game is they want to they want it to be a group focus game. That's the idea, that's the goal, that's the vision, that's where we're going. So when they do stuff that's outside of that, I'm going to call it out. Because it's literally going against their vision. That's why we love you, buddy. Yeah, like they just, I don't know. My opinion, they need to keep going in a certain way with the game. Anyway, we talked about Rogue. Let's move on to another one. Yeah, I don't feel like the stealth and the sniper's blind and stuff is it's a great way to go. Temporary shelter. Could it be possible to have a placeable lean-to? Okay, yeah, this has been brought up a lot. I don't know. Suggestion rant. Oh boy, that is a rant. That might be worse than my rant. Rants. Seems the forums didn't make something about gathering skill and yields plus suggestion rant. So I tested with a test post. What the heck are these people talking about? I don't know if I want to read this much. How many days in this room? We're going on over 50 hours. What are your thoughts on high levels camping, low level named? I'm talking a level 40, camping and named in the teens. That's my only real complaint so far. I have a lot of thoughts on that, Rolly. My main issue with it is itemization. That's my biggest issue with it. If they can fix itemization, which they really need to look at some point, they really, really, really need to change that. They could alleviate pretty much all of that. But they need to fix itemization in many different ways. I don't like the idea of a high-level player going back into, like, Wormsbane just to get the Wormsbane armor when they clearly have access to better statted gear. I don't like that. That's partly why they took it out. That gear no longer... The quest is gone from the game. So yeah, I'm against that. However, I do like the idea of having some like really, really good chase items that are very rare off of named from all different level ranges. And if you happen to get lucky getting one of those items at low level, awesome. But then those items are going to be sought after by higher level players if they're like the best in slot item. For example, this camp right here, we're trying to get a chess piece that is best in slot for certain classes. There are comparable items at higher level, but this one is still the best, all the way up to level 60. So I like some of it, but they need to have it to where the majority of items in a low-level dungeon are for the low-level players. You know, and you don't have a high-level player just sitting there and hogging a camp, getting 0 XP for hours and hours and days and etc., and preventing everyone from camping low, especially low-level content. The Wormsbane and Ancient Crypt, come on. That's stuff like it's below level 20, and you have people that are level 40 camping it. Like, come on. Like, why? So that's kind of where I'm at with it. But having like an ultra rare named that has a cool item that's really rare, that's fun to get. You know, it's fun, and it's fun for people to go back and do when they get to higher level or whatever. So EverQuest seems to have been used as more of a hangout game as well back then. Like, it's hard to explain. I remember last logging in and playing was just talking with peeps and running around, not even just grinding. That's exactly what I did with it, Rogue. I used it as a giant chat room that I also played a game at the same time. I like to look at it as friends going out to dinner together, or playing a board game together, or going out to a movie together. Dinner is probably the best example, because you go out to dinner, everybody needs to eat, you know. So you go out to dinner and then you can have a conversation while doing another activity. And it just kind of gives you something to talk about if you don't have something to talk about. Yeah, it's just a way you can all come together to kind of have a good time and hang out. And I love that. I remember sitting in Lower Guck and in Cebalus. Those are the two that I probably spent the most time in during my time playing EverQuest. I sat in those dungeons just chatting, just hanging out with people and just having a good time and learning about them and all that. So I absolutely love those times. Then what actually stopped me from playing EverQuest and got me out of playing EverQuest back then was going into things like Lucklin and beyond, where it became less grindy. It became less about sitting at a camp, chatting with your friends, chatting in OOC, having a good time while playing a game, and more about something else, like not a glorified chat room. I want to get back to that. That's one thing I love about Monsters and Memories, is that it's going back to that, where people sit in a zone and they learn to communicate and chat with each other. It's really good for social skills. We have lost social skills over the years. I don't know if you've recognized it, but if you go out on the internet these days, people don't have social skills because they've lost that ability to communicate directly with each other. It's bad. Level 60 camp and level 40 camp, yeah. We're doing that now, and that's why, like, some items it's okay, you know, some chase items, but it should not be the norm. It absolutely should not be the norm. Beastmaster Clicky Rat Illusion is my current chase item. Is that an item? There's a Beastmaster Clicky Rat item? I agree. I think making better high-end gear is a solution. If it's within a 20-ish range, I think it's okay. But seeing the Orc Cave in Evershade World camp by 30 plus is kind of lame. Yeah. I agree. I think, especially at low level, it's ridiculous. I think that low-level dungeons in this game should be fewer and far between. They should definitely have more mid to high level dungeons, and that low level dungeons the gear that drops there should be a lot more common. So that while you are leveling there, in the 1 or 2 days tops that you spend there, you're able to get a couple of upgrades that you need. But those items should definitely not be an item that carries you for 20 or 30 levels. They should carry you for like 5 levels at best. And then you should need to go to a higher level dungeon with that gear to be able to get better gear to go to a higher level dungeon. I think by the time you're in like your 30s or 40s, there should be some really rare items that could potentially carry you for 10 to 20 levels and be a really good item for that range. But like let's say at level 30, you get a super rare item that's good until level 50. But at level 50, it should be a super common item that is the same stats or similar stats, so that everybody can get caught up. You know, like it's more of a catch-up item. If you don't have at least this by this point, you should have it. That's what common magic items should be. Rare magic items should be, hey man, you got a really good item. This should be better than something you're going to get for the next 3 or 4 or 5 levels. And then really rare items, like the super rare items, should be something that's like, man, you got super lucky and you got this, and it's gonna be really good for a long time. And then everything from level 50 to 60 should be decent gear. That should all be upgrades to everything previously, but preparing you for that end game type of level 60 plus content that you do once you hit level 60. You know, the more challenging enemies, the deeper dungeon dives and all that, where you might need to go and get some of that gear to be able to do those. Just my 2 cents. There was no Discord or Twitch back then. Just MySpace. Yeah, they didn't have it there. I mean, Alakazam was the thing that told everybody where to go and what to do. Used to hang out with my buddies. We all have different states now. Yeah, and I think that's, you know, a huge part of it. I've met some of my best friends playing video games. That's how I know Gith. I played video games with Gith now for over 20 years. So yeah. MySpace is planning a comeback. I heard something about MySpace planning a comeback. Nostalgia is a heck of a drug, and a lot of people are trying to sell it. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. I'm sure you have with video games. They're trying to get on that nostalgia and give us those throwbacks. But MySpace, dude, that's gonna be a throwback for a lot of people, and they're gonna be like, dude, I'm gonna make a MySpace account. It could take off. It may not. That's why I love the campfire being placed in your camp spot. It's got the vibes for yapping. Yeah. Like, what if they did campfires and allowed you to make s'mores, and the s'mores gave you bonus stats, you know? But you could only do it at a campfire. It could be really cool. Stuff like that would be a lot of fun. Monster Memories is the only game trying to make fantasy nerds more social. It is. Every other MMO out there is trying to make it less social, and I don't like that. Yeah. That's a good point. It makes sense. It's weird how the people leveling in a dungeon won't really get any of the gear. Yeah. Fighter deep dive hype. I am super hyped about it. They haven't done a deep dive yet, right? It's coming. Here, let's check there. Sometimes they announce it, sometimes they don't. Let's go to updates. Beastmaster Rogue Deep Dive's last one they did, and that was, holy moly, guys. That was 25 days ago. We haven't had a deep dive in 25 days. Yikes. Yeah, it was mentioned on stream from Sean. I didn't know if they'd actually done it yet, like released it. Oh, trust me, I watch plenty of Sean. How are they going to get all the classes done? They're not. That's it. Helter Smelter. They're not. There's no... I don't like to be the bearer of bad news, and I don't want to pick on the devs in this, and it's... Hopefully they don't take it that way. There is no way that they're getting all 18 classes in the game before early access in a good state. Not happening. Period. It's not happening. I hate to say it. Yeah. Okay. So the deep dives, they're coming. We'll see when that happens. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay. This is too long of a rant for me right now. I don't want to read all of this, but suggestion rant. TLDR, please. Lesser dependencies on loot named. Ooh. Just an idea I had that could alleviate the need of items that have caused higher level camping lower tiers. Enchanting and disenchanting would go unchanged mechanically, but remove the mechanic of dusting magical weapons armor and add more alternative items. For example, follow the pattern you have for crystallized magic and magic frond. You can add magic branches to lumberjacking and fishing. Could produce any of the three options as a wild card result. Add NPC drops instead of named drops. Make it this is literally going against everything this game is trying to be. I mean, they're doing it for the disenchanting side of things, which I don't necessarily disagree with. But if they need to have something to take out the crappy magic items from the game. So, think about it this way. When you're sitting at a camp at level 50 and you're just grinding out the same camp over and over and over, trying to get some XP, or you're trying to get the rare item from a mob, you're probably going to see the common item a dozen times before you see the rare item. What do you do with a dozen common drops? You know, oh, everybody in our group now has one. Their alts also have one. Their neighbors, friends, dogs, you know, whatever, they all have one. What do we do with these items? It's just going to be a huge influx to garbage. To those, like, we just don't need all that magic item garbage drops. Like, what are we going to do with it all? So I think that disenchanting is a very good thing to have for the economy of this game and the excess of magic items. Eventually you do, shockingly enough, have an excess of magic items. And I know a lot of people are like, there's no way. Absolutely no. How? What? And it's because you probably haven't leveled up high enough. You probably haven't camped a lot of named. Eventually, though, when you have enough players that are playing the game and everything is just camped 24/7, it's just going to be a huge influx of so many magic items. You got to do something with it. So, yeah. Who? Oh. Yeah. All right, I made you leader. I invited him, but I made you leader. Yeah, he was sending me a tell. I told him if he's here when it drops, he can have one. But we're just disenchanting most of the stuff mostly for inventory space. Okay, let's get past this one. Let's move on. Wait, lesser dependency on loot and named, and then disenchanting items needed. Lumberjacking can use an item tier as a result. Dude, you know how much disenchanting dust there would be if they add it to lumberjacking? People run around and are doing lumberjacking all the time. Wood is one of those things that everyone uses constantly. If they added disenchanting items to lumber, that would probably be bad. Everyone would have enchants of like every tier. Magical branches, previous thread, yeah, like that. I just don't know, man. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what that would do. But he kind of put it on both. Like these are two kind of the same thing. There's no link to the forum via M&M main site or community hub page. Well, that's not good. Change of topic. I watched a video reviewing the progress to 60 posts, and I like what they were saying about having more activities to do on the way to 60. More roleplay GM events would be so fun. I agree, yeah. I think that once the game goes live, I think they're going to have more events. The only issue I have with events is they can't make the events give like better gear than you could get otherwise. They've got to be careful with how they do that. It should be more, oh, you participated in this event, then you get a title or something like that. It's got to be more of a cosmetic type of thing, and the events need to last long enough so that everyone can participate. If they do events, which is a fear of mine because this game is mostly based around Eastern time, even though they have people from all around the world that are developers of the game, most everything happens on East Coast time, U.S. East Coast. And that could feel really bad if like they have a 5-hour event that happens very like prime time for East Coast people, but then like middle of the night for somebody on the other side of the world that doesn't get to participate in it. They got to make sure they last at least 24 hours. That would be my only concern. Let us craft crystallized magic with gems. Why craft crystallized magic with gems? I don't. What's the idea there? It could have faith points for your religion. Yeah, they could do something like that. That could be a cool thing that they could do. Well, depending if they make switching religions difficult, and that's the best way to switch your religion is to do some sort of how they do it. Yes, that could be an idea, Ketalone. I agree. That could be a cool idea. Imagine even simple stuff like community meals, daily breakfast. Yeah, that kind of stuff I would love to see. Like we're gonna have a banquet in Night Harbor, and everybody come and eat at this banquet, and you get like a buff that lasts 24 hours, or as long as you go and eat at the banquet, spend a few minutes there, you get like an XP bonus, but you can only get it once, during that 24-hour period or something. Stuff like that could be really fun. Or have like raid type situation. They have a dragon that you see flying overhead for a couple days, and we're all like, what is going to happen? And then, it comes down and it lands, and it's like you have to like build up in preparation for this dragon. So everybody sees the dragon is going to be coming to attack Night Harbor, and everybody's goal now for the next 5 days is to bring wood and cloth and other supplies to a certain special NPC in Night Harbor that allows Night Harbor to gear up their guards so that when the dragon lands, it's a big fight with the Night Harbor guards, and players can get involved, and everybody can get involved to kill this dragon that lands or something. Like, I would like to see events like that unfold where everyone gets involved, and as long as you participated in some part of it, whether you helped kill the dragon, whether you helped bring in wood to build a barricade, or you're bringing in cloth to build gear or bandages, no matter how you contributed, you are a participant and you get the same reward as everybody else. That's what I would like to see. But it's still like this really big fun event, and everybody can participate in a variety of different ways. Clip it, ship it. Let's make it happen. That would be awesome. Sounds like AQ gate opening and WoW. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, something like that. Throne and Liberty. Yeah, exactly. Some events like that. That's what I would love to see in this game. Give people plenty of time to get involved. And they can get involved in a variety of ways. And everyone from level 1 to 60 can get involved in different ways. All of that stuff. And at the end of the day, it could be like a community building thing. Every guild comes together with their best, their best and brightest classes or whatever. Their level 60 characters all come together to defeat this very challenging encounter, and it's going to take more than what one guild could do by themselves. You know, maybe like 3 different dragons attack 3 different cities all at the same time in a coordinated effort. Well, one guild wouldn't be able to do that, but 3 guilds together would be able to fend it off or something. So that the big guilds that like to do the raiding could get involved in that. And then the lower level players could also get involved by helping to barricade the different places. And, you know, but no one gets rewards for doing like, oh, just the one guild that kills that dragon gets a special reward. No, everyone that participates, no matter where you participated in the entire world, as long as you participate, gets the reward. Another one would be like the quest that Sean's talked about, the unlock quest. One way they did it in EverQuest 2 I really liked was the Froglock race that you had to unlock. It was a whole quest line that people on the server had to do, and then it unlocked the race for the entire server. So anyone could make that race now on whatever classes that was available to it, no matter who you were on that server. But you had to unlock it, and it took the entire server working together to get it unlocked. I love that. What if there are not enough people to kill the dragon? Night Harbor would be doomed forever. I think that's that's another outcome, right? Your server didn't participate enough. You didn't have enough high-level players. You didn't have enough low-level players willing to do trade skills. You didn't prepare enough, whatever. The dragon comes down and decimates the entire city. And then, instead of getting a reward for fighting it off, you now have to come together and rebuild the city. So you might get the reward a week later after the city was rebuilt and they do some sort of community feast. Now that's when they reward everyone, is after they come back together to rebuild. You know, they could kind of do it different ways. Froglock Rogue for the win. Nice. Poor PvP server. I don't care about PvP servers. They can have their own events. I'm sure PvP servers will have their own events that they will have fun with and they will enjoy, where they maybe do like a, hey, this week we're doing a Phalandraw versus Night Harbor, defend your city kind of thing, right? If you can capture the flag from Night Harbor and bring it to Phalandraw, or capture the flag from Phalandraw and bring it to Night Harbor, choose your city and defend it. You know, they could do something like that for PvP. I've got good ideas for both, even though I won't participate in PvP. I still want them to have fun. It would probably be more of a Night Harbor versus Eastham, which is a city that's not yet been announced, but it's going to be the Night Harbor equivalent on the eastern side of the continent. So it'll probably be more like that. But you could defend. You choose which city, and your guild and your other guilds, you all defend Night Harbor, you all defend Eastham, or maybe they'll have 3 or 4 different cities that are all competing. Whoever can, capture all 3 wins the victory or whatever. But then everybody that participated ends up getting the reward at the end of the day in those situations. That is the one time that I think that everybody gets a participation trophy. Like, I'm not a big fan of participation trophies, but I think in those community events like that, that's what it's all about. It's like if your church or if your school or, your business decides to have like an event, it's about building community amongst everybody there, and everybody participates, everybody has fun, everybody earns something. But they could do something where they have like a lottery during that time, and people could earn like an extra coin or something, like a literal lottery. Everybody that wins in like Night Harbor versus Eastham, for example, the more you participate in each one of those enters your chance at the lottery, and if your side wins, you might get a spoil of the rewards, and it's just money, it's just in-game currency or something, which wouldn't, everybody gets access to some in-game currency every now and then. Imagine losing the dragon fight and Night Harbor becomes the monster city. That'd be awesome, yeah. And then it just becomes like a good XP spot for a few days, like a week, until everything's dead inside of it. Yeah, super fun. These are all really good ideas. I love them. And devs, if you steal these ideas, just give me credit. That's all I'm saying. Say, Criddle had an amazing idea, and that's why we love him. And he's super awesome and humble. Right, honey? My girlfriend's like looking at me going, no, you're not. No, not at all. If I wasn't all these things, you wouldn't be here. You know it. You should have seen me at Dave's wedding. I was dancing up a storm. Me and Dave's mom were getting down. We were partying up by getting down. It was great. I danced with her for a good like 20 or 30 minutes. It was good times. And his sister was there. Didn't dance with her as much. But definitely danced with Dave's mom a lot. We had fun. She's a fun lady. You can have different prize tiers based off of contribution scores. Yeah, they could do that too. Yeah, the more you contribute, the more you earn or something. Yeah, absolutely. They did that in New World. They had all these different events, and you would go and participate in the event, and then you would be able to get tokens. And then you could turn in tokens from participating to get whatever rewards you wanted from some sort of NPC. And now, of course, the goal was to participate in enough events to be able to get everything, right? That's what most people were doing in there. The problem that I had with that, though, and I hope they don't repeat that same issue in this game, is that if you didn't participate in those events in the very beginning when everyone was participating, it became very difficult to participate in those events and succeed later on. So like when they did a giant turkey raid, where they had this giant turkey that would attack, throughout the entire game in New World. In the beginning, everyone was just going to each one of these turkeys. You were killing it in a matter of seconds and getting your reward and moving on. By near the end of the event, it lasted for like, I don't know, 30 or 60 days or something. Near the end of the event, almost no one was showing up to any of the turkeys, and it was near impossible to kill them. So the people that didn't have time early on in the event just kind of got left out. And that's why I say the participation trophy. Have different ways to participate for a variety of different people. There's going to be the raiders that will go and do the raid content. There's the low-level players that can just like scrounge up some cloth and some wood by harvesting from trees. People in the middle area that are killing different monsters that pop up in different places. And everyone gets an equal opportunity no matter what your level is and no matter what your playtime is. Like, just because I'm able to be on at 2 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon doesn't mean that somebody that can only be on in the evenings on the weekend should, they shouldn't get the reward just because I can be on at a different day or time. Thanks for all the content. What are you guys farming right now, and what zone? We're in Glass Flats. We are trying to get the vest off of an NPC called Malik, the Glass Viper, who is, if you like the lore of the game, he would be like the lord or king of the highwaymen, I guess, in Glass Flats. They're just a band of brigands, but he is an NPC in here that spawns, and we're trying to get his vest, which is a really, really, really good leather melee chess piece. So hopefully that gives you everything. It's, a little bit for everybody there. Some people like the lore. Some people like just camping stuff. Some people like, whatever. It's around level 45. So I think Malik is level 45 when he spawns, I believe. You doing some laundry? Okay. I need to do some as well at some point. That's another job that I would love to have within Niche World's cult is not laundry. No, I do not want to do their laundry. I'm sure Sean's underwear is plenty taken care of. No, like I would totally do like an event thing. I would love to do that. Especially with my playtime, I would be able to do events at all different times, you know, to be able to accommodate a large majority or like a large amount of the people that play this game. We could do events at 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern, and I could do events at 10 o'clock at night Eastern, you know, and any time in between. I could even do some to my girlfriend's reluctance, you know, at 2 o'clock in the morning if I needed to. She would not be happy with that. I would do it, though. It's okay. It's okay, guys. You sound like Consuela from Family Guy. No. I love Consuela. She's one of my favorite. She's probably like top 5 favorite characters of Family Guy. Seriously, like I love her so much. The greased up naked deaf guy, he's pretty good too. Consuela though is, I don't know. No. What are your thoughts on ways to make names spawn more often? I would love for names to spawn more often, and then adjust loot based on that. Right now, names, I'm going to say across the game for your average NPC, names are around a 20% spawn rate, 1 in 5, right? You might get 2 or 3 back to back, and then you might go a couple hours without any. But I would say overall, it's about a 20% spawn rate of named. I think increasing that to maybe 30 or 40% would be a good idea, and then adjusting itemization based on that. I enjoy camp. A 50 plus hours for mid 40s item is so bad. Whoop, I did not interrupt that. Mid 40s item, yes, it is only a mid 40 camp, but this is the best chess piece in the game for anyone that would wear it. Rogues, monks, beastmasters, spellblade, literally best chess piece in the game for all of those classes. And it has a charisma buff, clicky, so anybody outside of an enchanter would be able to get a clicky charisma buff, because I believe it's the same as the enchanter charisma buff. It gives you plus 10 charisma, so it has that as well. It's literally like a really, really good item that a lot of people want to have. So, there you go. Waiting to see a slipper fly in your face from the... She doesn't throw slippers. She doesn't wear shoes most of the time. She avoids them. If we go out, she's like, oh, I got to put my flip-flops on. They cover up like 1/10, if that, of my foot. Now she definitely does not have a flipper to throw at me. I have a flipper close to me I could throw at her though. The ones you bought that are supposed to clean the floor. You remember those? She bought these duster like dusters. Are they flippers or slippers? Why do I keep saying flippers? Duster slippers. It's flying slippers. I was getting it flippers. That's where it was coming from. Anyway, they are supposed to be dusting slippers that she bought for the whole family, because we have like faux hardwood floors downstairs. And if we all wear those and walk around and clean off our slippers, we will clean up a lot of dust and things. But nobody ever wears them. Mostly, I think nobody ever wants to clean them off once they get dirty. You do need to take them over the trash or outside and, smack them together like a rug. I'm thinking some kind of mud command, like if the ghost name, maybe there's a ground spawn near that can be used to summon their spirit. They want to do more of that, Helter Smelter. They're looking at doing different ways to spawn more stuff. Oh, I wasn't answering. All right, sorry. Flip-flops. Yes, flip-flops. Flippers and floppers. I don't know. It was getting all confused. Like every 30 minutes, a ground spawn can be used and mud command to make a name pop next. So, what would that do, Helter Smelter? If every 30 minutes you knew that the ground spawn would spawn in a certain area and you could spawn a named on that, people would still sit there and camp that named in that ground spawn. So it wouldn't really do much of a difference. Do you know if that stacks with the bathhouse? I think everything stacks with the bathhouse as far as charisma buffs. Bathhouse buff only lasts for like 20 minutes. It's very, very short. And I'm pretty sure it stacks with all other charisma buffs. But I don't know. I have never personally tried. Any idea on your end on how that could work? 30 minutes too short? No, 30 minutes isn't too short. What they're planning on doing, and what I think they need to do more of, is more of your trash items, like your non-named, your non-placeholder enemies, should drop items that you can then craft or somehow utilize to spawn named things. What I'm talking about is already in the game. There is a quest, and I'm happy to tell you guys how to do it if you want to know, but there is a quest where you have to find a ground clicky item or ground spawnable item. I think it spawns every 10 minutes. You find it, you take it. It's just take book when you find it. You open the book up, and it has 4 inventory slots. In those 4 inventory slots, if you place the 4 pages that you get off of trash monsters in that area, you get a book, a completed book. And then if you take that completed book to a specific location, a named Drake will spawn. They need to do more of that. So it's not every item comes from a named enemy. You can actually get a mini quest to do something to spawn a named thing that actually has really good gear. That particular enemy used to drop a staff that was best in slot for the at level you could get it. It was around a level 40 monster. And if you killed it at 40 and got the staff, it would take you all the way to 60. There's very few that would be better than that at that time. Now there are a couple stabs in the game that are better. But that's kind of what I'm talking about. Reminds me of the Secret Cow level. Yeah, kind of like a Secret Cow level. Yeah, you get the bone and the book and the whatever, and you summon a Secret Cow level. I like that idea, but with all that effort, it should give a slight bonus to the rare item dropping maybe. Well, I think it always dropped the same thing when we did it, which was a staff. I don't know if that particular monster had multiple items on it or not. It might have. More encounters like the poachers. That's another decent one, yeah, where you get a lot of different enemies can drop items to be able to turn in for quests and stuff. But the poachers is the named drop quest items specifically. But the name could spawn at a bunch of different locations. So yes, I would like to see more of that, where any of the poachers can be a named. Any new updates? No updates that I'm aware of that weren't there earlier. We can look at the news and such. News, game announcements, nothing new here on either of those. So we've been kind of reading these forums today. Where's my Fireball Wizard class forums? Uh-oh. I play wizard in every MMORPG I play, and every fantasy. I'm the minority of liking glyphs, and I can deal with our mana issues. To me, it's an important thing. Injustice, get a cat to cast Fireball. Fireball is level 48, and Greater Fireball is 60. So it's there. I stopped buying spells when I bought at level 40. Long time to learn Fireball. Yeah. It's even worse than that though, and I'll probably reply to it. So let's see. As others mentioned, you do obtain Fireball at higher levels and Greater Fireball at level 60. The issue, however, is that post. There we go. I'm trying to be more active on these forums since this is what the devs want. They want us to be more active and use these forums more. So I'm gonna try. DPM, damage per mana. Yeah, that's the efficiency. We were told that we should get deep dives around the end of the month. Yeah, well, they're supposed to be coming for the fighter, cleric, and monk. Were the ones that were announced on Friday by Sean. Hopefully, I was hoping we would get them over the weekend to have something to come back to and talk about today, since I was out of town over the weekend. But yeah, not happening. I think newer Wizard players that didn't play pre-changes will like the class. Maybe. I mean, I think that they're going to get confused by the glyph system on the class, and they're going to... I think they're going to try to use it because they're like, oh, I have the glyph system. They gave it to me. I'm supposed to use it, without realizing that it's not really worth using. The benefits you get out of the glyph system are, in fact, not that great. And it's more cumbersome to use the glyph system, and it will slow down your DPS currently, from what I can tell. It's just, yeah, the whole thing just feels bad. But they're going to think that they're supposed to use it because they don't know any better. So, might have missed it, but which direction do you want fighter revamp heading towards? Defensive. Very, very, very defensive. That's my hope for the fighter, is that we see... I would like to see riposte. I want to see them get rid of crits and get rid of triple attack. I will absolutely be thrilled if they got rid of those two things and replaced them with things like riposte. On, like, fighters get, you know, the riposte ability, if you know what that means, what that is. It's where you block or parry an attack and then attack back. So that's what riposte is. More defensive cooldowns, more block ability or more shield using abilities, more threat generation, less overall DPS. That's the direction I want them to go. Glad people hate the glyph system as much as I did. Yeah, it's terrible. It's a terrible system. I felt like they put way too much effort into a system that very few people will use. The only people, and I'm going to say this probably in a mean way, and I don't mean it in a mean way. The only people that are going to use the glyph system, I feel like, not the only ones, the majority of people that are going to use the glyph system, I feel like, are the ones that typically go against the grain on purpose, right? They like to be different on purpose. Those are the people that are going to use it. They're going to be like, oh, it's there and other people don't like it, therefore I do like it. Which doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It just means that, you know, I don't like the color orange. I very rarely wear the color orange. It's just not a color that I enjoy. But it would be like me going and be like, oh, most people don't like orange, so I'm going to wear orange. Because, you know, I like to wear super bright colors all the time because most people don't. Or the opposite of that. I only wear all black because, you know, people find it different and odd. Like, that's what I'm talking about with the glyph system. So, yeah. Watching you disenchant those knuckles hurt my stomach. I get it though. Oh, I mean, I've got... Wait, that wasn't a knuckle that I disenchanted. I disenchanted the ring. The gem-encrusted ring. I don't think we've gotten a pair of the knuckles today. Because Bragan here actually wants the knuckles. He's here for the knuckles. He wants two sets of knuckles. Or one set of knuckles. Two knuckles. I think Gith gave him one already. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think I disenchanted knuckles. If I did, oops, I didn't mean to. I'm pretty sure it was a ring. That ring is awful, by the way. Fighters and rogues should get repost. Oh, yes, repost. Yes. I read that as repost, not repost. Yeah, I mean, fighters should definitely get it. I think that rogues should not get it, but I don't know, maybe. Because rogues aren't going to be tanking unless they're solo. So giving rogues repost might be good to allow them to solo a little bit. Because they are currently the worst solo class in the game. And believe it or not, I do believe that every class should have the ability to solo a little bit. Right? Be able to do something when you can't find a group. They should be able to. So yeah, rogues having repost, maybe. I can see that. So much to memorize, it's stupid. Those people are called contrarians. They're so annoying. Yeah. I mean, I'm that way in certain ways, you know, like I go against the grain sometimes. But yeah, it's the ones that go against the grain on purpose for the shock factor. Like, I just roll my eyes, just like big, oh my god, whatever. Like, I'm not trying to offend anybody here, I'm really not. But like the girls that wear the, like the shorts and the pants that they like say fat, PHAT on them or something, and then you mention, like, if you're not allowed to mention that you're wearing like fat right across your butt. And they're like, oh my god, why are you looking at my butt? And it's like, you literally have a giant fat written across your butt. Like, what? I don't understand. Maybe I'm out of touch. Maybe I'm out of touch. We went in there for a pair of knuckles for our monk. After you got your chest. We have not gotten after you get your chest. We can give you the knuckles, man. If you want some knuckles, Bragan wants one for his monk right now. I'm sure I have a couple in my bank. You guys can have knuckles. We don't care. Fighters and rangers should have some shared tools, maybe. No, not at all. Fighters should be very, very, very defensive, physically, be very good tanks. Rangers should, in my opinion, be very good at survival. You know, melee attack abilities is about the only crossover between the two. But the ranger, what I think they're going to do with the ranger is, one, Well, the big change for the ranger is going to be harvesting, or what is it called? Foraging. Rangers are going to get foraging, and they're going to get a special kind of foraging. This is my guess. It's very, very speculative here. They're going to get a special kind of foraging where they're able to forage certain types of items. And they might forage like special leaves or special sticks that they can put into a fire. And then that fire is going to give, if they put that twig into a fire, it makes the fire last longer, maybe gives a little bit of mana regen or health regen or something along those lines. That's what a benefit that a ranger is going to be able to bring to a party. They may also get special types of like sap or something, or some sort of special ointment that they can harvest, like an aloe, right? They might harvest, or they might forage an aloe, and then they can use that aloe in survival down here in the crafting survival to create a special type of bandage that no other class can do. So bandages are good for reducing downtime, but a ranger will be even better with making bandages for their downtime. Or maybe even aloe could make an ointment that you put on your skin that makes you resistant to fire for a certain duration, like an hour-long resist fire buff that's through an item that you get from rangers. That's my guess of what they're going to do with rangers, is a lot of different things in that direction, using survival and foraging. But I don't know. It could go completely different. It could go very, very different. I only go against the grain when the grain goes against me. Does things for attention. Oh my God, stop paying attention to me. Yeah. I don't like that at all. Yeah, that bothers me, and I don't know why people do it. If you want to do something, by all means do it, but don't do it for the attention and then get mad at the attention. It's weird. Yeah, anyway, I'm not going to keep going on that. It's going to end up a political thing, and I don't mean it to be that way. Like, I don't run in a room and be like, hey guys, I play video games all day. Anybody else play video? Oh my God, you don't play video? I don't make it my whole life, you know? I understand that video games are, in the world, a minority, not a majority. You know, I told my girlfriend I wasn't going to be hungry for lunch. I made some eggs this morning, and I was like, I'm not going to be hungry for lunch. I lied. Excuse me, I just burped. I apologize. I am now a little bit hungry for lunch. Heated up Cane's chicken fingers for lunch today. What are you doing for lunch? I don't know. Probably nothing. But I am a little hungry. We had, I made steak and fried rice last night. Kind of a little bit of a hibachi type dinner, but I didn't go crazy with it with vegetables and all that. Just steak and fried rice. And I ate a lot of that, so I really wasn't hungry this morning. So this morning I just had 3 fried eggs. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. My girlfriend works at Cane's. Dipping sauce is insane. I've never had Cane's. I don't think. I've heard of it. I don't think I've had it though. Around here we have Kickin' Chicken. You obviously have the Chick-fil-A. It was another chicken place. We got Bojangles for chicken. Your standard KFC, Popeyes. You know, around here. They're not super common, but they're definitely here. And Zaxby's. I can't think of other than Kickin' Chicken, that's probably the least well-known, but well-known enough chicken place around here. I do like some Kickin' Chicken, though. It's pretty good stuff. A Knuckles? Zaxby's. I had the best Zaxby's of my life a couple months ago. We were coming back from a trip. Oh, he has Knuckles. Gotcha. We were coming back from a trip. And we wanted to stop and get some lunch. And, you know, when you're in the car with 4 different people that have 4 different tastes in food, especially 2 of them being kids, we didn't have a lot of choices. So we stopped at Zaxby's, random Zaxby's in the middle of nowhere. Literally the best Zaxby's I've ever had. And I've had Zaxby's a lot. It was so good. We were in was it Blue Ridge? Is that where we were coming back from Blue Ridge? It was so good. Like, we're pretty sure, at least I'm pretty sure, when we walked in, there were these 3 suits. 3 guys in suits. And they were all talking business. And from what I could understand of their conversation was that they were all Zaxby's corporate. And they were checking out this Zaxby's location for whatever reason. And I think that they had just literally cleaned the entire place, you know, new grease in their oil pits and all that kind of stuff. And I just think that it was just really clean and really fresh. And they made sure to make the best batch for those guys. And we just happened to get in on that batch. I mean, the sweet tea was really, really good and very clean. Everything was just perfect. And I wish that standard was upheld all the time at some of these places, not just when corporate is around. Because if you think about it, you go to a fast food restaurant for the fast food, not necessarily for the quality of food, but they somehow became popular at some point, and then they always lose, like, they get worse over time. And it's like, how in the world did McDonald's become so big, right? It's such a huge company, and you're like, the food's not that great. I bet you at one point the food was phenomenal when people cared. You know, when the owners and managers actually cared to make sure the store was clean, the employees cared about keeping it clean and their image and all that. It was probably amazing. And now it's just garbage food. And I feel like that's exactly what happened at that particular Zaxby's. So, because of that, I think that Zaxby's has some of the best chicken around when it's done properly. Their fries were also crispy on the outside, soft in the middle, exactly like I like French fries or their crinkle fries or whatever. I think my girlfriend got a did you get a salad there that time? You may not have gotten a salad. What's good at Zaxby's? You never been there? I like the Kickin' Chicken. So, Kickin' Chicken sandwich meal, which is 3 chicken strips on 2 Texas toast with their tongue torch sauce, which is basically like a buffalo sauce, and then it comes with a side of fries. That's what I usually get. But what I've been getting lately instead of the Kickin' Chicken meal, because the Kickin' Chicken meal can be an absolute mess, especially if you're trying to drive. You know, you're trying to like get it as fast food and get in the car and go kind of thing. So I instead get the 3 tenders, which comes with 1 Texas toast, which is just really buttery, thick toast. And then I get the tongue torch sauce on the side. So that's my go-to. In the past, however, I have gotten they have some good salads, which they call Zalids. So salads with a Z. By the way, this is not sponsored by Zaxby's, but if Zaxby's would like to sponsor my stream, let's talk. Their salads are actually pretty good as well. I do like those. I used to get the Zensation, which is a kind of like an Asian themed. It's got like a Asian themed dressing on it or something. Zensation is what it's called. I used to like that one a lot. So there you go. They used to have a great Caesar. I never had the Caesar salad, but I've heard that it's good. Yeah. Yeah, Feisty, my girlfriend, gets the same thing that I do. The Kickin' Chicken salad with the sauce on the side is honestly the way to go. It's the way to go. It's freaking great. I'm hungry now. Me too. Me too. I need to talk to some people about sponsors. I need a beard sponsor. I could use a Public Sweet Tea sponsor. Let's see. What else could I use? A Zaxby's sponsor. I'd go with any of these food places. You give me like one meal a week, and I will talk about your food every meal. I'll get it for lunch once a week. I'll eat it. We'll talk about it. I'll tell you if it's good, if it's bad. That could be the sponsorship right there. I'm good. Feed me, and I will. I will talk. I just realized, why are these flames purple? Is there something to that? /look. A tidy bed centers the room with a few other possessions in sight. Its owner must prefer uncomplicated way of life. Fried chicken Caesars are amazing. Yeah, they have that. Yeah, I need some good beard care for sure. I could absolutely use a good beard care product from somebody. Just send me some beard oils, beard comb, and I will talk about your product and let you know if it's good or bad. The chair was placed by Nick. I had this chair before Nick. I've had this chair for years. What's funny is Nick has this same chair and Joppa has this same chair. Literally the exact same chairs. The one in the chair in his room? Wait, what? Oh, the chair in his room was placed. This chair right here, Nick placed it. Maybe you have to stand on this while killing the boss, and that's how you get the vest to spawn or to drop. This must be a good chair. This is a good chair. Yeah. I bought this. This is not a sponsor. I bought this myself, but it's Secret Labs, but it's backwards because I have my camera inverted. But, yeah, Secret Labs chairs, man. They're good office chairs. It's the cuck chair facing the bed. That kind of stuff, I don't know. I'm not going to get involved in that. That's unnecessary. I got the Secret Labs desk, too. It's amazing. I wanted to get the Secret Labs desk. I looked at it, but I didn't have the money for it. Critto's a good Christian boy. Don't be telling him about that. I know what it means, and it has no place in this game. I try to keep it family friendly, and yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not gonna say bad things about people, but I would like to say bad things about people in that situation. It's inappropriate and childish. I'm gonna put it that way. Yeah, make sure to enter to win the beta access. If you don't have beta access, we're going to give away two keys tomorrow. You have to enter to win. You have to be here to win. I gave you my Amazon Prime a few minutes ago. Check your money. You're not joking. Oh, my Prime. Did you sub? My subs have not been showing up. So if you sub to the channel, I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Irihini. I do see the star next to your name, so you definitely have, in fact, sub to the channel. I do appreciate it very, very, very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't show up, though. They have not been showing up lately. I should probably check that. Mine's back up in 3 days, so get you later on. No worries. I see your star there, so I appreciate that, too. I appreciate all the subs and all the support and the views and all that. I really do appreciate that, guys. Even if I don't see it sometimes when it pops up. I try. I hear it. Somebody just subbed. Who's that? I hear it. Is that Mr. something? Why is it not showing up? That's bothering me. Let me pull it up on my my chat bot and see why it's not appearing. I don't know why it does. You enjoy my streams very much? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're going to keep doing it. Don't you worry. I'm not going anywhere. As long as this game doesn't go anywhere. Well, as long as the game doesn't get bad or go anywhere. They could go the wrong direction. Let's see. Alerts. Yeah, the alerts are showing up on my stream. They're just not showing up in chat. It's weird. Got to get to work for an hour or so. I'll be back doing ports tonight in Fei Fang. Sounds good. Excuse me. That port business can make you a lot of money. Appreciate you hanging out, Helter Smelter. As always. Have a good one. All right, let's read more on this forums here in a second. More on the forums. What was this one about? Wizard Deep Dive is out, etc., etc. Unsticky the discussion. Sticky the discussion. Huh. That's weird. All right. Change Reclaim Magic and Arcane Invocation to be based on the percentage of the caster's max mana rather than static level-based values. How about Reclaim Magic and Arcane Invocation is based off of the missing mana? The difference between your max and your current. So if you have lower mana, you can get back in the fight faster because you're going to gain more mana from Reclaim Magic. But you still want to utilize it while you have higher mana because it helps you with sustain. That could be a really good way to do that. You're welcome, devs. You're welcome. You may use that if you would like. Change Reclaim Magic to detonate marks of magic, dealing damage as well as returning mana. Increase the amount of mana returned and increase the cooldown. Man, they just want to make Wizard overpowered. I would love to see that, but that'd probably break the class. These two pair nicely with an increased cooldown and Reclaim Magic. It provides some free damage. Add spell penetration to every nuke line. Remove spot. Yes, spell penetration to itemization. That's what I would like to see. Some sort of spell penetration kind of thing in items. Make all Wizard DD spells slightly hard to resist. Would go a long way. At the moment, they're the only DPS class in the game that relies purely on mana to deal damage, and so every resist is brutal. They're not the only one, but yes, they are commonly the one. I agree with that. Look at this. This is sad, guys. This charmed pet is holding aggro off of my level 60 tank. That means that charmed pet was doing more damage than my level 60 tank. What happened to my stats window? So anybody that tells me Charm is not overpowered is trolling. You're trolling. Return the spell haste line as a target cast buff. Maybe on that one. Yeah. Quality of life suggestion for glyph redesign. I suggest quality of life improvement. I'm currently a 55 wizard With more hours invested into the class than I would probably like to admit. I could already be level 60 by now, but I have rushed to level. I always preferred taking my time, experimenting. Okay, cool. After spending so much time playing the wizard... Hang on, we'll read that in a second. Charm is super strong. It's ridiculously strong. The only reason I brought it back up is because somebody earlier in my chat was like, oh, the charm hate coming from this guy, and he tried to make me look like an idiot. And he was trying to like point it back on me that I just hate the class because I've never played a charm class, which is completely incorrect. Charm is way too strong. We know it. You know it. They know it. Everybody knows it. It's a problem. Some people want to admit it and some don't. Hail! Hail to you too. At the moment, the glyph mechanics feel unintuitive and make it unnecessarily difficult for players to understand combinations and experiment with the class. Well put. Terrible system, in my opinion. The main issue is the glyphs are tied to elements, but the result of the combination do not seem to follow a clear or logical pattern. For example, 3 fire glyphs results in a fire resistance. 3 ice glyphs is Exodus. Yes, exactly. They just kind of took, hey, we've got 4 glyphs and we have 36 spells. Let's jam them in there. How can we make this work? It doesn't feel good at all. It's so weird. These combinations do not feel connected to their components, forcing players to memorize recipes instead of understanding the logic behind the system. Absolutely. My personal preference would actually be remove the current glyph system. I would love that entirely and replace it with something new. I believe the wizards could benefit from a different mechanic that better represents the fantasy of a class while also being easier to understand, balance, and expand. This is the issue right here. That entire issue is why I have an issue with the revamps and the way that they're going right now. All of these revamps on all of these classes, if they don't hit the nail on the head perfectly, it's going to be a huge waste of time and effort and energy and resources, etc., that they do not get back. And we are too close to early access to be revamping these classes 2 or 3 or 4 times. There we go. I got it out. Man, that felt good. Felt good to get that off my chest. They just don't have time to do it. So, we'll see what happens. Like, I don't know how to say it. Like, I don't feel like now's the time to go back to the drawing board. You know? Like, we have the idea for the classes. We know what they want to be, where they're supposed to be. Let's just make them that. You know, I applaud the attempt, but... Whew. Afternoon, Nicodemus! Seems I got here at the right time. How you doing today, sir? I'm doing very, very well. Very, very well. How are you, my friend? I saw you were streaming the other day. I did not get a chance to jump in. When I'm not streaming, I'm generally very busy. But I saw you were streaming. Haven't seen you around otherwise as of late. But I hope you were doing swimmingly. Okay. You know, I don't mind this camp, but what I don't like about this camp is that I have to pay too much attention. Even though it's a low-level camp, there's just so many mobs in this room. It's hard for me to go and read a lot of stuff. If glyph system is kept, I would suggest a complete redesign. Reduce the number of spells accessible through glyph combinations. Make outcomes more predictable based on glyph use. Simplify the system to make balance and development easier. A more intuitive system would allow the wizard to remain a creative and unique class without requiring players to memorize hidden recipes. The goal is to not remove the depth of the class, but to make experimentation feel rewarded and natural. I honestly like what this person said, and I hope the devs read it and take heed. My recommendation is to remove the glyph system and give wizards specifically 2 extra gem slots as they level. I don't know how I feel about the extra gem slots, but again, somebody saying remove the glyph system. The glyph system was just it was just in my opinion a blunder. It generally serves the same purpose, allowing more spells. Yeah, it feels bad, man. Feels bad. The idea was there, but execution, not so much. All right, let's keep going here. I want wizards to be able to solo better at low levels. I don't know how I want to accomplish it, but we need more mana regen, at least at low levels. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. It's all good, sir. Been really busy lately. Day job, most stuff. However, that seems to be mellowing out. Awesome. Fantastic. Well, hopefully not mellowing out too much. Mellowing out just so that you're not stressed and have to deal with things, but still busy enough to where your job is secure and all of that. And they can give you raises and all those things. Now I can focus a bit more on Eminem. Awesome. Thanks for all the feedback as always. We'll let the team know. Yeah, absolutely, Nicodemus. It seems like people either love or hate the glyph system. There's very few people in the middle. I am personally, and I say the word hate, I really, really just don't like the glyph system. But some people seem to like it. So, who knows? Who knows? All right, let's move on from this one. Let's see what else we can read today. Wizard deep dive discussion. We're down here. This deep dive discussion post. Forums are pretty big. Downgrade from Discord. Agree. Fix them. Moving on. The huge downgrade from Discord. The formatting and polish. Yeah, 100% needs to be way more. Yep. Pros. They tied the account. That's about the only pro. Old timey feel. Yeah, but yeah. I don't see any pluses. Did somebody literally just say, I don't see any pluses? I like the idea of the glyph system. Not a fan of the execution. Yes. The idea for the glyph system is solid. It's a really cool idea. Execution was handled poorly. Absolutely. It's some of the changes that have been made recently are like ideas are worth a dime a dozen, as they say, right? But when it comes to like, it's like people are making things without understanding how the game plays or how the class plays or how people want it to play, and they're just kind of throwing ideas at it without enough time invested in the game to understand how it would function in the game. I feel like several of the new changes are like the Druid is kind of the same thing. It just doesn't work with this gameplay. And it's like you need to play your game more. I don't see any pluses. Okay, let's see what else. The plus, people actually have a class they're complaining about or have more than 7 levels to know what they're complaining about. They can see that people... I don't know what that means. Can they see that? I don't see how you can see that at all. Like you can see you can see the account that it's tied to, but you don't know what that player plays on that account, right? Can people go in on monstersandmemories.com and look up Criddle and see all my characters that I played? or my other accounts that I might have, like alt accounts. So I don't think that does it at all. Anyway, let's continue reading. Seems much quieter over here compared to Discord. It's sort of, well, that's just because nobody's using it. That's not a plus nor minus. I'm good with more organization. What did you have in mind? I don't know. Only negative I've seen is picture upload. Is there a way to upload an image without uploading it somewhere to get a link? That's actually a very valid point. Do you lose the capacity to edit your post after a duration or someone replies? That is annoying. Also, the current forums are not read-only for unassigned users. They see nothing. That's another big one, yeah. Like, you have to log in to be able to read the forums. Should you be able? I don't know. They just need a lot of work. Yeah, they just need a lot of work. Have no user blocking capabilities. Yeah, that's another one. If you want to block somebody because you don't want to deal with them, that could be rough. A racial section would be nice, or at least one for trolls and then one for food races like Haveling Pie. This seems, I don't know, that seems weird. I don't know what they're trying to do there. The link from Discord mentioned it would be pretty rough and it's unfinished, I thought. Well, it is, and this is feedback. Why do people... I don't understand the argument on that one. That people do. They're like, here's my feedback about a beta game. Oh, it's beta, bro. It's not finished yet, bro. Yeah, duh. That's why I'm giving feedback. I don't understand what people's fascination with telling people it's unfinished. Well, yeah. That's what the feedback is for, is to help them finish it. Anyway, biggest problem with Discord is the search functionality is beyond abysmal. There's no exact word or phrase. Can you not do that on Discord? I don't know a lot about Discord, but I have learned recently how to search in Discord. Leatherworker is impossible because they automatically show you 1,000 results for similar words like leatherworking. Yeah, that could definitely be an issue on Discord for sure. They really need to separate showing the messages are new since you last viewed. Do they not do that? Like, isn't that what... Like the highlighted... Like, there's a new post here since I last looked at it. A new post here. A new one here since I last looked at it. Because it's not bold anymore. Is there something different they're wanting to do there? I don't know. You can search for anything in Discord. That's what I've learned is, like, you can search for a lot in Discord very easily. Like, I've never had issues once I learned how to do it. Discord is a chat client and forums are better as an index of thoughtful opinion sharing. My impression was that these forums are meant to replace the Discord forums, which are awful, hard to navigate. I feel like this is more of a... I don't know how to put it. Boomer response, right? I'm not disagreeing with what they're saying, but I'm saying, like, you're used to using a forum because you're an older. I don't know how old this person is. I know nothing about this person. Okay, I'm not trying to pick on them, but it just sounds like a boomer response. I don't know how to use this cell phone. Just give me back one of them old rotary phones. I can use that. Like, that's what it sounds like to me. It's so much easier just to do the thing. Like, no, once you learn how to use it properly, Discord, I think, is good, and is being further developed by a much larger team that is constantly developing and making innovations on Discord, whereas a forum like this probably has one person that's working on it and is not going to get the love and treatment that it needs. That's just my take on it. It did take me a while to learn Discord, though. I never searched for stuff on Discord. I never did any of that stuff. I had no issues having the forums on Discord. Don't get why they changed it. It feels like a lot of work for no benefit. There is one benefit that people have brought up and that I agree with, and that is tying your account directly to your posts. On Discord, people can have a completely different name. Their Twitch name, their YouTube name, their Discord name, and their in-game name are all completely different, and you would have no idea who's who, right? That's the only real benefit of having a forum, and is requiring you to log in on the forum and use the same, so they can link. This person says this, right? So that you can't hide behind anonymity, which seems like the reason the devs did it. I don't know why. Maybe they did it because now they can say, oh, all these people on Discord telling you how to cheat, we can now link that back to your in-game character and we can ban you for cheating. Maybe that was the reason. I have no idea. Maybe it helps with some sort of thing like that. Discord allows API access, right? Surely they can pull similar data if they wanted. It does. Yeah, Discord allows API for sure. Yeah, my Discord channel pulls data from all sorts of places. Like every time I stream, in my Discord, under announcements, it pulls my stream in it and it posts it here. So yes. And it can pull from games and stuff. It can do all sorts of things. Like Final Fantasy 14 has a way to pull data like from Final Fantasy 14 to Discord, and you can get information about characters and all sorts of stuff. What are these colors, bro? I agree with that. What are these colors? Let's get some actual art banners instead of like bright green and bright red and a dark blue with the dark blue with a dark background. It just looks awful. Like, yeah. Coloring is bad. Very bad. You can set that up for Discord as well. That also need them to do some work. Yeah. I think Discord is the better way to do it. And I think keeping it on Discord and forcing people like to link your Discord and your Monsters and Memories accounts together, just force people to do that. But sign up for the Discord and you have to put in your Monsters and Memories information to link it or whatever. I don't know how to do it, but it can be done. But I also feel like that's kind of going into what Meta did a couple years ago with the Meta Quest. Didn't Meta a couple years ago go into forcing people to have a Facebook account to be able to use their Meta Quest? And people didn't like that because, you know, they don't want to be forced to share their personal life with their online life or whatever. It was a whole thing. I think they were just worried they don't have complete control over Discord. True, but do we really think Discord's going anywhere? I don't think so. But, that is true. That is true. They could set it up, link your account to type in the forum section alone in Discord. Yeah, something like that. I think that would be a better way to go with it. Better way to go for sure. I get their worry. Yeah, I get their worry as well. I totally understand that. Huh? Oh, no. Nothing yet. It's been over 50 hours here, dude. Like, yeah, this is stupid. Yeah, you should never play the stocks, Isar. Ever, ever, ever. Buddy of ours just joined Discord, and he's like, Isar's got the sunken cost fallacy. where he doesn't want to leave this camp because we've been here for so long and he wants to get the vest. It's funny. That's the only thing I could think of is there's like a quest tied to it somehow, or another NPC dying and it's triggering that way. Something. Didn't Discord almost go out of business a few years ago? I don't know. Maybe. I haven't kept that much track of it. I personally pay for Nitro on Discord. It's just really the only way to support Discord other than use it. It's not worth it, in my opinion, to pay for Nitro. But I want to support Discord. I like what they're doing. I use it often. So, yeah. But yeah, they do not monetize it very well. And unless they do something like Google, holy moly. Sorry, I just logged in to look at stocks for the day. I shouldn't have looked at this today. Good gosh, dude. That's rough. It's a rough day for me. Discord has a shop now. Yeah, they need to figure out ways to monetize it, you know, or steal everybody's data, like Google. Google steals everybody's data and sells it. And that's how they make money. They had a cash shop to keep it going. Yeah. Yeah, they have all sorts of stuff. People like to have their little cosmetics and such. I gotta look up why this stock went down today. Kinda, not for a day, but yeah, I've had people ask me if, yeah, like I had these one group of ladies. I took them to a vineyard, which is kind of outside of Charleston, and they were like, "Can we get back? Is it easy to get an Uber back?" And I was like, "It depends on the time, because people go to the vineyard a lot, but they don't come back from the vineyard, you know, unless somebody's going to the vineyard, because nobody drives out there to pick people up, right?" No. So that particular group of ladies asked me if I would come back and pick them up, and I said, if I'm available, I will, and I gave them my number, and they tipped me very well to go pick them up. Technically, you're not allowed to, no. If they have like a secret customer or a secret person that comes in to get a ride, and they do it, and you accept. Yeah. That depends on the city and the time and everything. Like on a Friday night, if you want to hire me on a Friday night to drive you around, you got to pay me really well, because I can make decent money. Now, if it's a Tuesday, you know, at like 10 a.m. and you want me until like noon, then, you know, you're not going to pay me that well. I wouldn't do it unless you paid me well, but you make a lot less money driving at those times. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, like on a Friday, Saturday night in Charleston, you can easily make $50 an hour. So they would need to at least pay me $50 an hour. You mean Iran isn't going well? Yeah. I heard about the stocks might crash today because of the bombings and all the things that are going on politically. I'm nervous. But I'm not going to get involved in politics. It's morons, man, complain about the economy and they're wasting all their money on my video game and fake cosmetics. People do spend a lot of money on cosmetics. It's crazy. My problem with the cloud is data breaches. Yeah, absolutely data breaches. You can sign up now for two-factor authentication on Monsters and Memories. So definitely go do that if you haven't done it. I have signed up for two-factor authentication. Hey, new listener, quick impression on Beastmaster and Ranger when you have a second. Ranger hasn't been done yet with his deep dive, so I would wait on that one. Ranger right now is a pretty good class with a lot of utility, but once the deep dive comes in, it's going to drastically change. But quick impression on the Beastmaster. Beastmaster is a very good class. It's a very good, strong DPS class. It can solo fairly well with its pet. Pretty much any pet class can solo well. Most of its utility is now in its pet, which pet you use. But right now, there's a meta of basically the Wasp pet is the only pet that you want. But it is effectively just a melee DPS class. It doesn't really do much else outside of that. So you just kind of send your pet into attack, you melee DPS, hit a few abilities, and that's it. If that is your cup of tea, it is a very good class at that. It does decent sustained damage, doesn't have any burst damage whatsoever, but it is really good sustained damage for like an XP group. You're just constantly able to grind and do XP. So there you go. That's the Beastmaster. I like the Beastmaster a lot, personally. The new updated Beastmaster. Great tip. Yes, please take some time and sign up for the two-factor authentication if you have not already. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I didn't even know about it until today, Nicodemus. I didn't know it was a thing, but I signed up for it. You can use Google authorization or whatever it's called, the Google one. That's what I used for my thing, and it ties that to your Google account, so hopefully you don't lose access to your Google account, but yeah, fantastic. Cosmetics in-game? Yeah, cosmetics is kind of in-game to a lot of MMOs these days. A lot of games these days. All right, let's keep going down here. All I know is Discord has grown extremely toxic. Yeah, but so will this, right? But I only use it for announcements at this point, any big changes in communication. So the only thing that I would say about this is that we as the players can tie it to a player, another player, because like my name when I post here on Discord is Criddle, which is my in-game main character's name. But who's to say that I have a forum name and then a character name that are separate? You don't know. Like we don't have that information. So it can still grow toxic. It probably be less toxic than Discord. It's most likely. So that is a good benefit to the forums here. Just look how terrible the Discord is. Yeah. It's we'll see. I want to read this thing about the person who set this up as massively colorblind. Yikes. Yowzies. Looks like Trent the person who set this is massively colorblind. They do not like to talk about it, so I wouldn't throw it in their face. Artwork and general aesthetics are on the list to be changed. Okay, so that is one of my biggest complaints about this, and I've mentioned it many times, and I don't mean it in any type of mean way, but clearly they are colorblind. It looks aesthetically displeasing. Definitely needs somebody to give it a makeover. You know, I feel for people that are colorblind. Absolutely. I feel for any, like this game, we talk about it often with people that are hard to have trouble with their vision, cataracts and color blindness and all that kind of stuff. It can make this game very hard to play because of the night time, the transitions, all that kind of stuff can be very hard to play. So you would think, because they have somebody on the team that is colorblind, you would think that they would actually consider those things a lot more, and they would consider accessibility a lot more. And unfortunately, a lot of what happens in this game is not extremely accessible. So, yeah. They have a colorblind person working on the game visuals. Maybe wrong career choice. No. They have a colorblind person that developed this forums, which, as you can see, with these bright red and the yellow and the green and the blues and the colors are not great. But there are people on the team that are colorblind that are working on the team, but aren't necessarily working on the visual side of things that I know of. I do know that they specifically don't want to force players to choose. It's a weird thing that this game has, and the developers have talked about in the past. They don't want like you to pick a certain class, and that class a certain race, and that race automatically have infravision or ultravision. You have to choose infravision or ultravision as a trait because they recognize that people are in fact colorblind and or have other types of visual impairments. But then they go and develop the game where they make it super dark in certain places, or they add in sandstorms, and it's just like that's the exact opposite of why you don't want to force players to play a certain race because of the color blindness. Like you're literally contradicting yourself on these two different avenues, and I find it very awkward. I've brought this to the attention of the devs about disabilities and accessibility into the game, not necessarily on the visual standpoint, but one thing that they did do was they added in like this gamma slider setting right here. They added this on, and some people like it, some people don't like it. And that was kind of one of those things where they kind of but they debated on quite a bit. Should we put it in the game? Should we not put it in the game? Then they have it to where we like it to be dark. We want the game to be super dark. All of these things, right? And then in addition to that, the accessibility from people using their mouse and keyboard macros, how much you can use those, in what ways can you use those based on your accessibility in this game. And it's tough. It's a very tough thing to talk to the devs about. I have brought it up with them, and they are not wanting at this point to do certain things for whatever reason. So there you go. That's all I'm gonna really say about it. It's just a really, really tough thing to talk about. Awesome. Thanks for the answer. Yeah, no worries. Glad to help out. They could just add some vision spells. Exactly. That's kind of where I'm getting at with the accessibility. Add vision spells. Add light spells to the game. Why are we making it so brutal when you know you have people that have color blindness? I also think with the UI, this hopefully is something that the new UI dev can work on, is adding in some accessibility features here in the maybe edit UI to change maybe some of the colors, something to make it more accessible to people that have color blindness and such. Because like they might look over here at the different colors of abilities, and red ability means it's a single target ability. These yellow abilities means it's a self-buff ability. This purple color means that it is a group ability. But if I had color blindness and some of these look the same color to me, then that could be very confusing, and being able to change those colors would be really nice, right? That's some of the things that I'm hoping that they look into in the future. But yeah. Anyway. Ever get the chest? We have not seen the chest. I saw someone else farm it. And at me on Discord. Did they at me on Discord? I didn't see an at for me on Discord, but then maybe they did. But yeah, I have not seen the chest. We've been here for over 50 hours. This is rough. Wait, was it Isar? Yeah, Isar might have been the one that did it just recently. You talking about this post right here? Yeah. Yeah, it's been over 50 hours. Not 50 straight hours, no. It's been 50 hours in we're at 4.5 days now. And it's been over 50 hours in 4.5 days. It was 4 days straight for 10 to 12 hours a day. For 4 days straight. and we never saw it drop. So that's really rough. I have 10 Beastmasters and like it a lot. Made a Spellblade, awesome class too. Played EQ only recently in 2024, 2025. Love EQ. This Monster Memories may become my favorite. Yeah, this game is like EverQuest in 1999, early 2000s. So it's going to be a little bit slower paced than modern EverQuest. Definitely slower than EverQuest Legends. I don't recommend that game at all to anyone that likes this style of game. Don't play that game. Also, Daybreak sucks. But outside of that, this game is much slower paced game. Much slower paced game. So if you like that style, that's what we're going for. That's what they are going for, and that's what we as the community are wanting. They have made some changes, some of the classes more recently, that is definitely making it more of an APM, higher APM game, which people have kind of reluctantly been like, okay, I'll try it, but we don't want that. The community doesn't want that, devs. Please, the community does not want that as a whole. But there, having a few high APM classes, cool. Having a few skill-based classes, cool. But the majority of the game, we want to keep it to the vision that they promised in the beginning, which was sandwich gameplay. So please keep that in mind as you continue to update these classes. Can you set up one button macro for fighter rotation at the moment? I use a one button macro. Yes, my button hits 1, 2, 3, attack on, and what else does it do? 1, 2, 3, and attack on. You can have 5 lines of macros in this game. So I have a one button macro for most of the gameplay where I just spam it over and over and over. So you'll see my 1, 2, and 3 fire off. If I need to taunt, I specifically hit that. If I need to kick, I specifically hit that. If I need to stun, I specifically hit that. If I want to do this buff, which is a strength buff, I specifically hit that. Disarm, etc. All these other ones I specifically hit when they're needed, because you do not really necessarily want to spam those. And in Eminem Discord is Loving Robot. Is that Sean? Yes, it is Sean. SHAWN is how he spells it. The first spelling there is how he spells it. He doesn't care how you spell it, but a lot of people spell it in 1,000 different ways. But SHAWN is the correct spelling of his name. And a Loving Robot is his Twitch handle and his YouTube handle. Thanks for warming up the slot machine, guys. Yes. You played P99. P99 is very close to this game. The only difference between P99 and this game is going to be the knowledge that everyone had or has going into P99. They already know the best race class combo. They know the meta. They know where items drop. They know how to kill every boss. They literally know how to do everything in that game. So they're going to do that. And that's going to be your biggest difference between these two games. People are still trying to learn this game where they already know literally everything about EverQuest. So, yeah, that's going to change the way that it is played. It's going to change the way that you will perceive it. So, yeah. You have a 34 Shaman, a 30 Bard, and some other classes. Love the style for sure. Awesome. I love that, man. Love that. I like this game, and I was going to be my game, but then I heard they were adding BOE and BOP. You don't even know what you're talking about. What are you talking about, dude? Oh, my gosh. Low APM, longer respawn times. Yeah, lower APM, longer respawn times. That's what I want to see. Just slow the game down. It's already faster than most of us that want that sandwich style of gameplay want. But with that said, it is probably not fast enough for the modern gamer, people that are used to more retail World of Warcraft and retail EverQuest and EverQuest Legends. Those kind of games are way, way faster than this one. We actually had some guys from the guild recently come back from playing EverQuest Legends. They came back and they're like, oh, I forgot that I can't run into a full room and just slaughter everything in that room. I actually have to pull things slowly and diligently and be smart about it and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I love about this game. That's probably my favorite part. The community, the slower gameplay, the requirement of having some sort of crowd control. Those are the things that I love about this game. Over all of the other more modern MMOs. So that's why I want it. Do modern gamers look for a hangout game like old school EQ, or they need action or something? I would say that the modern gamers want to have action all the time. They want to play a game where they can log in for an hour. They feel like they accomplished something. They can immediately do it without having to put almost any effort into finding a group, putting a group together. They just want everything to be instantaneous. For example, if you've played World of Warcraft in the last decade or more, in some ways, if you queue up for a dungeon, people queue up, or Final Fantasy XIV, same thing. You just, anywhere in the world, you queue up for a dungeon, you wait for people to join up. When the queue thing pops, you just click accept. You have 60 seconds to accept it, or you get kicked out of the queue, and you go in, you get teleported immediately to the dungeon. You expect everyone to be ready to go and just immediately start fighting, and you expect everyone to know every single fight, how to do it, the fastest route possible, etc., etc. That's what modern games have devolved into. Everyone joins, says hello, and then you kill everything in there, and then they go GG, and they leave. That is your modern MMO, and that is what I don't like anymore. I've played them, I enjoyed the games, but I want this style of game to come back. I do not want the instant gratification, the instant, like, I don't want to open up this social window and be like, join group for X dungeon, and I just get teleported to it. No, I want to explore it. I want to venture out, but I also want a reason to venture out. I want a reason to leave the town. And right now, that's where they're struggling a little bit with the itemization, and the XP, and the forming up a group and all that. It's not rewarding enough to go to the far out places and form up a full group, and it's not rewarding enough for all that. Hopefully we get there. Because that's the direction that they want. Preach, right, Nicodemus? It's what I want so badly. Oh my gosh, dude. I want it so badly. So, everything that I say has that in mind, right? So if I say that I don't like Charm the way it is because it's too powerful, it's because it takes away from the grouping aspect. It takes away from the communication and from the working together as a team. It takes away because Charm is too strong. The solo ability of the game is, I want to push everybody into grouping more because the solo ability takes away from all those core things that I just talked about. That was the thing I liked with EverQuest. I felt like a long adventure, going out, leveling, and then you came back to civilization. You felt accomplished. Yes, exactly. Going out, like getting a group and going out into Lower Guck and filling your bags with, full of just cool items and getting tons of experience and meeting new people. That was the reward. The reward was all of those things, and I loved it. Loved it. So, yes, let's get back to that. Please, please, please. Please, please. And if that's not what you're here for, then I wish you the best of luck in another game. Like, if you like EverQuest Legends, and if you want this game to be like EverQuest Legends, I hope you never come back to this game. Not that I don't want you to play it, not that I don't want you to support it, but EQ Legends and this game are vastly different. Vastly different. Anyway, EQ, I'd go into Lower Gut for 2 or 3 days at a time before leaving. Yeah, I did the same thing. I remember sitting at the zone in to Lower Guck or sitting at the zone in to Cebalus. I would log in. I would play for however long I possibly could. And I would log out inside of the dungeon, like at the entrance to it, you know, right there at that zone line. And then I would log back in and I would look for a group and keep playing. That's absolutely what I was looking for. I hated how I couldn't even do full rotation with cooldown pops and whatnot because most trash in the dungeon or boss is dead in under 30 seconds unless you're pushing super high Mythic Plus keys. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. In Retail WoW. Most boring gameplay ever. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. And Final Fantasy XIV took it even a step further. I played a tank, and I had all the classes leveled up to whatever, but I played a tank as my main, and it literally was just wall to wall pulls. You go into a dungeon, you run to the first boss wall, you kill everything there, you kill the boss, you run to the next boss wall, you kill everything there, you kill the boss. It's just like, come on, like this isn't even fun anymore. I would love something in the middle. No shade. No, I get you. But I've seen you in the exact same camp spot for a week. Oh, we're trying to get this fixed. We're trying to get this looked at. That's why we're here. Right? This is not fun. This is too much. Yeah, this camp is bad. So yes, I totally agree with you. Something in the middle is better. This is not fun gameplay. Absolutely not. I understand the social aspect, but it looks absolutely painful, boring. This is absolutely painful, boring. Yeah, this is terrible. The drop rate of this particular item is way too low. I say the same thing about whatchamacallit. Hang on. I say the same thing about Wormsbane. We don't need ultra rare items off of level 10 mobs that could take, dozens of hours to get. It's freaking Wormsbane. It's level 10 or less dungeon. Come on. We don't need that. That's ridiculous. I know it's kind of goofy, but the real reward is the memories you make with your friends while you play M&M. It is. And that is something that I definitely appreciate. Oops, I didn't mean to delete that one. That is something I definitely appreciate, and it is a reward. However, you also need XP rewards and item rewards and character advancement rewards to encourage people to go deep dive into Grimtide Sanctum or to go into Sunken Resort or, to go off in these remote places in the middle of Shallow Shoals. To get people to go there, you need more than the memories that they make. You need actual tangible, I want to say, rewards. They're not tangible, but tangible for your character rewards, not just memories. The memories are great. They're fantastic, and those will come, but you gotta reward people for doing it. Putting a party of 6 together, traveling for upwards of an hour to get to a location, keeping the group together without breaking up and without losing players, all of those things take a lot of effort, and they need to be rewarded. Outside of just, hey guys, we had a swell time today. Like, I'm all about that swell time, but it needs to be more than that. You've never seen that weapon? We've seen 3 of the daggers. Just so you can kind of compare, we've seen 3 daggers drop, 0 vest. So if you have been here to this camp and you're trying to get the weapon and you haven't seen it, that's the pain of trying to get the vest at this location. It's awful. It is not fun, TD Pauls. Yeah, it is not fun. I'll take some bracers. If I have some extra bracers, I might give them out to people. They are really, really, really good bracers that drop here. Reminds me of the War Scout trinket in Pantheon. This is way worse than the War Scout trinket in Pantheon. I had the War Scout trinket. on 2 of my characters in Pantheon. My entire group had that, including a necromancer who didn't even do physical damage. Everyone that I knew had that thing. How long have we been here? Nicodemus, we have been at this camp since Tuesday. We were here all day Tuesday, all day Wednesday, all day Thursday, and all day Friday last week for minimum 10 hours a day each of those days. And we've been today at this camp for 4.5 hours. And the vest has not dropped once in that amount of time. So, unless there's something we're missing and we don't know about, then it's bad. You need to have something to make memories in. Yeah. You need to have something to make memories in. Absolutely. Like, what makes those memories special is like the challenging fight that you encounter, and then you get a good reward off of it, and you feel really good about finally beating it. That's what makes the memories. You don't have memories when you just reluctantly get 6 people to go to a dungeon that looks kind of cool, and you just sit there and grind out for 8 hours or 10 hours, and you feel like you've gained, like 1 bubble of XP, and you didn't get any upgrade in loot, and you're just like, man, that felt awful. Those aren't memories. Those aren't good memories. The memories are the reward. You need the rewards. You need to feel good about what you're doing so that the memories are like, do you remember when we did this? And they're all like, yeah, I remember that. And we got this thing and we killed this boss and, cool stuff happened. That's the good memories. Nobody's going to remember if they're like, dude, do you remember when we got 6 of us together and we went and it took an hour boat ride to get to that encampment and we camped this mob that didn't spawn the entire time we were there? No, I don't remember that at all. That was awful. Like, why would I remember that? So, yeah. I agree the memories are special, but we got to make the memories. Need a carrot. Yes, we need a carrot. Had to do 90 placeholder names to get the Bloody Nose General Cloak. I've camped that cloak 3 times. Not as bad as this. Did they forget to add loot or something? No, the loot drops here. It definitely drops here. People have it. It's just stupidly rare. They should give an XP bonus that builds to a certain amount in those places. Yeah, like a Zim modifier, I agree. Zim modifier in Grimtide Sanctum and Sunken, the Sunken Resort. Anything that takes effort to get to should absolutely have a modifier for XP and better loot. Like their common items should be the equivalent of rare items from other locations because they're a pain in the butt to get to. And currently, Sunken Resort, the best items out of Sunken Resort are worse than the common items out of other places in the game. And I'm not kidding about that. It's really, really bad. Wish they gave all classes armor sets tied to quests. They're talking about doing that. Apostate. They're talking about doing that. Sean said that he wants to have like armor class quests that you can do in different zones that give you kind of like some sort of base gear for different classes or different, at least like plate set and a leather set and a chain set and that kind of. They want to do that. They just haven't done it yet. I think I should start leveling up my block skill with fighter deep dive coming up. Yes, I do think you should. Mine is only at like 100. No, mine's at 208. I leveled up a little bit, but I never finished it because it's still using a shield on a fighter is still not worth using as of right now. It might be when we get the deep dive. We'll see. Do you know the vest is still drops? We camped it for probably 5 hours about a month ago and got 3 of the vest. Yeah, and that's where people are like, it's just RNG. And I'm like, it is RNG, but if you can get 5 of them or 3 of them in 5 hours and we've camped it for 50 hours and seen 0, there's more than just RNG there. There's something else happening. And I don't know what that something is, but something, right? I honestly believe at this point, and we kind of want to prove it, and I don't know how we're going to prove it. I honestly believe that there might be like a quest involved where you have to do some quest, and the mob will spawn with the correct vest. But I don't know. Nobody's been able to tell me of a quest that does it. And people say that they've just been here and killed the mob and it dropped the item. So, if there is a quest that spawns this mob that drops the best in slot chess piece, and people don't know that they're doing the quest, which makes that happen, that feels bad. And that's a problem on the quest creators, because they don't know what it is that they're actually doing for the quest. They're just doing some random quest. So that's going to feel bad, and they need to hint more to the player. There's more to this quest than just whatever the heck you just did over here that's causing something else to happen over here. Secondly, it's bad because once we get enough players in the game, let's say we have 2,000 people online at one point, chances are this is going to be camped 24/7. Well, I do the quest to make this mob spawn with its item. So whoever's camping it's going to get the item, not the person that did the quest. Feels bad. Again, that should not be the case. And if it's not one of those two things, which also are bad, and it's just a really, really low chance in dropping, also very, very bad. So just everything about this encounter is just awful. In regards to that vest, it's just awful. The rest of it's fine. Like the rest of it's okay. I agree with the thoughts and love the approach of the beta of trying things out and show inequities. I really hope to see devs include encounters like Plane of Fear and Hate from EQ. Those are some of the best memories. Yeah, they're going to be doing that with what they call expeditions. So expeditions are going to be kind of like your Plane of Hate, Plane of Fear. Very challenging areas that you have to go on an expedition to get to and return from if you want to keep the spoils. You're not going to be able to like go into the dungeon or area and kill a bunch of mobs, get your loot, and then teleport or gate out. You're not going to be able to do that. Items are actually going to be no teleport, meaning that if you teleport, they disappear. So you do not want to do that. You have memories, not good ones though? Yeah. You have memories that you often forget. So they're not memories. The best memories are recovering from extremely poopy situations. Yeah, but why are you in those poopy situations? You're there for the XP. You're there for the loot that you get. Those are fun memories because you're trying to get something worthwhile, right? The reward is there for your character, and the memories come as extra. Yeah, I remember a lot of fun corpse recoveries. I've camped multiple rares now. Yeah, Isar has camped more rares than I think anybody in this game. And this is by far the worst. I have never seen him at a camp longer than this one and not seen the item. Bloody Nose isn't nearly as bad. Camped that 3 times. Maybe drops a dagger. The rarest item I want to say off of the Bloody Nose General is his helmet. How many times have you guys seen the helmet with the horns that come out? Like on the side of the helmet. That have camped Bloody Nose General. People camp it for the haste cloak. And they get the ring. But the helmet, to me, was the more rare item. I've only seen that once. And I've gotten 3 cloaks off of him. Maybe they made a quest that uses the destroyed vest. That's what I was thinking. Maybe they have a... But there are people out here that have come into my channel, people that have camped this, that it just doesn't drop the destroyed vest. And we don't know. What is the name of the rare and the vest? It's called Malik, M-A-L-I-K, Malik. The Glass Viper is the name of the enemy. And then the vest, oh, there you go. Isar gave it to you. My bad. Yes, it's Vest of the Glass Viper. Yep. And there's Destroyed Vest of the Glass Viper. There's 2 of them. I'm going to ping itemization team to see if it's an issue. May take time to get an answer. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate you looking into it, Nicodemus. I personally feel like it's just too low of a drop rate. Another item, Nicodemus, I don't know who would do this, but you are always on this. This is another item we've been trying to get fixed for a very long time. So this is the Monocle of Good Seeing. It's got a clicky effect on it that's See Invisible. So on click, any slot, cast time 7 seconds, level 1. And it gives you See Invisible. However, it gives you a 5-minute version. I will cast it right now. It gives you a 5-minute version of See Invisible. I'm casting it on myself. And there it is. 5 minutes. But the worst part about it is it has a 1 hour long recast, but you don't see the recast on here. Here's Malik the Glass Viper right here. But you don't see the recast. So I don't know what the recast is. I think it's not supposed to have a recast at all, and it should last for an hour. And somebody got those numbers mixed up. But that's just my guess. I honestly have no idea. That's another annoying one. Helmet is more common than cloak. Is it really? I've only seen that helmet once. That's crazy. You're lucky at Bloody Nose then. The weapon drops less often than the helm. And the cloak less than that. Camped it roughly the same amount of time. I've never camped it with the weapon. It only had 3 items, I think. A ring, a helmet, and a cloak. Back when I camped it. And then they did itemization pass. And the itemization pass, I think, added 2 more items to it. Here comes the vest drop. Yeah, that would be weird. That'd be weird. Three cloaks, 8 helmets, 8 weapons for you? Okay. Is there no ring? I swear there was a ring that the Bloody Nose General drops. Or used to. I also feel like quest drops should be 100%. Like the Bloody Nose General head. The head of the Bloody Nose General. Those should be 100%. There are quest drops throughout the game that are not 100%, and in fact, the super ultra crazy rare drop of the mob. And personally, to me, that feels bad. It feels very bad. Okay, let's do all of that. There we go. Anyway, any more to chat about? Or are we gonna start reading some more of these? There's a one-hand lifesteal mace now. They have a mace a life procking mace there now? It's crazy. I didn't know that. We don't count the ring? Yeah. Yeah, the ring I got like 80% of the time. Yeah, I didn't know there was a lifesteal mace over there now. That's crazy. I'll have to camp that on early access then. We'll have to maybe go to that camp, get the lifesteal mace and the cloak. All right, what else do we have? Suggestion rant. Uh-oh. What is this one? Oh, we already read this one, I think. Yeah, this is a really long one that I didn't want to read on. Let's go down, deep dive. Forums are pretty big downgrade from Discord. Yes, I agree. Game was better in 0.1. Again, I agree. I feel like a lot of the changes that have been coming lately or start more recently have kind of been backwards. Somebody put it kind of well the other day, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. You know, it for a while there, it felt like everything was getting better and getting better and getting better and getting better. Now it feels like for this to get better, this has to get worse. And it's just kind of, yeah, I don't know. I can't put my finger on a specific thing that's causing that. Right now it's the class changes, but I can't really put my finger on a specific thing, but yeah. Back in my day, we had to log into our accounts and it was... Oh my god, dude. That's funny. All right. Anyway. I think they can recover from where they're at. The issue I think right now is they're trying to build. It's like they're trying to build a staircase to get to where they want to be. But to build the staircase, they first have to put like the foundation of the staircase, and you can't actually step on the different rungs or whatever, or the ladder, I guess. You can't really step on the different rungs of the ladder. So they just have like 2 posts that are up, and they're ready for the rungs to get in. But you only have like a rung here, and then a rung here, and then another one here, and you can't really climb that ladder. I think that's where they are right now, and that's why it feels bad. There's a lot of little pieces in place that are hopefully going to add up to a much larger thing, like adding to a cake. I don't know how many analogies I can use here. You've added in the egg and the batter, but you haven't added in something else and stirred it and put it into a pot to heat it up. It needs something. It needs something. Let's see, what else can we read here? Beastmaster feedback. Woo, this is a little longer one. Originally posted on Reddit. Merely my own musings. I think I read this one on Reddit. Yeah, I did read this one on Reddit. So we're going to skip that one for now. Elementalist deep dive. Just saying, I'm looking forward to it before giving any feedback. I am too. Dwarf Inquisitor or we riot? Deep Dwarf Inquisitor's coming. So, no riots. Who is your 1.0 character? My fighter. It's going to be a Dwarven fighter as of right now. We'll see what happens. Don't know. So in 3 days, no vests have dropped off Malik. This is day number 5, Nicodemus. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of last week for 10 plus hours. And then today for almost 5 hours now. Yeah, this is day number 5. Called Nosebleeder Mace. I have heard of the Nosebleeder Mace. I did not know that it came off of the Bloody Nose General. 826. That's probably why it's not super popular. That's not a good damage delay. What is the sickle now? The one from the level 30 from the grain cellar. What is that damage delay sickle? Does anybody have the most recent? I wish they would just axe half the classes and focus on them, release other classes and modules. I do too, honestly. I think that they bit off more than they can chew with the 18 classes, especially now that they want to try to revamp all 18 classes and not only just modify their abilities. I thought they were going to go in and just modify a few abilities. They're doing like a full-on rework of many of these classes. And it's starting to feel bad. I think I'm actually most interested in the Deep Dwarf Inquisitor for your group. Awesome, yeah. Deep Dwarf will not be in for a while. Not even until after EA launches. So it will not be launching with the Deep races. It's going to be deep Elves and Deep Gnomes. Deep Dwarves not until later. You know, another quest that might work, like if with the vest in here where I was saying that there's like an item, maybe there's a quest that somebody's doing that's causing the mob to spawn over here with the correct vest. If that is the case, that's kind of like the blue steeled longsword, if you've done that quest, which also feels very bad. So Nicodemus, this is just more feedback, I guess, for you and whoever does those type of quests. Doing a turn-in one zone and then having an NPC spawn 2 zones away for a sword feels really bad. Because you need to have somebody sitting. So like you turn in 4 items at one NPC that spawns an NPC 2 zones away that drops an item that you have to loot off of that item, which is a no-drop, no-trade item that you have to take back to the NPC that you gave 4 items to spawn it in the first place. So, and it's at an area that is camped often for XP. So most likely you're going to get the 4 items, spawn the mob, and some other random group is going to kill the mob, get the item that's no drop, and then not know what to do with it anyway. And if they do know what to do with it, they're going to get the sword out of it without doing the first half of the quest. Feels really bad. Terrible. So I recommend trying to avoid that. It's just, yeah. The sickle is 1123. So see, that's way better. Yeah, way better. And it's a proc at level 1. So, yeah. Playing Dwarf Fighter in the meantime and still having a good time. Yeah, I'm doing Dwarven Fighter as my main. This is the second time I've leveled up a Dwarven Fighter till 60, and I'll do it again for early access. As of right now. When the deep dive comes, we're going to test it out with my fighter and see how it goes. I wasn't planning on playing my fighter this much over the last week. I was planning on waiting for the deep dive and then playing my fighter more. But hopefully we get it soon. And yeah, we can do some fun stuff. We'll see. I agree on the sword quest. I have given that feedback to the design team and asked the designer to rethink it. Yeah, it's... I like the idea. The idea is cool, but it's gonna feel really bad. You know, hey, I'm gonna spawn a random mob in some other zone. Like, that's gonna feel really bad. I like the idea of spawning. Like, it would be cool if you talk to the, like, this is a way that you can keep it that way, Nicodemus, if you want to give them this feedback. Talk to the guy that you turn in the 4 things to, the 4 invoices, and he says blah, 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 whatever he says, and he gives you another item that hints to where to go, and then you go over to that zone, and you can maybe talk to, like, the barkeep in that in that place. There's a barkeep inside of the building that the mob spawns outside of. Maybe go to that barkeep and say, hey, I'm looking for this person, and hand them that item, and that's what triggers the spawn. Because then they're like, oh, they could be like, oh, I don't talk about, kind of. Did you guys watch the most recent movie, the Grogu, the Star Wars, the Mandalorian and Grogu movie? And he goes to the vendor, the food vendor, and he's like, hey, do you know anything about the Hutts? And they're like, oh my God, don't speak about the Hutts. And he wants to, like, get them out of there as quickly as possible. Something like that would be really cool. The guy sends you to that location and you ask the bartender, hey, do you know about this guy? And show him the piece of paper. And he's like, oh gosh, I don't want to talk about that guy. He's the guy that, runs protection for us and takes money from us or whatever. And if I get caught talking about him, I'm going to get in trouble. And then he literally spawns from the back room and comes out and attacks you. That would be a way to do that quest, I think. And it would be a lot of fun. It would be a lot of cool lore. Not just random enemy spawns, on the other side of the world and just stands there until you kill it. So, anyway... the question is, will the AC revamp come with the fighter rework? Maybe. I don't think it's a revamp, but hopefully the armor class fixes will come in with it. Yeah, could be part of it. I do know, or I heard, Sean said that the strength bug, the strength formula bug for damage is supposed to be getting fixed. What's the coolest dungeon so far in Monsters and Memories? Never got lucky on a key. The coolest dungeon in Monsters and Memories, in my opinion, is Grimtide Sanctum. Grimtide Sanctum is super, super cool dungeon. Love it. Chinny D did that one, so definitely give props to Chinny D on that. It's a dungeon that is in the middle of not super far into Shallow Shoals, but it's out in Shallow Shoals. You have to swim underwater to get to it. And then once you get in the dungeon, most of it is not underwater. Some of it is underwater. But it's like a dungeon where you go in. There's goblins inside of it. You fight those. There's different named. But then there's also some quests inside of the dungeon that you have to figure out. There's one where you have to figure out how to spawn a certain named, and then you get that named and you kill it, and it drops a key to get into the farthest rooms of the dungeon where another name spawns. So I really like that. I thought it was a really cool idea. I think that one could end up being one of those situations where people get really upset with each other and it becomes very toxic, because to spawn that named, you have to do something special. And if everyone in that dungeon is just trying to get XP and they're just all killing every mob that spawns for XP, you're never going to get the name to spawn. Therefore, you'll never get the key to go deeper into the dungeon. Feels bad, but that's what's going to end up happening if they're not careful with that. But there's also 4 different names that you can kill, or 3 different names that you can kill, several different names that you can kill to get an item. And if you take that item to a sarcophagus that is under the water, you can then do a quest that's supposed to open up the sarcophagus and allow you to get deeper down for another special name that's down there. To my knowledge, and Nicodemus, you could look into this one too as well, since you do some of the questing. To my knowledge, that key does not work. That quest does not work. So where you have to get, were they idols in the Grimtide Sanctum that we needed? I'm asking my friends what it was. Or what was that, the thing that we had to get the different ones and insert them into the sarcophagus? You remember? They weren't keys. It was something else. Oh, teeth. Okay. So yeah, you get these different teeth from the different named, and you have to insert the different teeth, and nothing happens. Like literally nothing happens. And we have tried so many different things and could not figure it out. To my knowledge, no one has figured it out. But maybe people have, and I'm not privy to the information yet. Instead, people just exploited it to get to the name that's down there and kill it. So, yeah. Maybe I'm just an idiot and can't figure it out. Good feedback. It's appreciated. For now, I have to head back to the day job. Yeah, take care, Nicodemus. Have a good one, bud. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for stopping by and chatting with us, as always. That place is a pain for a corpse run, though Grimtide Sanctum is pretty cool, to be honest. So, Mini Master. Yeah. Grimtide Sanctum is a very cool dungeon, but the rewards are not there. The XP reward is not enough. The itemization is not enough to really warrant people going all the way out there, fighting all the way down with the chance of dying and wiping inside of there for the chance of the corpse recovery, the XP loss, the potential hour plus of recovery time, all of that. It's not worth it. But it is a really, really cool dungeon. Hi, let's see for how long you have to stay in the Viper camp. You gave up after 2 weeks. We've been here for... this is our second week, but we have been a total of 50 plus hours at this point, Egg. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. Absolutely terrible. Anyway, I probably should be reading more of this stuff. What is this? PvP two-hander. I have some gold. Okay. Forum. What? Wait, did Encrypt create this? I love Encrypt. Encrypt is one of the devs that used to come in my channel quite a bit. Did Encrypt make the web forums? He's the one that did the edit UI stuff. All this stuff here. So, if Encrypt, if you're the one that made that, keep working on it, buddy. Keep working on it. Love you. Keep working on it. It needs more love. Oh, man. Okay, let's keep going. Join castle today. And then bumped it and bumped it and bumped it. There you go. Join castle if you want to join castle. Harvest tools. Like to be able to harvesting tools. We make items in game. People like to buy. Focus on mining pick. You know, this is actually a cool idea, is being able to craft better tools that might give you higher chance at rares through mining or herbalism, you know, that might have stats on them, that might do like decrease harvesting speed by 10%. You know, things like that would be really cool. Monk Deep Dive coming soon. Yes. They are coming soon. Class Fantasy Safe Fall. Don't they have Safe Fall? Monks and I think rogues and some other classes might have Safe Fall. I don't know. They definitely have it. One that makes it quicker, one that increase yield, one that decreases yield but gives higher chance for. Yeah, there you go. I love those, Todd. Those are perfect examples, exactly what I was thinking of. Absolutely. With the Ranger rework on the horizon, I want to. Is it on the horizon? I mean, it might be like a horizon in like a month from now. Monk has Safe Fall. Ranger doesn't have it till level 40 at least. Safe Fall is underrated. Yeah, I would like to see more people have Safe Fall. But I'm never going to get it because I'm going to play a fighter. I'm never going to have anything. Except for hopefully the ability to tank. That is all I'm looking for, is the ability to tank. Really, really well. Obligatory first. First at what? Every time I jump off a cliff to ambush mobs, Nickelback plays. Why do people hate on Nickelback so much? I had an old neighbor when I lived down in Charleston. And he loved Nickelback. Talked about it all the time. I haven't listened to Nickelback since the 90s, probably. You're right, a lot of Nickelback hate. There's a lot of Nickelback hate. And I don't know why. But hey. The newest like the newer generation likes them? Was it Nickelback around like in the 90s? When did Nickelback form? 1995. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like in the 90s. Why does the new generation like them so much? What's old is new. That's exactly what we were saying earlier. Like all this old stuff is now the new stuff. And it's all about nostalgia these days. Bring back nostalgia. It's crazy. Could have sworn I saw a Deadpool rant on Nickelback. You probably did. 90s are classic now. They are classic. I actually I love classic rock. I've always loved classic rock. But what I think of as classic rock is the 60s and 70s and 80s. Though that was classic rock to me. I mean, mostly 60s and 70s. But as time went on, the 80s became classic rock. I'm starting to hear stuff from like 1999 as classic rock. Like Purple Rain is now classic rock. And I'm like, what the heck? And Party Like It's 1999, classic rock. Blows my mind. Not classic rock anymore. I hear Sublime in the airport. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Curious if you know offhand mechanics for dual wield. Should your offhand be faster than main hand? No. No, it should not. But yeah, that's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. I think a wait command really nope. I think a wait command in regards to macros is a big nope. With wait needs to be added to the game. With wait, we could automate so many quality of life things. This is why they don't want the wait command. They don't want you to automate. Perfect examples with the new glyph symbols. I could automate volleys so I just get my 5 stacks. Would be huge quality of life improvement. I'm not sure they're in favor of automating things is the question. This would be direct conflict, yeah. They've answered this question. Like this, that's the answer. All right, moving on. UI layouts. I'll click on Imager link. This is their UI layout. Okay. Where are their buffs? Oh, they made a tiny buff window. Okay. This person very much likes symmetry. They like symmetry a lot. What's this one? Holy moly, that's not a UI layout, that's your inventory. Yeah. Was just doing a top 5 90s alternative rock with your girl. Yeah. What was your number 5? Or your number 1? My favorite back in the 90s was Live. I loved Live back then. But I was kind of a, I don't know. I was that type of kid. I just, like, Ed Kowalczyk was one of my favorite singers back then. But I also loved Aerosmith, which was in the 90s, but more so in the 70s and 80s. Some other really, I loved Green Day back in the 90s. That's one of my favorites. I listened to Offspring a lot. Dream Theater, Savage Garden. Savage Garden was good, yeah. Dream Theater. I didn't listen to them a lot, but I know that name. Nirvana, Smashing Pumpkins, Deftones, and Offspring, and Tool. I liked Nirvana in the 90s. My girlfriend and I actually just had a discussion on this the other day. Would Nirvana be popular today if Kurt Cobain did not commit suicide? I would say no. That is my thing. I don't think that Kurt Cobain and Nirvana could have kept up with the music. Could have kept up with the genre change, right? They had a very specific niche style and sound that I don't think they could have gotten out of. Personally. Allegedly. How many knuckles did you drop today? One today has dropped so far. His music is in everything alternative these days. Yeah, but that's the thing is I think that alternative grunge music was very popular for the 90s and is only used now because it was such a small niche thing. But I don't think they could have carried that music into the 2000s and beyond. Like, I don't think that music is popular anymore. Like, I don't think somebody's going to be coming out with a new Nirvana grunge song and be popular. Is I guess how I envision that. I don't think it could happen. I think the only reason is because it was Nirvana, it was unique, and it was awesome then. And yeah. Anyway, that's just my thing. He wouldn't have kept up because he would have changed it himself. Jimi Hendrix too. Jimi Hendrix was already doing things nobody's seen before on a guitar when he died. Yeah. Similar type of situation. Yeah, I don't think he would have kept up, personally. I think that, like a lot of 90s alternative music, it did not stay popular through past the 90s. The music that was made in the 90s remained popular, but very few 90s alternative and especially the grunge scene just didn't continue into the 2000s. You had to change with the times or get left behind. At least that's my take, right? As far as popularity. I would have thought the same of Nine Inch Nails, Tool, Smashing Pumpkins, but they're still pumping out music. They are, but they're not the same anymore. They became popular at the right time, but you don't have new bands that are coming, at least in my view, right? I don't see new bands coming out that are like Nine Inch Nails and Tool and Smashing Pumpkin that are now becoming popular. They became popular, right place, right time, and it just worked out, and they were able to kind of change a little bit, but I don't listen to any of those anymore. Not that I'm the be-all, end-all or anything, but I don't know very many people. I don't hear somebody be like, hey, did you hear the new Tool album that came out? I haven't heard somebody say that in 20 years. So, I just don't feel like that kind of music is as widespread as it once was. I was saying Cobain wouldn't have kept up because he would be the one to be caught up. He was defining it. Well, I think that's the thing. Is it was the right place, right time. I don't think that. I think that he had a special place at that time, and that was it. Britney Spears kind of thing. She hit it right place, right time. She did amazing. And then she kind of faded off from what I've seen, she faded off. Michael Jackson, on the other hand, kept going, was able to change with the times, was able to make new music and able to make it better and better and better and better, or at least different enough. I feel like Aerosmith kind of did the same thing for many years. But yeah, a lot less music back then. There was a lot less music back then, and it was harder to access that music back then. You know, so that's another factor you have to put in. Maybe because the accessibility to the music was so much more difficult. I tried to explain this one to my son the other day, and he did not get it. And he's not going to get it until he gets older. But I was basically saying the Beatles and Elvis are like, we're probably never going to see more popular people in our lifetime than the Beatles and Elvis, because you have to think about it, put it back in their decades. Like a Taylor Swift, and this is, my son loves Taylor Swift, and that's why he argued it. He's like, I think that Taylor Swift is more popular than either of those. And I'm like, on a record sold, yes. On a attendance at a concert, probably yes. I don't know the answer to that, but both of those, like Elvis and the Beatles, were so famous worldwide with just a radio. Like, they didn't have internet and the instantaneous downloads of music as soon as it comes out, and they didn't have like ways to popularize it like they do today. Like, they had to actually be popular, like on a worldwide stage, like literally traveling to these different places to become known. And that to me should stand for something. Madonna, she changed and evolved so much. She did. Madonna changed. Yeah. She kept it going for a couple decades. And not a lot of people are able to do that. I feel like Nirvana would have been like, they would have been out by 2005. I think that they would have just been still a very niche, had a following, but their new stuff, it would have been like the new stuff with the Beatles, you know? Nobody likes Yellow Submarine kind of thing. Beatles change after Yoko Ono. All that. I think that would have happened to Nirvana, personally. So, I don't know. Everyone had analog ears back then. Now everyone has digital ears. Yeah. And I think that I hate this. People are going to be like, what? I don't think the Beatles were really that great. I think they had some amazing songs. They had they had some really good hits, obviously, and they had some great vocals, some great instruments or instrumentals. But overall, I don't feel like the Beatles were nearly as good and as their popularity made them seem. Sorry to the Beatles fans. I love some of their songs, though. Some of their songs were absolute, like, pure gold. But so was, what's his name? Rick Rolled guy. Rick Astley. Like, one and done. He's out. You got a catchy song. Beatles at least did it a few times. Beatles deserve Hall of Fame. They don't deserve conversation for the greatest of all time. Yes. Yes. Absolutely that. They made some amazing songs. But greatest of all time? No. Been able to download all their songs for free for decades now. Still haven't. You're right, but same thing. There weren't that many bands experimenting. Yeah, there weren't. So it makes it a lot easier, you know? I put it all the way up to today's, like, to make it a more of a modern thing. Why is it so hard to get into streaming and YouTube and content creation? Well, if you were getting into it 10 years ago to 15 years ago, you probably made it big. If you continued for that entire time, you are probably a decent sized content creator. If you're trying to do it today, it's such a saturated market, you could literally be the best content creator out there and never be noticed. And I feel like that same way for bands. You know, the bands that were getting big and doing the big things at the right time, they made it big. They were huge and they just skyrocketed. But there were plenty of garage bands out there that were just as good, if not better, than what we saw as the popular bands at the time, just because they did it first. So it's rough. Michael Jackson, Jimi Hendrix. Michael Jackson is probably, honestly speaking, the greatest entertainer of all time. I think. Like, dude could dance, he could sing, he was eccentric without like, I don't know, it was just something about him. Him and Freddie Mercury. I put Freddie Mercury and Queen up there as well with some of the stuff that they did. They could just perform. Like Freddie Mercury could just he had presence on the stage, you know, that very few people actually had. Elvis also had presence on the stage. But yeah. Michael Jackson and Mozart. Dude, Mozart, for his time, man, he was making waves, dude. He was making waves. I'm not a music person, but don't people reference Prince a lot? Prince was very good. Elton John, in my opinion, more than Prince. For some reason, his name just comes to mind instantly when it comes to that era, I guess. Or like the 90s, that 90s style of music. But I like Prince. Some very good Prince stuff out there, for sure. Prince kind of... I mean, I graduated from high school in 1999. And didn't he sing Party Like It's 1999? I want to say it was Prince. He was Purple Rain, which was another really big song. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, like, I don't know. I put Elton John in that same category with Michael Jackson and a few others as well. Like, Elton John did a lot of cool stuff. But yeah, Mozart, man. Whew, that was cool. Mozart times. I love all that. I don't know why. I wish I could have been like a music major, I feel like. If I would have gotten into music the same way that I did video games, I could have definitely been a music major. I would have played the piano and the violin. Can't believe you're leaving Rebecca Black out of this conversation. I don't even know who that is. Bob Dylan changed. Oh yeah, Bob Dylan definitely changed a lot of things. Yeah, who was Rebecca Black? Should I Google that? I feel like you're yanking my chain. Rose to fame in 2011. Yeah, you're out. You're out. I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know who this is. What is Friday? To me, Friday is the movie. It's Friday. I'm off work and I ain't got to do. You got knocked out. I'm not going to say the bad words in there, but you guys know what I'm talking about. That's my Friday. That's the real Friday, guys. You remember if you put the song on YouTube? Okay. I mean, I've probably heard her songs, but not to the point where it was memorable enough. It's a song her rich parents made a music video for her, and it's meme status. So she became famous kind of like Taylor Swift did. That's why I don't really like I don't like it's not that I don't like Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is, she makes fun music. She makes fun music. She's clearly popular. But why? Well, her dad was a music producer. Shocker. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Some people are just born into it. Like, I don't know what to say. Some people are just born into it. No, I'm not comparing her to Taylor. I'm just saying that, like, some people just are born into it. They just have money. They have the means. They have the abilities. I don't know. Memes are just a different interface with content environment unique to the internet. They are, yeah. They are. I would respect Taylor Swift more if she didn't act like she came from nothing. Yes, absolutely. Taylor Swift did not come from nothing. She came from a lot of something, and she utilized her dad's connections and her dad's home studio or whatever to make music, and was able to do that at like a very young age and be introduced to very big artists at a very young age, and like, you know, it just worked. It's much easier. She worked very hard. Taylor Swift has worked very hard. Don't get me wrong, but it's much easier when you have those connections. Copilot says top musicians are Beatles, Bob Dylan, Elvis, Michael Jackson, Jimmy, and Beethoven. Well, we all know that AI is not infallible. Kaz, hit me with an impart. I looked up something the other day on Google. I don't even remember what it was. An AI came in and like gave me some answer, and I was like, "Are you sure this is right?" And it came back and it literally said, "You are correct. I was mistaken on blah 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 blah." My goodness, dude. AI is definitely the way of the future, but it is not there yet. Did you know? Do you guys know how AI learns? Like it's AI is so intelligent that it learns by people reading a question and then reading multiple different responses by AI to the question and then correcting the AI and then submitting that. That's how AI learns. There's like a whole job around it right now. You can actually go to this, like these websites and stuff, and it'll give you a question and it'll give you 2 or 3 AI answers, and you're supposed to pick out which AI answer is best and why. And you're supposed to tell them why. But what I imagine is happening is people are plugging in that into another AI and having it write their response for them and then plugging that back in, because you can get paid to do this. So they're just doing it as quickly as they can, probably by using AI to do it. So it's a whole problem. I admitted it was wrong on the first try. Usually I have to badger it a few times. Wait, what? Oh, the AI? Yeah, it admitted very quickly. Crawling Reddit. That's all it is. Yeah, it's just a very advanced internet crawling algorithm. Rolling Stone says Ray Charles. Rolling Stones should be on there. Okay, Rolling Stones number 4. Ray Charles, Aretha Franklin. I like, yeah, Little Richard. Okay. James Brown. Okay. Jimi Hendrix, Chuck Berry, Rolling Stones, Elvis, Bob Dylan, and Beatles. No Michael Jackson. I would definitely put Michael Jackson above Little Richard, James Brown, Aretha Franklin. Ray Charles, I don't know. I might put him on that list. I love me some Ray Charles. But I was also from Georgia. So I have a special place in my heart for Georgia and Ray Charles. Outside of that, I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, I would put Michael Jackson above a lot of those. That's crazy. Crazy. Little Richard, though? That's why its answers are so bad. Pulls from Reddit. Yeah, Little Richard was a big part of the music industry than you would expect. Being a big part of the music industry and being a top musician are different things, right? When I'm talking about a top entertainer, musician, singer, songwriter, that not necessarily being just part of the industry. Like, what was the manager? The manager of the Rolling Stones was a big part of the industry, but I would not consider them to be a top musician. Who was that, by the way? They were the manager of the Rolling Stones and then became the manager or helped out with the Beatles at some point, I think. But they were, that guy's famous for being part of the industry, but not actually an art, like a one of the artists. I can't remember his name though. I would actually agree with Copilot. Those are the top 5 people would debate about. Oh, they will debate about them, sure. And I think that's the problem, like, right? Copilot just went out and found the debates and who was mentioned the most among the debates of top 5. And Copilot said, "There's your top 5." That's kind of what AI does. It doesn't give you an answer. It gives you... It probably went out to like 1,000 different top 10 artists and picked out of those 1,000 different lists of top 10 artists around the world on the internet, which 5 people were listed the most. Boom. That's your top 5. That's an AI answer for you. And isn't necessarily correct, right? And it depends. Like, a lot of it depends. Depends where you're from, depends on how you're raised, depends on a lot of stuff. I think that, like, not to get politics involved, I think the reason Michael Jackson should be at the top of that list or near the top of that list is because he brought together 2 very different groups of people at the time. Very, very different groups of people. And he made them all love each other, you know? Doesn't matter if you're black or white. Like, he literally sang songs about it. It was a huge part of what made Michael Jackson famous. Very divisive time in the U.S., you know? I mean, still is, but... He even freed that whale. My goodness. My goodness. But no, I honestly think that's what a lot of them are. The Beatles kind of did the same thing. Didn't the Beatles, weren't they very divisive for Vietnam and all that kind of stuff? I'm trying not to get political, but I have to use that as for the musical thing. Elvis, I think, was also pretty big during different things that were happening and very vocal about those. So, yeah, I think that's a good part of why they are some of the top artists. Not only was their music good, but they also were around during certain times with their voice. That's probably why a lot of... and we're getting too political with it now. Never mind. Time is it? 3 o'clock? Man. I gotta figure out what we're gonna do for dinner. What should we do for dinner tonight? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I got a new phone. I was convinced to get an iPhone. I've had it now for a couple weeks, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. Guys, I'm telling you, don't switch to iPhone. iPhone is garbage compared to Android. It's garbage. I mean, the phone functions, right? The phone functions, but as far as like my daily usage of it, and it's just it's awful. Make taco salad for dinner tonight? You're making taco salad? I don't want to do anything taco related or salad related until this I don't know, some C word that I can't pronounce is dealt with. Peanut butter banana sandwiches in honor of the king. Got to add some honey. Peanut butter, banana, and honey. It's very specific. Agree making churros. Ooh. Or making chorizo tacos. I read that differently. Chorizo. I love chorizo. Oh my goodness, I love chorizo. I love the spiciness of it. But I need Tim Cook to tell me what I can and can't use on my hardware. Help my battery by slowing down the CPU. Yeah. The lettuce parasite. Yeah, whatever that is. Smoking a pork butt tomorrow. Love working from home. I'll take some pork butt. Sounds good to me. Doubt you're close to DFW or give you some? I am not. I'm nowhere near. I'm nowhere near Texas. I'm assuming Dallas Fort Worth. That's DFW, right? That's that airport. No, I am not over there. Big airport, though. My goodness. I went to that airport definitely once. Did I go there twice? I went there that airport once. I had a layover there for some reason. That is a very, very large airport. Like land-wide, land space-wise, it's huge. Felt like I had to get a train just to go like... I mean, Atlanta does the same thing. They got like a subway kind of tram system or whatever. But no, I literally, I think, was it that airport that I literally went out of the building, got on a tram to go into another building to get another flight. It was nuts. And I grew up in Atlanta and I flew a lot as a kid. So Atlanta, I was like, oh, Atlanta's a big airport. No, Atlanta's a busy airport. Like, it's a big airport when you look at airports, but it's just a busy airport. But it's actually small to think of how many flights go out of Atlanta. It's landmass wise, it's actually not that bad, that big. But dude, Dallas Fort Worth is like, what the crazy. It's just massive. Everything's bigger in Texas. They weren't wrong. Their airport's big. I think I've flown out of the largest airports, the top 5 in the U.S. See, Dallas Fort Worth, Chicago O'Hare, Atlanta, and then both New York airports, JFK and Newark. Is that the 2 airports? I've flown out of all 5 of those. Now that I think about it. I think those are the top 5. Oh, and then LAX. I don't think I've ever flown out of LAX. It's probably before one of the 2 New York ones. I feel like LAX is just Elon Musk. It's his airport. Just because the X on it. Oh my gosh. I'm losing my mind today. Losing my mind. Going crazy. Love me some Aerosmith. Hamburger helper. That's what we're having for dinner, I guess. Denver is the biggest? Denver... You talking about land-wise? Denver, Colorado's airport is the biggest? I would not expect that. Could be true, but I would not expect that. I thought DFW was the largest land mass, or land-wise, and then Atlanta is the largest for people per day, flights per day, and passengers per day, and that stuff. Doesn't it also have some weird underground tunnel system or something? You're talking about Denver? I guess. I don't think I've never flown into Denver. Atlanta's got some underground trams and stuff. Funny story with Atlanta. Back in the 90s, they had a tram, like announcer thing, and it was a robot voice. They got rid of the robot voice, and they replaced it with a female AI voice, kind of like a Siri or something. Don't you do it? My phone will light up. Like that, or other types of voices from different AI things. They replaced it, and it had such bad reviews that people hated it. People complained about it so much they brought back the robot voice for many years. It was like notice what does he say? Like maps and signs on the vehicle. Stay away from the doors. It was like very robot voice. Color-coded maps and signs on the vehicle. It was, really, really weird. I always thought it was cool because I was a kid. It's like an uncanny valley thing. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. I am definitely starting to get hungry now. I probably should have eaten something for lunch. Oopsie poopsies. God, these notifications I hate this phone so much. I'm going to hate the next 2 years of this phone. I mean, I guess I'll get used to it, and then I'll switch back to an Android phone and then be like, oh my God, I hate this phone now too. Yeah. Yeah. I love my iPhone. I know it. I don't so far. I'm very sad that I got an iPhone. The only thing I like about my iPhone is it has a longer battery life than my other phone, which I had for like 5 years or something. It was just dying. The battery was just dying a lot. But that's what I've always heard about iPhones, is that their batteries, they work great for the first year or two. And then slowly but surely. And it's going to send you weird ads. It already started the weird ads. You know about the weird ads. I sent you pictures and screenshots. I get an iPhone and they just start to send me... How do I put this in a kid-friendly way? Male enhancements. It just started popping up all over my phone. Constantly. Like, what the heck? What did I do? I bought an iPhone. That's what I did. And they're like, ha ha. iPhone took away all your testosterone. So, here's how you can buy more. What am I going to do? It was really weird, though. It was really weird. Anyway, did you see my text, honey? I can't tell because my phone doesn't tell me when you text me. I just have to look at it all the time. It says like user error. Well, it says I have a notification, but I don't know what notification I have. I don't know if it's a text message. I don't know if it's, you know, another app like a Discord notification. I don't know what notification it is, which is silly. If it's an email, a text message, Discord, I don't know. I think my bank notification, YouTube, all of them come up and they just go, 1 notification, 2 notifications. Of what? Tell me what it is. It's really annoying. I have to literally unlock my phone, scroll up, find the notification. Then I have 2 separate things of notifications. Like I have one up here and one down here. The one down here, I can hit a button and it clears them all. The other one, I can't do that, but they're all stacked on top of each other. So it's like a folder of notifications, and I can't see what they are individually. I can only see the one on top, the most recent one. And then I go to clear that, and it clears out all of the notifications underneath it. What the heck's going on with that? It's too confusing, man. This thing's awful. Do not recommend. But hey, you know what I like to say, the good thing about it is now I can FaceTime with people, and other people on iPhone can have my exact location at all times, because that's what I want. Oh, and people can edit their text messages. You know, so when they say something completely ridiculous and I call them out on it 3 days later, they can be like, I never said that. Well, how am I supposed to know? You edited it out. Hate it, dude. I hate it. I'm not letting everyone have my location. The point is you can. You can accidentally do it. How many hours camp something before you ask a GM if the thing is even in game anymore? We already talked to a dev today, Italica, and there's a post. There's a post on Discord right here. I'm going to respond to this. No, I'm not going to respond to this. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. That's part of the problem with these things is literally these kind of, you know, we get RNG. I understand RNG. That was not, I don't feel like that response was needed. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh wait, I can edit my message. Hang on, let me edit my text. Edit before she sees it. No, you don't see it yet, honey. Stop it. Edited. Dude, I hate it so much. I've camped nearly every item in the game. It never takes us. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Like when you've camped. Like, this guy said that he camped it for 30 hours, and he camped another another chase item that took 5 days or whatever. Okay, when you've camped every chase item in the game, and one is clearly longer than the other ones, and I mean every chase item in the game. Like, name a chase item, and Isar has camped it. You start to notice, like... One of them is a clearly longer than the other ones. And it's not by like a little bit. You know? Not by a little bit. It's by a lot. Like we could talk I could give you a few examples. The Hovarth belt, the boots, the mana regen boots, the lamp, the health regen lamp, Mother's Sorrow, this hammer right here. Man, there's so many items that we have camped over the year, or over the last year that we played this game. It's another really rare item that we've camped a bunch. The shield, the haste shield, that's another big one. Yeah, I don't know. The list goes on. Took me 24 Shatter Shrieks before I got the shoulders. Beginning to wonder if it dropped. Shatter Shrieks are... What was that? What is that from? You're talking about the Hovarth? Oh, the bat. Yeah, the bat. I've never camped the bat. Isar has. But yeah, I never camped that bat. The one in the Crystal Caves. Gotcha. Or I say Crystal Caves. I guess it's Crystal Caves. I don't know. Where all the crystal things are over there. Someone after you got it in 4 tries? Yeah. Oh, that's some other item that we've camped a bunch. The mob that's over in the Sister Island, the mask, I have been there when the Ashira clicky mask, or what was a troll clicky mask, has dropped 2 times. That dropped 2 times in a week that I know of. And it wasn't even camped 24 hours a day. It was literally just 2 times in a week. And people just happened to be there killing it. So, again, not as rare. It's just crazy. The RNG is where, like, I killed it once. I got Hovarth's belt, this belt right here. We killed this mob like 1 or 2 times, and I got the belt, right? And then somebody else that I know has killed it like 50 times and never saw the belt. That's the RNG, right? But if you're persistent and you stay at the camp every day for like 5 days or something, it should drop. Like the RNG at some point isn't that bad. I mean, that is the definition of RNG, though. Hovarth belt never dropped for me. I've camped that mob as long as you've camped Viper. That's insane. I have seen 4 Hovarth belts when I've been at that camp in beta. In beta alone. Just the beta. So, and I've only been at that camp a few times. Like, I haven't even been there that much. And I've seen 4 of the belts. Got the Ashira mask first try, and the Vile Bastard Sword dropped in the second time. Wow, that's really good luck. I have not seen the Fel Trident. I never saw it drop on this server. Or, yeah, on this server. I haven't seen it since beta started. I got that one from somebody else. But I have seen the belt 4 times. So, I mean, I totally understand RNG. I get it. But that's not an excuse, you know? Got 8 MS today in upper. Closed alpha, never saw it. Really? You got the disgraced Kuras? Yeah. I think I had that one for a little while. I've got the raid one now, which is this one. The Onyx breastplate. That's the raid drop. Not in the game currently, but I had the other one until I got that. You got, oh, yeah, okay, you're in the same group, gotcha. Hitty. We had to port to town, give to alts. Yeah, that's what Isar does with me. Yeah, Isar camped the chess piece. Yeah, the other chess piece. Sorry, my girlfriend's texting me a bunch. I don't know why she's texting me. She's just downstairs. Couldn't tell you. Who has time to walk upstairs? Apparently not her. No, she will. I didn't know why you're texting me. You're just upstairs. Because I can't yell down to you with the microphone in front of my face. You gonna bring me a snack? But not anymore. I knew it. I knew it. My goodness. I was going to give you a kiss, but not anymore. Play that game. I want an enchanter. Tired of FD splitting? Yeah. Yeah. It can be rough. I think I might run downstairs real quick after we kill this round and grab a snack. And a root beer. I forgot we have root beer in the fridge. I was drinking root beer like 1 a day for a little while. And then I stopped. Hit that add button. Oh, I will. I will, my friend. Mostly because of you, because you reminded me to do it. Okay. All right, I'll be back in just a second. I'm going to grab a drink and a snack. Enjoy the ads, or talk amongst yourselves if you're a sub, because you won't have ads, I don't think. But I'll be back in just a minute, guys. Okie dokie. All right, got me a sody pop, and a Slim Jim. Well, it's not a Slim Jim. A jerky stick. I guess that'll hold me over until dinner. Not bad. Not a bad little jerky stick. Hopefully this this drops soon, and the deep dive for the fighter comes out soon. Fighter, monk, and cleric. We can get all three of them in a group at once and do some stuff. Could be fun. I'll take any deep dive, but eagerly await Ranger. Yeah, Ranger is going to be an interesting one, I feel like. I think I'm most excited for all the hybrid classes. The Paladin, Ranger, Shadow Knight, Beastmaster, like all those. Because I want to see how they're trying to separate the classes that were previously a combination of two classes, and how they're going to separate them and still make those classes viable. With the Beastmaster, for example, they basically just took away almost all of its utility and gave it a little bit, very little bit of utility with its buff. It's the Beastmaster buff that it has or whatever. So, I don't know. Some people are not going to like it. Some people will like it. But I feel like they really gutted that class, which is probably going to make people upset that we're playing it. But I think it's in a better place overall. Hybrids have been the most interesting here. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. We'll see what they do with it. I was very surprised when they said they were going to do the fighter before the paladin. I was like, what? I think the fighter is the easiest one to fix. It could have waited till last. Maybe that's why they threw it in. They're like, fighter's super easy. We're just going to tweak a few abilities. I'm afraid, though, that they're going to do stance dancing. I think that I'm going to have to go offense stance, do a couple abilities, switch to defense stance, do a couple of abilities. There's going to be a lot of stance dancing, and I'm not going to like it. Yeah, it was the memories we made along the way. Can't please everyone. Best path in my mind is to do these initial design passes with their vision in mind and see what players actually do in game with it. I mean, it's a good idea. I'm definitely do it now in beta rather than early access. But yeah, it's just tough, man. Devs are in a tough spot. They want to make their game unique, but then they also kind of are time constraints. They're in a tough spot. Yeah, the question of time, that's the hardest part. Definitely a question of time. They do not have the time to be doing this big of overhauls in these classes. It's going to feel really bad for the classes that don't get in by early access and people played them on the beta for, 6 months or whatever it's going to be at that point. And they're like, I really like Paladin. And then all of a sudden, the start of early access, Paladin's a completely different play style. Still the same overall class, but it played very differently. And people are going to be like, I don't like the way that it plays now. And you may not know that for 20, 30, 40 levels. Because, you don't even get all the abilities for some of these classes until like your 20s or 30s. So you can't really tell how the class will be played. It's I don't know, it's very rough, and it kind of feels bad. So, well, we'll see. We will see. I'm kind of glad they're doing the fighter, so I can at least see it to decide if I'm going to like the fighter or not. I most likely have already decided I'm going to be playing the fighter anyway. But yep, it's definitely rough. What's this weekend? Figure out what I'm gonna do this weekend. May need to go do some driving this weekend and make some money. I've been so busy the past 3 weeks. It's been nuts. I haven't had time to do anything. I love the music. It's good times. Solasta 2's 20% off? What? It's not even out yet. That's weird. That might be a good game to play when this game, when the beta server is no longer available and but it's not early access yet, so sometime like late September. When is it planned to come out? The actual release date. Do they have a release date for Solasta? There's no Solasta 1.0 release date yet, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, the 1.0 release date. Yeah. Is a year after EA was launched. Okay, it was launched a couple months ago, right? Well, I'm looking forward to Solasta. I hope that they can put in a dungeon builder. I hope they put in a dungeon builder, like they did for the first one on there. And I want to make a campaign. I've had one that I've used in the past with friends and stuff where I started it, but we never finished the campaign. You know how it can be. So I actually want to create it in a video game and let others play it. All right, anything else? I think I'm done reading these for the day. We went through a lot of these. We'll come back here and see what's bold and read more of that later. Kind of done with those for now. What have they done, though, in Solasta 2 recently? Let's look. Solasta 2. Any big major updates? Hotfix. World Event Contest winners. That was on June 22nd. On the store page, they have a roadmap. Hey, we got a dagger. Dagger, 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 dagger. Was the dagger unique? Is the dagger unique, Isar, or is it it's lore, not unique. Okay, so you can only have one. Yeah. You can use one at a time. Someone leaked that D&D is collaborating with soon-to-be-released World of Warcraft update. What? I would love to see World of Warcraft D&D like classic server kind of thing. That'd be kind of cool, actually. I don't know. Would they? I don't know, man. I could see them doing it, I guess. But D&D does not need giant-sized shoulders. It's got enough problems. That's true. Yeah, for Classic Plus, that could be the only thing that I could see it being used for. Hasbro wants to flip money path on D&D, I guess. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, D&D for a very long time. I mean, there's been good and bad. There's been good and bad over the years. They could have done so much more with that IP, and I feel like they should have. Like, they should have sold it. Instead of trying to make their own video games, they should have sold it to companies like for Baldur's Gate 3. Like, license it out. But instead, they tried to make their own games a lot, I feel like, and they were just garbage. Yeah, they've made a lot of bad decisions. Yeah, Wizards of the Coast has. A lot of bad decisions. They could have made that so much bigger if they had the right people on board with the decision making early on. Like so many things that just, why? Like, their movies were always terrible until the most recent one. That one was actually pretty good. And then, yeah, their spin-off, like their video games were always terrible. They could have just done so much. Honestly, I think if not for Critical Role, I'm curious if D&D would have just continued to just fade away. I feel like Critical Role sparked the D&D and the tabletop RPGs again. And kind of kept them afloat, to be honest. Yeah. Like, not necessarily directly. Like, it's not like D&D would have gone away completely just from if Critical Role wasn't successful. But I feel like with their success, it definitely brought it back around. There's a reason they put Matt Mercer on the last page of the new handbook. Did they really? I didn't know they did that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, D&D is always a fun game to me, right? I always loved the game. But the best part of that game was level like 5 to 10. Anything above and below that was just kind of like, eh. But the only, like, with Matt Mercer and that group, that whole group, they made the game fun at all levels. It takes a special group of people to be able to do that. Most of your... Let's get together on a Thursday night, once a week. Those groups, they want to play the game differently, and yeah, it's not as fun. Yeah, exactly. They made it less focused on the rules. Like, I'm very much a rules as written kind of person, but to make D&D fun, you have to bend the rules some, and even break some here and there. I had a friend of mine that we used to play D&D with that kind of disagreed on that, and I was talking. So we're we were sitting at a table one night, and at the time, the long story short of this, my ex-wife was actually the DM. She had never done it before, and she like made some comment, and I'm like, just change the stats a little bit. If you find that the encounter we are fighting is too easy or too hard, modify the stats a little bit, you know? Cheese a roll here and there if you have to. Like, the goal is to make it still fun but challenging. So, like, if you need to modify a few things here and there, bend some rules, even break some rules to make it fun, then do that. And a guy at the table was like, no, you can't do that. And I'm like, that's why your games aren't fun. Like, you know, he would DM for us quite often, and he would literally go 1,000% by the rules. And I'm like, dude, we all know that you have to hit a troll with fire so that it doesn't regen health. Like, that's player knowledge out, you know, not game knowledge. It's just like, just come on, man. You know, make some stuff up. Make it fun. Yeah, fun is the first goal. Absolutely. Like, I would change stats on the fly with some things, or I would add in new NPCs or take away NPCs that I didn't have planned or did have planned for the encounter, you know? Because like the whole thing is like they're going through a dungeon, they're fighting monsters, and they're just like slaughtering these monsters. And sometimes a group slaughtering the monsters can be fun. But they got to a point where it was just like so easy, they were getting bored with it. And I could tell they were getting bored with it. The players were like, okay, I'm going to cast Firebolt, roll the dice. They didn't even look at it. They were just, yeah, I did 10 damage. You killed him with Firebolt. They were just getting really bored, and I could tell. So I added in new abilities and effects and things that weren't part of the encounter previously, to make it a little bit more challenging. And then on the flip side of that, I threw at them like something really probably too hard for their level, and it wasn't fun. So I did something where like something happened, you know, but like a player did something to try to deal with it, and I bounced off of that player doing something to make it more fun. They're like, okay, I want to try to like, I want to pick up this barrel and throw it at him or something. It was something ridiculous. And I was like, yeah, the barrel, they dodged the barrel, but it hit the wall behind them and caused like an avalanche or something. And I you know, made it more fun that way. Cast a fireball in a corridor and it pulls the air out of the hallway. Yes, absolutely. Now that's another one, like, you cast Fireball. This other guy, this other DM, I cast Fireball or something into a room, and I was like, I'm trying to make the entire room catch on fire and explode. Like, that's what my goal was. And I told him, I was like, I'm casting Fireball. There was only like 2 monsters in the room, but I was casting Fireball because there was a lot of wood in the room, a lot of barrels and chairs and tables and things like that. And I was like, I'm trying to cause as much fire and chaos as I possibly can in this room. And he was like, well, you do some amount of damage to the 2 NPCs in the room, but nothing catches on fire because you learn that you are casting magical fire, and magical fire doesn't cause things to burn. I was like, what the crap, dude? Magical fire can absolutely cause something to burn if I wanted to. Like, he completely ruined the fun of it. Like, catch some stuff on fire. I would have been like, oh, you catch the barrel on fire, but little did you know that there was gunpowder inside of it, or cannon powder or something inside of it, and it exploded, and it blew a hole in the wall, and then in comes like a bunch of other enemies or something. I would have done something stupid with it. But he was just like, nothing catches on fire. You do, 20 damage to these 2 guys. Yay. I'm having fun. But anyway, them's the breaks. Them's the breaks. I would love to get my son involved in a D&D game. I've always wanted to do that. Like, I started to play a couple times with him. We are actually playing that DeMeo, the VR game, but we have it on the Nintendo Switch. And I actually tweeted about it the other day. But we're playing that DeMeo, and he's actually really into it. Yeah, the theatrics is what makes it amazing, you know? Awesome. I love that. That's another thing, by the way, like, speaking of D&D, another thing that brought back D&D outside of the Critical Role thing, when Stranger Things first aired, and it was like a worldwide, well, not worldwide, but it was a very, very big popular TV show, especially the first couple seasons. And there were kids sitting down in the basement playing Dungeons and Dragons, and that's what started the whole thing, you know? And the Demigorgon and all that. I was like, man, that's the reason I watched the show. I would have probably never watched Stranger Things if it was just what it ended up being 5 or 6 seasons later. I would have been like, it's an okay sci-fi show. You know, kind of been there, done that, seen it kind of thing. But because they started it out with Dungeons and Dragons and the kids, and it reminded me of being that age again, you know, and sitting around a table. Wow, you guys see this? Anyone else for a free 95% res with 500 HP buff headed out soon. No Rampage guild members. Like, you have so much hate for a guild that you just refuse to do. That's so silly and petty. Like, are you serious? So silly and petty, dude. Like, why? Why does it matter? My gosh, dude. Oh, like an entire guild. I've never had any interactions with him that I know of. Not one. That's so silly. There's a lot of stories there, yes. I could tell you a bunch. I'm in Rampage, by the way. Like, everyone in this group right now sitting here is in Rampage. But he refuses, absolutely refuses, because he thinks, where he says right here, if they play decently like gentlemen, I would raise them. They do not. I stream like a good 80% of my gameplay in this game. Have I ever once talked about Nevion? Once? I don't even know who that is, to be honest. Never had interactions with him. Not one time. Barely had any interactions with his guild. But apparently we all get the hate. Anyway, it's just silly. He's bitter about raids. You've seen him at Nick's. Whatever. No, Isar did say something to him in OOC. He's dumb. He's probably 12. Yeah, he's a child, a man child. Yeah, a lot of people are upset. They're still upset with me for getting raids taken out of the game. And I'm like, I just think that raids should be taken out of the game until they're fixed. I didn't actually take them out of the game. I didn't do anything. But they're mad at me for that. So that's one reason some people don't like Rampage. Other reasons are various things. You know, there's always bad apples. People saying stuff and egos and all that kind of stuff being thrown around. That's another one. It's okay. It's okay. They wanted more unfinished content. That was hilarious. I cannot believe when I was like, yeah, you said you want more unfinished content. No, I didn't. Show me where I said it. Right here. This is where you said it. And I quote, I will read it from your post. God, dude. That was the best. That was the best. 53, married, 2 kids, full grown. I embrace my man-child and enjoy playing games every chance I get. You can't take this stuff too seriously. I do too. Like, I love playing my games. I'm 46, got 2 kids and a girlfriend. So, you know, and a dog. Divorced. I love my games. I absolutely do. And I take a lot of it seriously. I really do. Like, I take my gaming very seriously. But I don't go over the top with it. You know, if I was playing a cleric, I actually have access to a cleric whom I have logged in many times to res people. I'm not going to be like, okay, this group of people, none of them, whether I've interacted with them or not, are going to get reses from, like, what the heck, dude? That's some petty stuff right there. That's so petty. I've never taken it that seriously. Yeah, exactly. Sitting at the bank like, oh, I'm not going to buff you because you're whatever guild. Like, what? No. I just, you know, buff people. Like, who cares? I've heard the most hate from that guild than any other. Me too. Actually, there's one other guild that probably has more hate, but it's a smaller guild that doesn't really play anymore. But they have a lot more hate. That particular guild is much larger, so the hate just gets spread more. But yeah, they definitely are a very much a hate-first kind of guild. We go to what we're talking about? Hopefully not Castle. No, it's not Castle. I read a thing about Castle today, though. Castle's recruiting. I saw it on the forums. Are you the Castle guild leader? We were reading over the forums today, and I'm like, Castle apparently recruiting. If anybody wants to join Castle. That's about all we did with it. Talking about your guild? I don't like to guild hate on here, guys. I don't like to guild hate. But maybe. Probably Spencer. I don't hate anybody in any guild. Well, I may not like somebody in a guild, but it doesn't make me not like the entire guild. Like, I am going to each individual person, I'm going to be like, I like you or I don't like you for who you are. Your guild tag, I might have predetermined, like, okay, let's see how this interaction goes. But I don't just instantly, I hate you and I don't want to be in a group with you, or I don't want to have anything to do with you simply because you're in a guild. Like, that's ridiculous. We are indeed, not good luck. Yeah, you're good. I try to push people to good guilds. I don't know a lot of them. I think just because of the camp, you had the other player when you were playing Wizard. Remember those streams? I do, yeah. When I was playing my Wizard and sitting at the camp. I had a couple people, I don't know who they are, but I had really one guy in particular that was, I felt like purposefully trying to push my buttons. Was that you? For no reason. Like, I'm sitting here at this camp for 5 hours, and then all of a sudden they come in, and I'm like, what the heck? I don't petition. I don't say anything. I didn't do anything. I just continued to pull the mobs as I had for the previous 5 hours. And they petitioned me saying I wasn't sharing. And then decided to tell their guild and make me this bad guy. And I'm like, what the heck, dude? Literally been here for days, camping the same area for hours that day. Was that a shade person? Oh, maybe it was. I don't know. Anyway, there's people out there that just they just don't like you for whatever reason. Oh, there was that guy too. There was that guy too, Isaria. Whatever gives people an advantage, I guess. Here's what's going to happen, though. Here's what's going to happen. Raids are going to come back. These people that haven't played for months, you know, like a month plus, probably at that time 2 months, have not logged into this game, could not care less about actually beta testing things, could not care less about making this a better game. They will log in, they will try to fight the raids, and they're going to yell at Rampage for killing the monsters or doing whatever, and it's all going to be Rampage's fault. Meanwhile, you know, I'm sitting here every day trying to make the game better. A lot of those people don't play now, though. They don't. Yeah, you're right. A lot of those people already quit, were banned, or whatever the heck happened to them. I think it was a mixture of the two. What happened to, not that it really matters, but what happened to Brew? Did he just disappear? Like, and with Cohesion? And then I think most of Shade is gone. Like, I don't think I've seen a Shade person on in a while. Cohesion I still see, but I haven't seen Brew, who was very outspoken. A very big deal. At least he thought he was. Very big deal for a long time. Brew hasn't been on? Yeah, like, what does that say about, you know, I don't know. I don't want to be in a guild where the leadership just disappears. Right? Maybe he's alting? Could be. Could be. But I would imagine if he was, he would still be very vocal on the Discord. He was extremely vocal up to a certain point and then disappeared. So I'm guessing he's not even playing the game anymore. Does your guild recruit actively? We don't advertise it, no. But we do recruit, yeah, if people want to join. Just got to contact the right people. I don't see any officers on right now. Kaz is a recruiter. I'm a recruiter, but we don't recruit per se. Several people in our guild have gone to play EverQuest Legends for a little while. I think that comes out tomorrow, doesn't it? Yeah. EverQuest Legends officially launches tomorrow at noon. So that's where I would say where most of Rampage people are. But I have no intentions of playing that game. So. Don't shout into the endless void. That is Wizard Discussions. I try not to shout into those. I try not to post very often. I will say things here on my stream. That's what I do. If people want to know my thoughts, they can come right here and I'll give it to them. A lot of people are doing EQL to more reworks. Yeah, that's what I've been seeing kind of across the board, honestly. That game will last 2 to 3 weeks. It will definitely die by the time October 1st comes around. I don't think it's even going to make it to early access of this game. I think it's going to be August. And by September, it's just going to be like when the kids start going back to school and the parents are having to, I see EQ Legends by Labor Day weekend. I think that's going to be the end of it. For the most, people will probably still play it. People aren't going to just all quit at once, but yeah. Think it'll die soon too? Yeah. I think it's already dying, honestly. I think the beta might have been the biggest point in EQ Legends. People bought into the beta for the $20. They played it a bunch, overplayed it to burn themselves out to the point where they're like, okay, I had fun. I don't even think some of those are going to go into the actual official launch of the game, which starts tomorrow. I don't think it's going to happen. I think a lot of people are already done with it. I was talking to a guy the other day, and he was doing the D4 raids, which are the highest tier raid, if I'm correct, 4 days into the beta. 4 days. He had max level on 3 characters and was doing the hardest raids in the game in 4 days. And clearing them. I was like, are you serious? Yeah. It's easy. I mean, that guy's got more playtime than most, right? He's not like a casual player. He's got a lot of playtime. But I thought it would at least take a week. I didn't think it was going to take 4 days. That's bonkers. Sounds like a failed relaunch to me, if that's possible. Yeah. Well, technically it hasn't relaunched yet, so we'll see. We will see tomorrow at noon. Tomorrow at noon. Am I still giving away keys? We will be giving away at least 2 beta keys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. You can enter to win now. But you do have to be here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern to win. Like in the stream. I apologize if that is outside of your sleep schedule or something, but that's, best time that I could make it work. Burl will be doing the giveaway. I don't know if he's in the channel right now, but Burl will be handling that tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. I would just be here to watch it happen. Hope the people that's going to play it and have a blast. Oh, no, I hope everybody that wants to play it. But EverQuest Legends is a very good game for a very certain audience, which is very, very niche, ultra niche. We think that Monsters and Memories is niche. No. EverQuest Legends is the niche of the niche. It's like it's people that love EverQuest but don't have time to grind anymore, but also are okay with playing games like Path of Exile and Diablo. It's like that, a very specific group of people. But I hope they have fun. I really, really do. I wish them the best. Oh my gosh, I can't. What is happening? Why can't I tab target these things after the charm? After charm breaks. Wait, what did you invis? I wonder if that's what she did. Is invis? Let me check on that. You can go wherever you guys want. I don't care. I would love... Yeah, I would love to get this group together when the monk, cleric, and fighter revamp happens, so we can all play and try all three of those out at once. See how it works. I'm at work tomorrow. Can I remove my entry so I don't cause an incident? No, you're okay. I mean, if you re-roll your name, then we roll your name. If you're not here for whatever reason, you know, try to listen in at work if you can. But if it causes it won't cause any issues. If somebody doesn't accept it as we roll it, I think Burl just re-rolls. He gives people a couple minutes, and then he just re-rolls it. So it won't cause any issues. They lost me as soon as I saw you were playing 3 classes in one tune. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about EverQuest Legends? Yeah. You're playing a full group. It's basically. How are druids for soloing these days? Amazing. I'm planning on mostly grouping, but have to be able to solo stuff in between, going full charisma, start druid for charming while leveling. So, druids are one of the best soloers. They're also very good in a group. So, druids are a fantastic choice if you want to be able to do both. Charm, however, might get a big change soon. So, I've been having the tab target problem when we charm kill. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm going to try to bug report this. So we're going to do... I'm going to do NPC combat behavior. Untargetable. Charmed NPC... Wait, so NPC after charm breaks seems to be via invis. Cannot be targeted with tab. Has happened several times where... manually. Bug reported. Did you play Age of Conan? I did, yeah. I did play Age of Conan. Not a lot. That game didn't last very long, but I did play it. If only they gave that game 2 more years to fix all the bugs, it would have been amazing. There's a lot of these old school games could have been really good, but they were trying to push them out. I felt like at that time they were trying to push them out while they were hot, and they're like, "Oh, we have to compete with EverQuest. We have to compete with World of Warcraft. These games are hot right now. We got to get them out. We got to make our money while we can because these games are not going to last very long." Little did they know that these were going to be a 3+ decade game, like genre that just started 3 decades ago, and here we are, and I still feel like it's in the infancy. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Had a ton of fun with my enchanter breaking Sangro camps in KB last night. Good times. Awesome. Bear Shaman in that game was like a dream to play. Was it? I never played that. I played some sort of fighter type tank class because that's what I've been playing for many, many years. Many, many years. Rising Raven, what were you doing over there at that camp? Were you just like mezzing and helping to split the camp, or? I love the ability that enchanters have to break camps. That's what I remember back in EverQuest days. I played an enchanter, my very first character in EverQuest, and my longtime character in EverQuest was an enchanter, and I loved going into a tough room, pulling 5 enemies and knowing we could wipe at any second if I wasn't there on my enchanter to be able to stun everything and then mez everything. Yeah, that was super fun doing that back then. That is what I want to see in this game, is more of that gameplay. I don't want to see enchanters charming mobs and killing things with them. I want to see a butt-puckering moment where your puller comes in hot with 5 mobs on their butt, and you know that if you don't get these things under control in the next 10 seconds, your entire party is gone. And the enchanter being like, AoE stun, mez, 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 and just like, you know, oh, I love that. It's fun. Super fun. Good times. What are the rumored changes to Charm? We don't know. We honestly don't know. Sean has basically said that they have heard the community. They do know that Charm is very strong of an ability. That's the closest thing we could come to is the deep dive on the Bard. They and the Enchanter, but they specifically called it out on the Bard and Enchanter. And on the Bard, they said they did not want Charm to be I forget the exact way they put it. They did not want Charm to be a sustained playstyle. It should be more like a oh crap playstyle. Like, I'm going to charm this for temporary to do this thing, but not I'm going to keep this thing charm or constantly charm enemies and kill them. So it seems like they just don't want, like what we're doing here with this charm. Like, keep one enemy charmed indefinitely and have it fight for you in a group. Or I'm going to have this charmed enemy fight this regular enemy and then kill this regular enemy, and then charm a different enemy to kill this enemy, and then charm a different enemy and keep going back and forth, where you have, you know, enemy A charmed to kill enemy B, and then enemy C charmed to kill enemy A, and then enemy D charmed to kill enemy C, and that type of thing. Seems like they're trying to get away from that. Using Placate to pull singles. I did have one charm though. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do with that either. I feel like using Placate and lull and whatever, that's a fine way to pull, but I think they're trying to get away from that a little bit. Like enchanters probably shouldn't be pulling a bunch, and bards should not be like super crazy good pullers, even though they were in EverQuest. Doesn't mean they should be in this game. So they're trying to get away from that. They're trying to make the monk a better puller again. The monk is still the best puller in the game, but it pulls much, much, much slower than some of these other classes do. I mean, the monk can literally go into a room and just shoot it with an arrow, or throw a thrown weapon at it or whatever, and bring a bunch of mobs like anybody else can. But yeah, the idea is that monks are able to split pull things and bring one at a time to your party. Where if you have an enchanter, though, heck, bring 3, 4, 5, doesn't really matter. So I think they're trying to do that, but we'll have to see what they do. Yeah, it's pretty much Bard or Inquisitor. Yeah, that kind of do it that way. Yeah, the Druid, Enchanter, Necro uses Charm like this. They charm one mob and they just hold on to it and use it. The short version of this is that the Enchanter is now the highest DPS in the group, and they have a bunch of buffs, and they can still CC a bunch, and it's just like, it just makes them too strong. So we'll see what they do with it. I personally feel like what they're probably going to do is make Charm more of a temporary thing, kind of like it is for the Inquisitor. So right now, the Inquisitor has a guaranteed, I think it's 60-second Charm, but it's on a 20-minute cooldown. So I feel like they're going to do something more along those lines with Charm in the future. Is it might end up being a guaranteed thing, but it has a much longer cooldown, so you can't do it indefinitely, but you still can charm. That one way they could do it. Another way is somehow messing with the threat. I don't know if they know how to do this or if they have the capabilities of doing this, but what if they gave 100% of the charmed enemy's threat to the enchanter, and then if the charm breaks, that pet now has crazy threat to the enchanter for the next 30 seconds, where they can't be taunted, they can't be stunned, they're just like hyper focused berserker style must kill enchanter, which would make the risk extremely high, but the reward also very high. So that's a couple different ways they could go with it. Like right now, this risk is minimal. It's just silly. So those are just my guesses. I don't know what they're going to do. But yeah, if you go to the monstersofmemories.com and you read up under Community Hub, updates. I don't know of an easier way to get to these, to be honest. Where's the Bard? Oh wait, we can do it a different way. Hang on. Go to here, go to World, and click on Classes. And you can read it this way. Getting to the deep dives is more difficult for some weird reason. Like, we know the deep dive has been done for Archer. If I click on Archer, it's still the old thing. You got to go down here for the deep dive. I wish you just went straight to the deep dive. Anyway, Bard is this one right here. And if you go down to the bottom, it says less charm is a sustained playstyle. So they're trying to do that. And then Enchanter, they just kind of, they don't really talk about it too much, but generic utility spells that don't reflect the enchanter's focus on mental influence and control. But they kind of talk about it. Here it is. Charm is being tuned. It's currently stronger than intended and will be brought into better balance, but it remains a core part of how the class plays. So that's what they're doing with it, which is really all that I ask for, is just balanced. Charm is just way too strong compared to other abilities in the game. So if they want to keep it as a sustained way of play, and you can keep an enemy charmed indefinitely, that's fine, but it needs to just be way less powerful. Or take away the abilities. That's another one that they could potentially do. Let's say that the enchanter charms a mob. They just take full control over that mob and lose all control of the enchanter during that. So they can't have a charmed mob and buff everybody in the party and mez everything and mana drain and stun and all of that. So that could be another way that they balance it, is the enchanter basically gets full control over the character that they're more like a channel ability. They have to channel into whatever NPC they are controlling. So any of those are options, but maybe none of those. Uh-oh. Going on 5 o'clock, ladies and gents. Yeah, I've been trying to end my stream around 5. There might be days that I go a little later, but I think I'm going to call it on the stream for now. I appreciate everybody being here today. It's been a fun day. Just chatting about random stuff. Be sure to get in on that beta access if you do not have access yet and you want to get it. We're going to do 2 drawings tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. You do have to be here to win, so definitely do that. And yeah, we'll be streaming the normal times tomorrow, just kind of having fun, hanging out. I should be here most of this week. I don't have any major plans over the next little while. I've been super busy the last few weeks, so my streaming has been kind of hit or miss. But yeah, do appreciate everybody being here. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for chatting. And hopefully I see you all next time. Take care.